Welcome to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 351 1 vs. 5. Seeing He Lang's furious look, Xiao Feng's heart sank to the bottom of his heart. Although he didn't think he could hide it from Yu Ran after the fight, what he didn't expect was that Yu Ran recognized him from the beginning. He even recognized He Lang's true identity, which was still a big trouble. But thinking that Yu Ran was a dead man today, he didn't believe that anyone would offend a bunch of Huajing because of a dead man. Okay, stop playing with your broken bracelet and hug me tight. Yun Qi was using his bracelet to convey the information just now to the Yun family. Knowing who did it would make it much easier to trace the source. As a result, before the bracelet was clicked to send out, Yu Ran's unicorn arms grabbed her top, and she snuggled into Yu Ran's arms in an extremely shameful princess hug. This. Before Yun Qi could speak, He Lang's attack had already arrived, but Yu Ran was extremely fast and easily avoided the attack by turning sideways. As Black Wolf took action, killers A, B and C also began to attack at the same time. They chose the simplest melee pressure to kill their opponents. Xiao Feng was not in a hurry to act. He was a little slow to observe Yu Ran's reaction. He was still a little afraid of Yu Ran after being suppressed by Yu Ran. Yu Ran dodged the attack gracefully, and even had room to counterattack with the Spirit Eye sword in his hand. The five people instantly fought together, and various spiritual weapons and martial arts flickered on the battlefield. However, due to the close relationship, no powerful or large-scale martial arts appeared, but the various elemental factors that kept flashing in the air formed a wonderful picture. Shut up and hold on tight. Feeling the looseness of Yun Qi in his arms, Yu Ran couldn't help but yell angrily. He was not in the mood to take care of her now. As long as he hugged himself tightly, he would be fine. Yun Qi opened her mouth and then closed her mouth. She originally wanted to let her down so as not to become a burden. But since Yu Ran didn't abandon him and let her hug him tightly, she stopped talking. If she could live, no one wanted to die. Besides, not speaking and not distracting Yu Ran was the greatest help to him. Yu Ran gave her healing medicine at that time, and the effect was very good. She felt that the wounds on her body were healing quickly, but Yu Ran did not give her the antidote pill, and now she is completely unable to stand up and fight. Swords and swords flashed past Yun Qi. She swore she had never seen such a fighting pattern in her life. It was fierce, killing every move, and there was no chance to breathe. How could the person who was invited to kill Yu Ran, the leader of the younger generation of martial arts, be an ordinary killer? These four people were at the lowest level of Huajin, two of them were in the middle stage of Huajin, one was in the late stage of Huajin, and Black Wolf was at the peak of Huajin. Peak. The four people's tacit understanding is also very high, and the connection between the attacks is almost seamless, and the initiative is completely in their own hands. Yun Qi reached into the storage ring, quickly took out the antidote pill and threw it into his mouth. However, this action made Yu Ran frown and his voice became stern unconsciously. Don't move. Just hold tight. Yun Qi's mouth was filled with anger after being scolded by Yu Ran, but she didn't dare to reply, for fear of affecting Yu Ran's battle. She obviously wanted to recover quickly and help Yu Ran share some of the burden, this guy. Of course, she was not dissatisfied with Yu Ran's attitude at this moment. The moment he risked his life to save her, the unhappiness between the past and the present had long since disappeared. Now for the first time, she recognized her brother Yun Sheng's words, Yu Ran was a very good man. Xiao Feng watched for a long time, but Yu Ran was suppressed by the four people and could only parry, so there was no way he could fight back. These people are indeed the top-level killers, and all attacks are directed towards the vital points. And from time to time, he would deliberately attack Yun Qi in Yu Ran's arms to distract Yu Ran, all for the purpose of killing people. Yu Ran seemed to be in an absolute headwind in order to protect Yun Qi, and was beaten only passively. Xiao Feng raised a smile at the corner of his mouth. Yu Ran seemed to be dead. He was worried that Yuran would explode and kill these killers directly, so he deliberately kept a cautious eye and did not rush forward first. Although Xiao Feng smiled happily, the Black Wolf on the battlefield was not so optimistic. When they join forces with the Black Wolf killer group, what top level of strength has not been killed? Hunting alone has never failed, and this time the four of them joined forces and were in a stalemate for so long with a young boy holding a woman. When he first took on this task, the buyer asked him to use a trick to lure Yuran out before taking action. Later, Xiao Feng learned about Yuran and Yunqi affairs and designed this trick himself. At the beginning, he was dismissive and thought that a young boy could have what abilities. Now it seems that he is indeed a warrior with a great reputation. The martial arts leaders of this generation are terrifying. Although the kid seemed to be suppressed and out of breath, there was no scratch on his body. Killer B had a broken hand, which had a great impact on the attack. Yuran's handling was not as difficult as it seemed. There were even a few counterattacks that even caused some slight injuries on some of them. The combat experience is also terrifying. The four of them besieged but did not gain any benefit. Anger and anxiety arose in He Lang's heart at the same time. He was worried that if the delay continued, other people from the Yun family would come to support him. He Lang was anxious, but out of the corner of his eye, he saw Xiao Feng watching. He was also furious and yelled at Xiao Feng angrily. "What are you waiting for if you haven't attacked yet?" Xiao Feng heard the roar of the Black Wolf and just sneered disapprovingly, "Stupid killer, how do you understand my thoughts? As long as he can kill Yuran, it will be considered a great achievement for him. When the time comes, he can use his merits to gain some benefits, plus his own private treasure. Xiao Feng will definitely have a place in this extraterrestrial battlefield. But he is not stupid, he will not sacrifice his life for these people, so he will not take action easily if Yuran is not weak. He understands the evil nature of this kid very well. For example, how the formation here is broken, no one can understand. Xiao Feng was not familiar with the Black Wolf killer group, so naturally he would not choose the same attack method as them. Instead, he would charge up his power remotely and slowly form his signature black hole. He would then throw it at Yuran at the right moment. Xiao Feng already felt that he had a chance to win. The timing of the black hole's attack was just right. He chose the moment when Yuran blocked the Black Wolf's attack. "I can't charge my martial arts skills, or even react. I want to see if you die." Yunqi naturally saw Xiao Feng's attack from the side. She opened her mouth but still didn't speak. Now she could only trust Yuran's judgment. The worst she could do was die with him. The aftermath of the black hole's devouring instantly swept across the entire battlefield, instantly blasting a huge crater tens of meters where Yuran had just been. Just when Xiao Feng thought that Yuran had died without any body, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised, he heard a sudden scream on the battlefield. That's the voice of the Black Wolf killer group. Chapter 352 Show off your power. Xiao Feng looked towards the source of the sound in astonishment, only to find that Killer C had been cut in half. The powerful vitality of the Huajin warrior kept him alive for the time being. His upper body was wailing in pain on the ground, and next to him was his lower body, with his intestines and other organs scattered all over the ground. It looked extremely bloody, but it was a common occurrence in this battlefield outside the domain. Not to mention Xiao Feng and He Lang, even Yunqi hugged Yuran tightly without saying a word and did not lose his composure because of the bloody situation. Black Wolf looked at his wailing brothers. Even though the killer group was already in danger of death and could die at any time, such a sudden death still caught him off guard. He still had feelings for the brothers in the Black Wolf killer group. Although Killer C looked alive, he was actually dead. He was cut in half and even gods could not save him. Even if there was medicine that could cure such an injury, it was not something that the Black Wolf killer group could obtain. "Ahole, I'm going to skin you alive to sacrifice to my brother." Although Black Wolf's voice was still roaring, the anger in his voice was self-evident, but he was unable to defeat Yu Ran's lineup in the first place, and now without a Huajin siege, it was even more impossible to win. He took a deep breath, but against the backdrop of Killer C's wailing, his roar seemed timid. In fact, He Lang was already feeling a little frightened. He didn't even know how Yu Ran did it. Xiao Feng's timing of attack just now was almost perfect. Even a seasoned killer like him could not find any fault with it. But even so, Yu Ran not only avoided the attack without any damage, but even fought back and killed Killer C. Only Yun Qi, who witnessed the whole process in Yu Ran's arms, knew what Yu Ran had done. Surprise and shock were revealed in her beautiful eyes, but she had no right to speak now. Although the Black Wolf Killer Group's attacks were continuous, Yu Ran pretended to be only defending and not attacking, just to lure Xiao Feng into the game. What if Xiao Feng ran away if he didn't join? Wouldn't the points I earned just be lost again? So he did it deliberately for Xiao Feng to see. Xiao Feng's black hole seemed to be a skill to attack him, but in fact it was also the best time to confuse the vision. He knew this move very well. He took advantage of the difference in vision caused by Xiao Feng's black hole and used the high-speed movement of Lingzi step to create an afterimage. This afterimage was not very clever, but it was perfectly hidden under the black hole's vision obstruction and the fluctuation of Yuan Qi. Their own real actions. The targets were naturally carefully selected by Yu Ran. Killer C and Killer B were both in the middle stage of Huajin and were the weakest link here. However, because Killer B was missing his arm, he was more vigilant and was always on guard against Yu Ran's sudden attack and killing him, so Yu Ran simply chose Killer C. Killer C, who was in the middle stage of Huajin, was like a piece of white paper under Yu Ran's full-strength sword attack and was cut in half in an instant. Yu Ran used Xiao Feng's black hole to cover and killed him by surprise. The situation on the field has now reversed. Although several killers are still surrounding Yu Ran, they did not launch an attack rashly, especially Killer B, who was like a frightened rabbit. Xiao Feng's position was extremely far back, and he looked like he was going to run away. If Yu Ran hadn't wanted to get Xiao Feng involved, he would have killed him a long time ago. How could Xiao Feng run away? So Yu Ran looked at Xiao Feng with a smile. Xiao Feng, we have a good teamwork. Thank you for your black hole as a cover, otherwise I really can't kill him. Perhaps to suit Yu Ran's words, Killer C's wailing stopped abruptly and he lay on the ground on the battlefield outside the territory. His white eyes had lost their vitality, and he could only see the fierce desire to survive before his death. When He Lang saw Killer C's death, perhaps because of Yu Ran's words, he directly targeted Xiao Feng. It's all your fault. One of our brothers died. Now if you don't take action first, don't blame me for telling the boss about you. Xiao Feng also had a hard time saying that Yu Ran's obvious counterintuitive plan was very effective. Everyone could see that Yu Ran had just hidden his strength, but He Lang was not fooled by the counterintuitive plan. It was okay for Xiao Feng to wait and see at first, but now that he has caused attrition, if he is still watching from the side, Black Wolf must pull him to the front line. After all, they are two people. A dead Taoist friend is not a poor Taoist. Yu Ran is so strong, someone must be the forward, right? Now He Lang has caught Xiao Feng's mistake just now and wants to force him to attack. Xiao Feng was also in trouble at the moment. If he was still watching from the sidelines, this guy would be in trouble if he made a small report to the funder. It doesn't matter if the mission fails. If this guy blames him for the failure of the mission, then not only will he be hunted by Yu Ran, but the financial owner will not let him go either. It's a dilemma. Yu Ran was a little amused watching the two people pushing each other off, but he had no intention of continuing the stalemate. Lingzibu was running at high speed, aiming straight for Killer B. Killer B saw Yu Ran's actions and was so frightened that he lost his mind. He didn't have the courage to take Yu Ran's full sword blow with his hand broken off. He simply gave up his current formation and chose to avoid it. Killers are not afraid of death. Being a killer is just for survival. Killer Bee does not want to give up his life casually. Just when He Lang and Xiao Feng were excusing each other, Yu Ran took the lead in launching an attack, suddenly disrupting the carefully prepared formation of the He Lang killer group. In an instant, Yu Ran was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, switching from defense to offense. As soon as the sword flashed and the shadow of the sword came out, Killer B was frightened out of his mind. Fortunately, Killer A helped him block it and escaped death. Black Wolf is not willing to watch Killer B die again. The death of Killer C has already hurt the Black Wolf killer group. If another Hwajin dies, it will be too much trouble. If you don't fight, I will sue you for dereliction of duty. He Lang finished his sentence and attacked Yu Ran directly, hoping to reduce the pressure on his teammates. However, their combined strength was greatly reduced due to their scattered formation, and with one person missing, Yu Ran seemed to be in a deserted place, dodging left and right, and the Spirit Eye sword left many scars on the bodies of killers A and B. Seeing He Lang being so forced, Xiao Feng could only put on his gloves and join the battlefield. The lesson just now made him dare not use martial arts to attack at will. Moreover, now that He Lang and the others were at a disadvantage, it would not be a good idea to use large martial arts again. Choose. When Yu Ran saw Xiao Feng joining the battlefield, he also showed a strange smile. If you don't come, my points will be wasted. Xiao Feng originally planned to attack from the side to contain Yu Ran and immediately pulled away. Unexpectedly, Yu Ran suddenly turned around and attacked directly in Xiao Feng's direction. Xiao Feng was so horrified that he could no longer withdraw his move. What frightened him even more was that the Spirit Eye sword in Yu Ran's hand suddenly disappeared and was replaced by a sword he had never seen before. Chapter 353 Hong Yejian's Meritorious Service. The alarm bells in Xiao Feng's heart rang loudly at this time, and the threat of death spread directly to his heart. He endured the risk of backlash and forced his move back. He wanted to avoid a head-on collision with Yu Ran, but Xiao Feng stopped his move. Yu Ran would not stop his move. The Hong Yao sword in his hand, which had been upgraded to the peak of the heaven level, cut Xiao Feng's glove open and separated his abdomen. A gash several meters deep appeared on Xiao Feng's body. Blood sprayed on the land outside the battlefield, dyeing the ground where Xiao Feng and Yu Ran fought bright red. Xiao Feng endured the pain and refused to stay where he was. He left the place as fast as he could in his life, for fear of being targeted by Yu Ran again. Yu Ran shrugged. In fact, he really had no intention of killing Xiao Feng. Of course, if Xiao Feng couldn't react to his sudden change of weapons, he would just die. He couldn't be blatantly merciful. As soon as Xiao Feng left, He Lang's face was full of fear. How could he not know that Yu Ran had been playing tricks on them from the beginning? If Yu Ran had taken out the long sword in his hand earlier, he would have given up this business and run away sooner. A heaven-level weapon, an absolute heaven-level weapon. The sword energy emanating from the weapon was faint, and even if it was hundreds of meters away from Yu Ran, he could feel the pain of being cut on his face. Terrible weapon! He Lang wanted to turn around and run away, but found that Yu Ran had already understood his intention and blocked his way. Killers A and B were already stunned and at a loss, but they were locked by Yu Ran's sword intent, and they didn't even have a chance to escape. I could only look at Yu Ran with trembling legs, wondering if a miracle would happen. Yu Ran smiled slightly, but in the eyes of the Black Wolf killer group, that smile was more ferocious than the devils in hell. It's time to send you on your way. With the blessing of Hong Yejian, the power of Qing Lian sword technique once again broke through the limit. In an instant, the vitality within a kilometer range was directly drained, and the four green sword chi straddling the sky and the earth had already formed a killing trend. The mighty power of heaven and earth made the three members of the Black Wolf killer group tremble, and they could hardly think of resisting. But when they saw that the sword energy was attacking them fiercely, the three of them went crazy and swallowed countless pills, hoping for a fatal blow. Heavenly Fighting Snake Dragon Dagger. The 10,000 Transformations Tian Yuan Ju. Ling Tian Breaking Emperor Strike. The three of them all used their strongest martial arts in an attempt to find a glimmer of hope under the heavy pressure of heaven and earth. The green lotus sword passed, and the world became clear. Yu Ran shrugged. The name of the martial arts sounded quite scary, but the power was a bit lacking. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, he was surprised to find that the black wolf was not dead yet. This guy was actually pretending to be dead. Although the injury was extremely serious, he did survive. Perhaps it was because the sword energy of Qinglian's sword Ju was divided into 4 parts, but he was not killed in one move. If it weren't for the existence of the system, he would have been deceived by He Lang. Adhering to the idea of eliminating the roots, Yu Ran appeared in front of He Lang in a flash. The long sword in his hand slashed hard at He Lang's head. He Lang rolled over in fright, with a look of horror on his face. He had deceived many people with his method of feigning death. Even the Grand Master had been fooled by this trick. Yu Ran saw it. He didn't believe it. He was more inclined to Yu Ran and just wanted to chop off his head. Only when He Lang met Yu Ran's half-smiling gaze did he realize that he knew everything. Still pretending to be dead? It's better to become really dead. Master Yu, spare your life, there is still one person in the Black Wolf Killer group, and I have some information in exchange for my life. He Lang didn't care about the dignity of a warrior at this moment, so he knelt down directly towards Yu Ran. Yu Ran glanced at He Lang with a half-smile. Isn't there another person who is going after Yunyi? Do you think I don't know? Black Wolf's stunned expression finally settled, and his head had already flown into the sky, changing from fake death to real death. A siege against Yu Ran disappeared. Yun Qi heard He Lang's last words, with a hint of impatience in his voice. Then Yu Ran, I'm fine, go find Yun Yi quickly, it's important to protect her. Yu Ran looked at Yun Qi in his arms, and the two people's eyes met instantly. Yun Qi was stunned by the close distance. During the battle, Yu Ran was in a hurry and didn't communicate with her much. Now after the battle, she realized that she was too close. The breath of Yu Ran's words could even spray directly on her face. The smell of strong male hormones made Yun Qi, an older girl, blush all of a sudden. I need you to teach me how to do things? You idiot! Yu Ran slapped her graceful butt mercilessly, and Yun Qi hit Yu Ran's chin with her head like a frightened rabbit. Yu Ran felt the pain coming from his jaw and reached out to pinch Yun Qi's face angrily. UBCH, I am your savior after all, and this is how you repay your kindness. Yun Qi was much older than Yu Ran, but at this moment, Yu Ran said that she was like an angry little daughter-in-law, rubbing her pinched red face and not daring to speak. She has already scolded Yu Ran 10,000 times as a damn BD in her heart, but she dare not show it on the outside. Now that she is restricted by him, she really doesn't dare to speak out. Those who know the current affairs are heroes. Wait until she gets out of Yu Ran's arms. You must scold him severely. No, I have almost recovered from the poison, my injuries have recovered, and there are no enemies around me. Why am I still hanging on in his arms? Yun Qi suddenly figured it out and was about to struggle down, but was greeted by another slap from Yu Ran. Don't move, there are still people, I have to go find Yun Yi. The two large handprints on the left and right of her beautiful buttocks became symmetrical. Yun Qi felt so wronged that she wanted to cry. When had she ever suffered such humiliation? But the sound of high-speed whistling wind came to his ears, and Yun Qi subconsciously hugged Yu Ran tightly, but there was no fighting to attract attention. At this moment, Yun Qi could even smell the faint scent of perfume on Yu Ran's body. Yun Qi secretly spat, this damn BD is such a coward, and he even wears perfume. But while smelling it, Yun Qi discovered something was wrong. The scent was very similar to Yun Yi's. Bah, that damn scumbag, he was still flirting with Yun Yi when he came to save him. No, why should I think there is something wrong with him and Yun Yi? They have that kind of relationship. What am I thinking about? Yun Qi was thinking wildly in Yu Ran's arms, burying his head in Yu Ran's chest and feeling the temperature inside, and his whole body became hot. While Yun Qi was still thinking wildly, Yu Ran had quietly landed and discovered the last killer of the Black Wolf killer group. Yu Ran smoothly dealt with the last killer Ding with one sword stroke. Yun Yi's figure appeared not far away from him, flying towards Yu Ran. Several men were standing on a high ground several kilometers away. Didn't we save Miss Yunkai just now? The leader's eyes moved slightly, and he glanced at Yu Ran from afar, but did not answer the question. Let's go. Chapter 354 Cunning Yunkai. The moment the man left, Yu Ran glanced in the direction where the man was. He had sensed the situation there when he rescued Yun Qi. Although he didn't know who he was or what he was doing here, the palpitations in Yu Ran's heart were much stronger than those of Xiao Feng and others. Therefore, Yu Ran kept his hand during the battle not only to lure Xiao Feng into the game, but also to guard against this unknown force. Fortunately, these people did not take action. Yun Yi trotted towards Yu Ran, and she was a little frightened. Although Yu Ran gave her a formation plate to hide in, the killer Ding kept walking around, which really scared her. It wasn't until Yu Ran showed up and killed the killer Ding that she breathed a sigh of relief. However, when Yun Yi trotted up to Yu Ran, she found that Yun Qi's posture was pressed against Yu Ran's chest, and her expression suddenly became weird. Yun Qi was still a little dazed in Yu Ran's arms, but suddenly she heard Auntie. Yun Qi was so frightened that she wanted to break away from Yu Ran, but Yu Ran slapped her again without any courtesy. The butt suppressed her restlessness. Then Yu Ran put her down. Since she was safe, there was no need to hold her all the time. The impact would be bad. Yun Qi was slapped by Yu Ran again, which was a bit aggrieved to begin with, and the handprints on her butt turned into triangles. As a result, Yu Ran slapped her and put her down. She was so angry that she gritted her teeth and asked Yu Ran. Since you want to let me down, why are you beating me? Yu Ran raised his eyebrows. Can't it be done smoothly? How do I know what you are doing by moving around? I was supposed to let you down when you got to the ground. Why are you so addicted to being in my arms? Yun Qi glared at Yu Ran fiercely. She retracted her previous remarks during the battle. Yu Ran was not a good man at all. A complete scumbag, ABD. Just when Yun Qi was about to continue questioning Yu Ran, the faint voice next to him made Yun Qi's heart skip a beat. Auntie, can you explain why you are in Yu Ran's arms? Yun Qi looked embarrassed, looking at Yun Yi's weird look and didn't know what to say for a while. On the contrary, Yu Ran stated the reason frankly and directly. This fool fell into someone else's scheme and was seriously injured and poisoned. Those killers wanted to kill her directly, so they could only hold her in their arms and protect her. It was a near miss. When Yu Ran called her a fool, Yun Qi's anger surged up again, but after thinking that this time she was indeed stupid, she could only keep her mouth shut and did not dare to talk back. And this guy Yu Ran is really too much. What is a near miss? His trousers are slightly dirty after a battle. Is this called a near miss? The heaven-level weapon in Yu Ran's hand didn't know where it came from, but Yun Qi didn't intend to ask, or even tell the Yun family. No matter what, she still recognized Yu Ran's life-saving grace. Yu Ran looked surprised when he saw that Yun Qi didn't talk back. How could this grumpy little female cat become so well-behaved? It seems that this incident had a big impact on her. Yu Ran gave Yun Qi the nickname the grumpy little she-cat. There was no way anyone could tell this guy to be so evil and eccentric that he would burst into flames at the drop of a hat. The weird look on Yun Yi's face did not disappear, but she still nodded obediently. She knew her man's personality very well. Such a straightforward explanation is really meaningless. How could Yu Ran's character not be attracted to his aunt? Although Yun Qi is much older, due to martial arts and maintenance, she still looks like a Fengyun young woman in her 30s. She still looks like a young woman without a man. She has a similar appearance to Yun Yi, but her temperament and Yun Yi is completely different. It is no exaggeration to describe Yunqi as a stunning beauty, so Yunyi was slightly surprised that the two of them were so intimate without any unexpected incident. Yunyi saw that the blush on Yunqi's face had not disappeared. She thought for a moment and felt that this was a good opportunity to help her aunt get to know men again, so she decided to help her aunt. You can't blame aunt. The other party may have come for me, but it was me who caused trouble for aunt. Yunyi tried to explain to Yunqi and try to improve Yu Ran's favorability, but Yu Ran didn't realize Yunyi's painstaking efforts at all. Answered casually. That may be true, but your aunt is too stupid. She was deceived by two random women on the battlefield outside the territory. She went to treat someone for poison and almost died there. But don't tell me, Yunyi, you and your aunt very similar in that respect. Yunyi also has a silly sense of justice at the beginning. He was motivated to catch a bunch of lawless elements. The root of his sense of justice is emotion. After hearing Yu Ran's words, Yunqi's eyes became wet for a moment, and big drops of tears fell on the ground. Then he squatted down and hugged his legs and sobbed. This sudden change made both Yu Ran and Yunyi confused. Yunqi's sudden crying caught them by surprise. Are you crying now? Yu Ran's mind is full of question marks. One theory is that he really doesn't have any feelings for Yunqi. Yunqi is not the heroine, and she had a bad impression of her at first because of Huang Lingmen's incident. Later, they had another quarrel in the battlefield outside the territory. It can be said that she has no feelings. Being an enemy is already pretty good. If it weren't for Yunyi, he wouldn't have saved her at all, so after saving her, Yu Ran couldn't help but complain. Judging from his previous experience in foreign battlefields, Yunqi would definitely talk back and quarrel with each other, and Yu Ran generally felt that this would be the case. But Yunqi crying came suddenly and completely unexpectedly. However, Yunyi reacted quickly and immediately squatted down to hold Yunqi's hand face to face. "Aunt, why are you crying? Don't cry! Don't cry!" Yunyi didn't know how to comfort Yunqi, so she could only coax a child. Yunqi's voice was intermittently twitching, and his words were full of grievances. I know, I was too stupid, I fell into someone else's trap, and I'm very grateful, for saving me, but can you please stop talking to me like this?" Yu Ran was at a loss when encountering such a situation. No one taught him what to do if a woman cried. If Yunyi was not here, he could just turn around and leave, not bothering to care about her. But the current situation. Yu Ran sighed, squatted down, and his voice became much softer. Okay, I won't say any more and stop crying, okay? Yunqi did not raise his head, still sobbing quietly. Then you promise. Okay, I promise. Yu Ran was a little speechless, and for a moment he didn't know who was older. Sure enough, after hearing Yu Ran's assurance, Yunqi stopped crying. But Yu Ran clearly saw that this guy showed a sly smile. Misstep. Chapter 355, First Visit to the Yu family's residence. In fact, Yunqi really felt aggrieved at first, being deceived and humiliated. Originally, she was quite happy after being rescued by Yu Ran. As a result, Yu Ran's scolding caused her grievances to explode. She couldn't control her emotions and burst into tears. But Yunyi's words of comfort actually made her feel that it was enough, but she still wanted Yu Ran to stop teasing her, so her intermittent sobs won Yu Ran's promise. After all, she is a grown-up, and she is not a young child like Yunyi, so how can she keep crying to gain sympathy? Although Yu Ran knew that Yunqi might be a trick, he could still feel the true extent of the first cry and didn't say anything more about this matter. Auntie, Yu Ran and I are going to the Yu family's territory now. Do you want to follow us? Yunqi glanced at Yu Ran hesitantly, but it turned out that Yu Ran had no intention of inviting him at all, and had an indifferent attitude. This made her feel an unknown fire coming from nowhere, and she couldn't help but nodded. Yeah, I'll go with you. Yun Yi also smiled. She could see that her aunt was slightly attracted to Yu Ran. Although she might not like him yet, she was not as resistant as before. This was the first time that my aunt had spoken words to a man since she came back from the battlefield 5 years ago. Yun Yi thought that a little promotion might help Yun Qi get out of that shadow. As for making her man cheaper, it is cheaper, and she won't lose a piece of meat. It may be because she has many sisters, but she is very open-minded in this aspect. Yu Ran didn't say much. If Yun Qi wanted to follow, he could follow. Having an extra therapist wouldn't be a bad thing for him. And judging from Yun Qi's appearance, he most likely wouldn't dare to go against himself anymore, and the journey along the way was much smoother. Master, you are finally here. After 3 days of Shach's non-stop driving, Yu Ran finally arrived at the residence where the Yu family was located. When they first met, Liu Zitong slid to his knees and floated directly to Yu Ran. With a black look on his face, Yu Ran picked him up directly. Speak nicely. Liu Zitong glanced at the 2 women behind him, put away his previous appearance, and changed his appearance in an instant. Young master, the Yu family has been developing here for almost half a year. Now the basic accommodation problem has been solved. The current expenditure is 5,000 top-quality yuan stones. All the intelligence collected is included. Please come with me. Liu Zitong's transformation shocked Yun Qi. How did he change from a timid little follower to a reliable member in an instant? The Yu family's residence in the foreign battlefield is completely different from that in Jinling. The houses here can only be described as being able to accommodate people. They are all warriors. The infrastructure construction is much worse than that of professionals. But Yu Ran didn't care about this. He didn't come to enjoy life on the battlefield outside the territory. What's more, if he wants to enjoy life, the things in the system space can also allow him to live like an emperor here. Liu Zitong handed a large amount of information to Yu Ran, and Yu Ran began to read the information given by Liu Zitong meticulously. Compared with the content in the book, the first is the overall introduction to the extraterritorial battlefield. In one word, big. 2 words, mysterious. These 2 characteristics determine that the extraterritorial battlefield is one of the core areas for all warriors in all countries to compete for. Almost all the powerful countries in the world have special stations in the extraterritorial battlefield. Of course, some relatively weak countries relied on the protection of powerful countries to develop. For example, Little Pickle developed under the protection of his beautiful father, trying to target Daxia. The air and venue here determine that thermal weapons are almost ineffective, and it is completely the domain of warriors. As for the reason, that is one of its mysteries that no one can explain. Conflict and cooperation naturally coexist between countries on the extraterritorial battlefield, but even if they are stronger than them, they cannot share the entire extraterritorial battlefield. One of the most important points of contention in the extraterritorial battlefield is minerals. Of course, it is not iron ore or copper ore, but yuanqi ore and resource ore. The yuan stone mine can collect various types of yuan stone. Needless to say, there are many types of resource mines, from yellow-level resources to heaven-level resources. Naturally, there are large and small ones. These mineral resources are one of the core competitions in the entire extraterritorial battlefield. The army and the country are competing for large-scale resource mines and yuanqi mines. Due to the vastness of the battlefield outside the territory, even the army cannot occupy all the resources, so some loners or small teams focus on small minerals that the army despises to compete for. Of course, this is also done deliberately, to give individuals and small teams some soup to avoid large-scale riots. In addition, mining guards need manpower, and the country needs to guard against attacks from other countries, so it is even more necessary to concentrate troops. These small resources are the main points of competition for ordinary teams. Of course, if there are very powerful non-state organizations in foreign battlefields, they can steal meat from the country, but there are very few such organizations. In addition to developing minerals, the second benefit of the extraterritorial battlefield is employment. Mercenaries and mercenary teams help compete for minerals and mine, and they only need to provide wages. Of course, in places like foreign battlefields, it is not uncommon for gangsters to fight against gangsters, so the credibility of mercenaries is also crucial. In addition to mineral resources, the second point of contention in the extraterritorial battlefield is the secret realm. Secret realms such as the military headquarters and the secret realms of the 5 major families are all captured in the extraterritorial battlefield. There are 2 types of secret realms in foreign battlefields: natural secret realms and artificial secret realms. No one knows how natural secret realms were formed, while artificial secret realms are secret realms designed by some people to choose heirs or simply inheritance. Some natural secret realms can be captured. As long as the core of the secret realm can be found and stored, the capture of the secret realm can be completed. However, most secret realms have no core or are hidden deep and are difficult to find. Therefore, even the state apparatus does not have many secret realms. The intensity of the secret realm varies from high to low, and everyone from Injin to Grand Master appears. However, there is no fixed time and place for the secret realm to appear, only some signs. Secret realms are generally public resources and anyone can enter them. There was once a country that wanted to take over the secret realms by relying on force. As a result, more than half of the country's masters and below were killed within a month. In the end, in order to calm the public anger, everyone agreed to stipulate that the secret realm can be entered purely by one's own strength, and both countries and individuals can enter. The benefits of the secret realm are self-evident. People who receive the inheritance can even fly on branches and become phoenixes. Even just getting a copy of advanced martial arts and spiritual weapons can greatly increase people's strength. Compared to domestic, secret realms in foreign battlefields appear more frequently. This is why many warriors are unwilling to return to the ordinary world in foreign battlefields. This is the easiest way for them to improve. After reading the summary of the battlefield outside the territory, Yu Ran focused on checking the development of the Yu family's secret guards during this period. If you don't know, you will be shocked when you see it. Chapter 356 The Situation of Ranmenju. How come our numbers have increased so much? Looking at the roster of more than 1,000 people in the data book, Yu Ran looked at Liu Zitong in surprise. He remembered that there were only 300 people from the Yu family's secret guards here, but now there were 3 times more. Liu Zitong coughed and glanced at Yun Yi and Yun Qi. Yun Qi was also very conscious and walked outside without saying a word. I'll go wander around by myself while you guys chat. Yu Ran thought about it but still didn't stop her. Yun Qi must still put the interests of the Yun family first, and she still couldn't let her hear some words. It didn't matter what Yun Yi said. She was her own woman, so she shouldn't be on guard. Liu Zitong activated the anti-prying formation and his voice became more serious. This is a cooperation between the Southern Military Department and us. The military department has many veterans of martial arts over the years, but not all of them are willing to return to China for development. Many want to continue to develop martial arts, so they all stayed on the battlefield outside the territory. Originally, it was just a loose organization. Now the military department has handed them over to us directly, and the number of people has suddenly become so large. The military's support for him in overseas battlefields was beyond his expectation, but it should not be free support, but should be mutually beneficial. What does the military require of us? Seeing that Yu Ran immediately asked the core question, Liu Zitong hurriedly explained. Yes, many of this group of veterans actually have some problems. There are more than 50 disabled among them. The military ministry wants us to treat them equally. We don't have to worry about wages. They will help us pay for the first half of the year, and we will be on our own for the rest. Yu Ran frowned. Isn't this a matter of course? What kind of requirement is this? And there are only about 50 people with disabilities, what about the problems of the others? Liu Zitong also saw the change in Yu Ran's expression and continued to explain. Another point is that most of these people have enemies on the battlefields outside the territory, and they have deep hatreds, but on the surface the military cannot avenge them, so. Yu Ran now understood a little bit. The military department was strictly disciplined, and some personal grudges were difficult to avenge, especially for people from other countries, who could easily cause disputes. So they were handed over to Yu Ran. At that time, revenge would be just a non-governmental organization and not a national issue. To put it in layman's terms, the Yu family's secret guards have now become the secret service of the Southern Military Department. They can't take revenge on the surface and let the secret guards come. Seeing that Yu Ran's expression didn't change much, Liu Zitong thought for a while and added another sentence. Of course revenge is their personal matter, and we are not required to do it for them. We still focus on collecting intelligence. Yu Ran didn't have much trouble with this matter. The assistance personnel from the military department actually helped him solve the intelligence problems he had when he first arrived. Many of these new members have been in foreign battlefields for many years and are very familiar with it. They are even distributed in various places on foreign battlefields. Yu Ran can clearly see their reports in the intelligence. In terms of their value, the military department it's not too much to ask for. Okay, I understand. Give me a list of the new members' enemies. I want to get to know them sometime. Yu Ran took a look at the list of new members. Almost all of them were in Jin, and they accounted for the vast majority in the later period. There was only one new Huajin warrior named Sun Ling, who was at the 4th level of Huajin and was not weak in strength. It seems that if we want to quickly unite the newcomers, we have to start with this member of Huajin. Liu Zitong quickly found information about the new members' enemies in a pile of information and handed it to Yu Ran. Yu Ran glanced at it and saw that this dense group of enemies covered almost every country and organization. No wonder the military also found it very difficult. Yu Ran looked at it while drawing lines, and selected some that were easier to kill. If he wanted to unite the new members, he had to kill a few enemies first. Yu Ran focused on taking a look at Sun Ling's enemies. Sun Ling's enemy, Hehehe, one of the 4 beast kings in the north. He is now unemployed. During his tenure in the north, he deliberately used Sun Ling's father and his tribe as bait and gave up the rescue. As a result, all Sun Ling's tribe died tragically, except for Sun Ling. The warrior survives. Seeing Yu Ran reading Sun Ling's message, Liu Zitong also explained indignantly. This guy used Sun Ling's tribe as bait, but it turned out that they were attacking from 3 sides, but he deliberately waited until they were almost dead before taking action. Afterwards, he was praised for winning the battle, which made Sun Ling faint and wake up. I swore a blood oath to kill Hehehe after he came, but he was also the commander-in-chief of the Northern Army, so he couldn't do anything even if he resigned. Yu Ran rubbed his fingers on Heisha's name, seeming to be thinking about something. Liu Zitong thought Yu Ran was thinking about authenticity and continued to add. The entire first team did not have a good relationship with Heisha, or they were not close associates of them. Almost everyone involved in the battle confirmed that Heisha did it deliberately. Sun Ling did not like the atmosphere of the Northern Army. So he came to the south to join the army, but he was hated for it. Yu Ran actually had no doubts about the authenticity of Liu Zitong's words. The Northern Army itself was a private army, which was completely different from the Southern military headquarters. It valued profits over righteousness. If anyone from the Southern military headquarters dared to do such a thing, they would be shot the next day. What's more, it's not surprising that Heisha is Xiao Feng's subordinate. Xiao Feng wants to turn the Northern Border Army into his private army. It's not surprising that his subordinates exclude dissidents. This beast really deserves to be killed. Where is Sun Ling now? I informed the young master when he came before. He should be back tonight. Yu Ran nodded. He originally planned to help Sun Ling get revenge and quickly strengthen their sense of belonging. Now that Heisha is still Xiao Feng's subordinate, he will do what is convenient. The intelligence collected by Liu Zitong and others covered all aspects, and Yu Ran didn't read it all until the evening. The most important one is naturally the information about Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng had earlier asked Chu Xiang and Zhang Hao to come to the battlefield outside the territory to establish a stronghold first. Although what these two people did was relatively covered, the traces were still discovered by the Yu family's secret guards. Because this information itself was the highest level task among the Yu family's secret guards, there were naturally people who were keeping tabs on it. Soon after Yu Ran read the information, Sun Ling rushed back after a long journey. When he saw Yu Ran, he saluted respectfully. "I've met the leader." Because so many people have been added to the military headquarters on the battlefield outside the territory, it seems inappropriate to use the name of the Yu family's secret guard again. So Yu Ran changed the name to Ran Menju and named it after himself and Huang Ling Meng. Sun Ling looks about 40 years old, with a resolute face and a tall and straight posture. It is obvious that he has been trained for a long time, but his eyes reveal a trace of inquiry and a little uneasiness. What would such a young alliance leader think of their affairs? Yu Ran returned the salute and patted Sun Ling on the shoulder. "Let's go, it just happened to be about you, let's talk while drinking." Chapter 357 Sun Ling. Sun Ling still had some suspicions about this boss. According to the military department, the young playboy, once he became famous, his martial arts realm advanced by leaps and bounds, and he became the #1 person in the younger generation. Yes, the Southern Military Headquarters directly said that Yu Ran was the #1 of the younger generation. After all, they knew about Yu Ran's battle with the mutant Ye Chen and how Yu Ran almost exploded the newly promoted Grand Master. Combining the two, the military department's evaluation of Yu Ran is that he is invincible below the level of a Grand Master and will definitely become a Grand Master in the future. Of course, it is impossible to tell Sun Ling and others about this kind of thing. The title of the #1 person in the younger generation is enough. Therefore, Sun Ling felt that the #1 leader of the younger generation was most likely to be arrogant, and he might not be able to look down on veterans like him who had been working in foreign battlefields for many years. But when they met today, Sun Ling overturned his opinion. Yu Ran was not only not arrogant, but also very approachable. We interacted with him, a newcomer, and chatted very casually, without any intention of being a new official. Moreover, Sun Ling could also detect that Yu Ran actually didn't like drinking very much, or rarely drank, but he was different from the veterans like them in foreign battlefields. They usually lived a life of drinking, and alcohol had no effect on them. It is the best thing to numb yourself. In other words, the boss held today's banquet just for him, and he was a little happy in his heart. However, it was the first time he met the boss today, so Sun Ling did not dare to drink more and remained sober. After drinking for 3 rounds, Yu Ran put down his glass and asked, seemingly accidentally or intentionally, the topic that had been drumming in his mind. "I heard from Liu Zitong that many of you don't go back because you want revenge." Obviously Yu Ran said it casually, but Sun Ling immediately became nervous. He had been worried that the new boss would not accept them because of this incident. After all, the military could not help them avenge themselves. When the new boss heard that their enemies they are all over the world in various countries and institutions, and I am afraid they are too scared to accept them. Sun Ling slowly spoke out the words he had been organizing these days. "Yes, we really want revenge. The road to revenge is difficult but I will not give up. But don't worry, Alliance Leader, I will not abandon public service for personal reasons. I will faithfully perform the tasks of the Alliance. I swear as a former soldier." Yu Ran glanced at Sun Ling. His rapid breathing showed that he was a little nervous, so Yu Ran stood up and was about to pat his shoulder to express comfort. Unexpectedly, Sun Ling was watching Yu Ran and paying attention to Yu Ran's every move. Suddenly stood up. Yu Ran raised his somewhat funny arm slightly and patted Sun Ling on the shoulder. "I believe you, but when did I say I wouldn't help you get revenge?" Sun Ling's expression went from nervous to stunned to a little bit happy. Not only did the new boss not worry about the problems their hatred would bring to the alliance, but he encouraged them to take revenge. This attitude alone was enough to satisfy Sun Ling. Even if he entered Huajin a few years ago, when he heard that the person he wanted to kill was Hehehe, one of the 4 holy beasts in the north, he almost refused him without hesitation. Today, even if Yuran was just a small affirmation, just drawing a cake would satisfy Sun Ling, but Yuran didn't want to draw a cake. Sit down, let's talk about the specific matters of revenge for you. Sun Ling's expression changed again. To put it bluntly, he just wanted the boss to give him affirmation. As for the boss to help him take revenge, he had never thought about it. Yuran saw that Sun Ling's loyalty had been directly increased to 70 with the naked eye. He probably would have become loyal after taking revenge. It seems that his life has not been very good because of the incident with Hehehe over the years. It is indeed rare for a Huajin to do so poorly in a foreign battlefield. It seems that this sea shark is indeed not simple. I already know the general situation from the intelligence. At present, Hehehe and his former eldest brother Xiaofeng have joined together and are preparing to go it alone. We have also figured out the general location, but the specific ratio of personnel is not yet clear. The battlefield outside the territory is not as good as the city. Once you get close to other people's gathering places, you are likely to be directly attacked, so the intelligence can only be rough. Sea Shark was not the focus of tracking before, so the description in Lu Zitong's intelligence system was also relatively vague. But as Yuran expected, Sun Ling knew a lot of information. When Yuran asked for specific information, Sun Ling almost poured out all the information he knew about the sea shark. High Shark, 2 months ago, was a 5th level Huajin. He was stronger than the average master of the same level. He also had a 2nd level Huajin named Bay Crocodile beside him. He was also one of the 4 holy beasts of the Northern Army. He probably had most of the approximately 200 engine masters were recruited from the Northern Territory. However, a month and a half ago, they began to recruit some individuals and loners in a planned way. There was even a woman named Dao Feng from the 1st level of Huajin. Among them, the current number should be around 500. Sure enough, it was hatred that went deep into his bones. Sun Ling's eyes almost never left Hehehe, and he understood Heisha's recent information clearly. And his information about Xiaofeng is also a top priority here. Chu Xiong and Zhang Hao led by Xiaofeng don't matter. They are just 2 dark power peaks and not worthy of special attention. However, what Yuran cared about Xiaofeng was never how many people he brought, but the wealth he accumulated during his time as the god of war in the north. Well, this information is very important. It is basically impossible for a group like Hehehe to recruit 500 people to support them. It seems that Xiaofeng has brought them a new round of funds, but Xiaofeng has not received it yet. If Xiaofeng is seriously injured, they will definitely collect the funds after Xiaofeng recovers, and Hehehe will definitely be among them. This is the best time to take revenge. The 2 events of Heisha's recruitment and Xiaofeng's request to withdraw money are basically perfectly blended together. Xiaofeng will definitely not bring too many people with him to get these assets, and Heisha is definitely one of them. Killing Xiaofeng, killing sea sharks, and grabbing treasures can all be done at once. It's really a good thing to do multiple things with one stone. But the next step is how to follow Xiaofeng. The battlefield outside the territory is not as good as the city. It is too difficult to keep track here. It is easy to be discovered in the deserted areas. So Yuran needed to find a way to keep track of Xiaofeng's movements without being discovered. Yuran was still thinking about what to do, but he laughed as he thought about it. This was not exactly the same as the situation in the Sea of Cloud's secret realm. Unfortunately, it seemed that he had to spend money again. Sun Ling looked nervously at Yuran's contemplation. For the first time in 5 years, he felt that revenge was so easy to come by. Looking at the nervous Sun Ling in front of him, Yu Ran stood up and whispered a few words in his ear. Sun Ling suddenly became extremely excited. He raised his hand and offered a reward with an excited voice. Guaranteed to complete the mission. Chapter 358 Cao Ran is seriously injured. Sun Ling left Ling Ranmenju with excitement. This was the task he had dreamed of receiving. He didn't expect that Yu Ran would be the most popular person in the new official's appointment, but this fire made him feel warm in his heart. After arranging Sun Ling, Yu Ran asked Liu Zitong to report on the situation of the other brothers. At present, Ranmenju is mainly divided into two factions, one is the combat faction and the other is the intelligence faction. The ratio of the two was about 3 to 7. As for why the ratio of the intelligence faction was so high, it was because Yu Ran put intelligence first when he first arrived. The job of the combat faction is very simple, that is, fighting, mainly exploring some secret realms and performing ordinary defense and combat tasks. For example, Cao Bing and Su Huang are now leading a team to participate in the secret realm. The level of the secret realm is not high. The upper limit is Anjin, which is about the same level as the Hadean secret realm. But for Anjin, the income inside is also considerable. The intelligence faction is responsible for intelligence, but intelligence is much more complicated in foreign battlefields, including disguise, infiltration, and detection of a series of things, and sometimes it costs money. The intelligence that the intelligence faction mainly collects includes regional intelligence and specialized intelligence. Regional intelligence provides a general understanding of the situation in an area, so that if the organization needs to go to this area, it will not turn a blind eye. And knowing the general information will make it easier to focus when detailed information is needed. The specialized intelligence is more complicated. Generally, there will be specialized intelligence only for the tasks required by the organization. For example, the previous supervision of Xiao Feng, and of course the mineral intelligence, but this is more casual. After all, you may not be able to grab it if you know it. Get. Yu Ran was quite satisfied when he saw Ranmenju, who had established a foothold in the foreign battlefield within a few months, and couldn't help but praise him. Well done! Liu Zitong chuckled twice. Being recognized by the young master was the happiest thing for him. By the way, where is Cao Ran? After Sui I was completely unblocked, Cao Ran also chose to go to the battlefield outside the territory to fight for the future. Jinling had been built by Yu Ran like an iron barrel array. In addition, Sui had always followed his parents, so safety issues were guaranteed. Yu Ran, you don't have to worry about having your home stolen when you go out. Sometimes these protagonists are more villainous than the villains, which makes him, a small supporting character, still very scared. Cao Ran was responsible for inspecting a mineral resource before. I heard that it was a newly discovered mysterious level mineral, and there were no strong teams around. However, Cao Ran didn't reply in the past few days, and I don't know what the situation is. While Liu Zitong was explaining, the camp door was suddenly opened, and a group of people rushed in. Yu Ran and Liu Zitong keenly sensed the situation and both came out to check. As soon as he went out, Yu Ran saw a scene that made his blood pressure soar. Cao Ran was carried on a person's back and had already passed out. Almost everyone who was awake had blood stains on their bodies, and their injuries were serious. The most terrible thing is that most of the members they carry behind them are dying and scarred. Where's the healing medicine? Save people first. Yu Ran didn't have time to ask about the situation, so he quickly asked Liu Zitong to rescue the people, especially since the people on their backs were seriously injured, their breath was already like a dragon, and they might go west if they weren't careful. The members who stayed behind at the base camp rushed to get some simple stretchers and beds to place the injured. The noisy situation ahead made the entire camp start to panic, which naturally attracted Yun Qi's attention. Yun Qi came over, took a look at the wounded in front, and pulled away the crowd blocking the way. Get out of the way! Most people didn't know Yun Qi, and they were all stiff and unresponsive. However, Yunqi was a Huajin warrior. Even if he was not good at fighting, these dark warriors were swept aside by the autumn wind. She is a medical doctor, please get out of the way and let her see. Yu Ran's loud voice immediately calmed down the originally chaotic crowd. Even though it was Yu Ran's first time coming to the camp, they still knew who the boss of Yunmenju was. The first thing Lu Zitong did here was to let everyone know that Yu Ran was working for the young master. If the young master came and no one else knew him, he, the butler, should also leave. Yunqi first squatted down and checked Cao Ran's pulse for a moment. The injury is very serious, but it's best not to take medicine first, but to help him inside. I'll make an incision on him and then take medicine. This way there will be no sequelae. The two members nearby quickly put Cao Ran into the gurney and pushed him to the room inside. Yu Ran was still communicating with the system about how many points it would cost to save people, but when Yunqi came, he just waited and watched. After all, professional matters still had to be left to professionals. Yunqi checked the wounds of the next person without stopping. As a top medical doctor, she could clearly judge the injuries of these people. Although they are both comatose, the situations are not exactly the same. Help him up, lie on his side, smooth it a little with his hands. After Cao Ran operates on him, he can take healing medicine first. There were 32 members who were seriously injured and unconscious, and the most dangerous ones were 8. After Yunqi diagnosed these 8 people, he immediately got up and went to operate on Cao Ran without saying a word. Other seriously injured members can take healing medicine first and wait until I finish the operation. Yu Ran looked at Yunqi back walking toward the room, and his view of this delicate woman suddenly changed a lot. After the seriously injured members started to be treated according to Yunqi method, those members who were slightly injured also started to bandage them themselves or the people next to them. They have been on foreign battlefields for so long and are soldiers themselves, so they still know how to treat simple trauma. The entire camp began to spin, and all kinds of medical supplies were brought to the front. Yu Ran also helped carry them personally, while Lu Zitong used his knowledge of elixirs to start saving people. Lu Zitong can actually be regarded as a medical doctor. After all, he inherited the medical knowledge of alchemy and Lin Fan. However, due to the needs of the Yu family and the young master's request, he has always focused on elixirs. He has not yet reached the level of Yunqi as a medical doctor, but simple rescue will naturally not be a problem. About 2 hours later, Yunqi came out with some wet blood on his face and hair. Bring up the second one. 6 of the 8 most serious cases require surgery to heal faster, otherwise there may be sequelae. After hearing this, the 2 members next to him quickly pushed the second most injured person inside. Yunqi performed 6 surgeries in succession, from the afternoon of that day to noon of the next day. The injured were all carried away to rest, but the remaining members were basically concentrated here except for those standing guard. After Yunqi treated the last member, he couldn't hide his tired look when he opened the door. His face was stained with blood, and his body had been dyed red. The medical conditions here were indeed too crude. Yu Ran walked forward quickly, his voice much softer than before. Thanks for your hard work. Yunqi couldn't help but smile knowingly when she heard this man's concern, but suddenly her vision spun and she fell backwards instantly. Chapter 359 Ranmenju's Revenge. When Yu Ran saw Yunqi suddenly fainted, he was caught off guard and quickly hugged Yunqi's waist, then picked her up horizontally and quickly carried her back to the room. When Yu Ran carried Yunqi back to the room, all the Ranmenju members present couldn't help but salute Yunqi. This was the highest etiquette to show their gratitude for rescuing their comrade. Yunqi's situation was not complicated. He just overconsumed his mental energy. Unlike ordinary doctors, medical technicians mainly consume mental energy when rescuing martial arts members. Performing 6 operations in a row was too much for even Yunqi. After Yu Ran carried Yunqi to the room, he looked at her blood-stained clothes and was about to call Yunyi to come in and help her change, but Yun Yi didn't come along for some reason. Yu Ran had no choice but to help Yun Qi take off the blood-stained coat himself, but the blood had seeped too deeply and the clothes underneath were also stained red. After Yu Ran took off all of Yun Qi's blood-stained clothes, Yun Qi was left with only her underwear. Yu Ran looked at the cute kitten-shaped underwear, and his expression suddenly became a little interesting. I didn't expect that this kind of woman would wear such cute underwear, and this underwear is obviously a set, and it is specially customized. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain why there was no blood on it. Specially customized cute underwear, if Yun Qi wakes up, she will fight to the death with me. Yu Ran's mouth twitched slightly. After wiping the blood off Yun Qi's face, he walked out holding her dirty clothes. As a result, I saw Yun Yi as soon as I went out. There was a hint of cunning in Yun Yi's smile, but her words were very serious. Well, I just arrived too. I'm going to help my aunt wash the clothes. Yu Ran hadn't even asked herself why she was not here when she called her, but now she was confessing? Yu Ran didn't bother with Yun Yi about this. He handed Yun Qi clothes to her and walked straight to the meeting square. Liu Zitong had received the news about Yu Ran long ago and gathered all the members together. A few days ago, when Captain Cao was exploring for minerals, he was attacked indiscriminately by the group of people who arrived earlier. He was seriously injured and dying. In this battle, 70 of our brothers were injured. This is a great revenge. Although most of the battles in the extraterritorial battlefields are a matter of the survival of the fittest, indiscriminate attacks like this are rare in the extraterritorial battlefields. After all, not everyone is willing to make more enemies. According to the members who went there, they did not cross the warning line for the mineral dispute at that time. According to the general unspoken rules of the battlefield outside the domain, the area within 5 kilometers of the mineral is the war line, and 10 kilometers is the warning line. This line is also easy to understand. Just like its name, it is a 10-kilometer warning. If you don't listen, the war will start immediately. After all, too many people are paying attention to mineral exploration, and you can't kill everyone, so most people follow this unspoken rule. After all, many people will report after exploration, and decide whether to attack based on the benefits of the resources and the strength of the occupier. After all, you still have to defend it after you take it down, and generally no team will do something that will hurt both sides, so in the actual competition for small-scale mineral deposits, it is good enough if there are 2 or 3 teams fighting for it. Cao Ran and his team were even about 15 kilometers away to investigate the situation, but they were directly attacked. This was clearly a provocation. Yu Ran had just arrived, how could he be timid in the face of such a provocation? To be honest, the location of a Xian-level mineral vein is not particularly good. Under normal circumstances, he might not even take a look at it. His focus is still on Xiao Feng. But if he turns a blind eye to this blatant slap in the face, people will lose their faith. Yu Ran's words clearly aroused the atmosphere at the scene. Unlike ordinary organizations, many people in Ranmenju can call each other comrades, and their relationship is relatively deep. Otherwise, there would be no situation where people would run away with them desperately. In this battle, Captain Cao Ran was seriously injured in order to cut off his queen. I must avenge this. Some people say that it is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge, but if I say true revenge, I will avenge him on the spot. I will point out the details tomorrow. The combatants follow me to fight. War! 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 The faces of the members of Ranmenju below are full of excitement. It is a great thing for them that the boss values love and justice so much. Yu Ran was unambiguous and immediately called up 50 combatants to fight. Although the number was not as good as Cao Ran's at that time, with Yu Ran and Liu Zitong here, the combat effectiveness was many times stronger. Moreover, most of the injured were unlikely to recover that quickly. Naturally, Yu Ran could not take the injured with him into the battle. In addition to the necessary security at the base camp, Yu Ran basically brought everyone else with him. This is a good opportunity to cultivate cohesion, how could Yu Ran let it go? Early the next morning, Anjin's members all brought their weapons and equipment and wore the same uniforms of Ran Menju. This is a set of uniforms issued by Cao Bing and others in conjunction with the military headquarters. Wearing them during collective battles will help improve morale. The uniformity will also make people feel like they are not a mob, and allow ordinary members to hold their heads high. Yu Ran also put on his battle uniform, but the color of Yu Ran's battle uniform was different. The ordinary members were navy blue, while his was hot gold. In the entire Renmenju, only his battle uniform was different, and it was unique to reflect his status. The difference between the other members is the difference in the epaulets. However, the Q system of Renmenju is not yet perfect, so except for the sword on the bronze epaulet of Luxi, there is no other difference. Yu Ran's heart surged as he looked at the members of Renmenju who were in high morale. Set off. The destination is not too far or too close from Renmenju's base camp, and it will take Anjin members about a day and a half. At present, Renmenju's financial resources are not enough to equip all Anjin members with cars, so they can only rely on 2 legs. Alliance Leader. A day and a half later, Yu Ran arrived 30 kilometers away from his destination. The 2 Renmenju members who stayed behind saluted Yu Ran. They knew that the boss was willing to avenge their brother, so they were very motivated in the past 2 days and have been working hard to detect intelligence. When Cao Ran retreated, he might have thought of today's action by leaving 2 people behind secretly. After Yu Ran returned the gift, he also asked about the situation. How's it going? The people inside are like crazy. They will start killing people as close as 20 kilometers away. It doesn't matter who you are. Almost no one can get closer than 20 kilometers. Yu Ran frowned slightly. He felt a little strange at the beginning. These people had no enmity with Cao Ran and the others, so why did they attack suddenly? I don't want people to get close to me, maybe there's a big secret here. Thinking of this, Yu Ran didn't even think about waiting and watching. He glanced at the team behind him, then looked at the yellow sand sky in front of him, and pointed with both hands. All troops attack! Chapter 360 Renmenju's first battlefield. Yu Ran doesn't even have any strategy, his main focus is a flat push. This is the first battle he has led Renmenju in, so naturally the best choice is to win through a crushing method. Yu Ran and Lu Zitong were on the left and right sides of the team. They were only 30 kilometers away from the center. With the foot power of Anjin warriors, they could reach them in 2 hours at most, not to mention that the battle would take place without even reaching the center. Not even half an hour later, sure enough, a formation was already set up on the opposite side about 20 kilometers away, ready to fight. The uniforms on Yu Ran's side made Emolin on the opposite side a little frightened. The enemies in this round were obviously completely different from the previous ones, so they were prepared. Which road is the brother opposite from? Can we talk about it? Talk about Nima. Lu Zitong acted as Yu Ran's mouthpiece, and the generals took action one by one. When Yu Ran saw the distance approaching, Ling Zibu suddenly accelerated. The Ling Pu sword in his hand glowed brightly, and he smashed it towards the enemy camp. Looking at the attack from the opposite side, which was like 1,000 swords, Emolin felt numb all over. What a powerful energy! As the leader, Emolin was naturally not to be outdone. The ink ruler in his hand rotated crazily to form a round shield-shaped protective shield to block Yu Ran's thousands of flying swords. Unexpectedly, Yu Ran's flying sword was not aimed at him at all, but directly towards the group of secret energy under his command. The 10,000 swordsman of Yuan Jeshu is the god of abuse. The opposing camp immediately cried for father and mother, and countless blood flew in the sky. A thin layer of red mist formed above the camp of 100 or so people on the opposite side, which looked extremely enchanting. Kill! When Lu Zitong saw this scene, he naturally wanted to beat up the drowned dog. He led the 50 members of Ranmenju and swarmed up to deal with the injured ones. The members of Ranmenju have never seen such a cool move before. Although Yu Ran's 1,000 swords are not powerful alone, they are really handsome and their attack range is really wide. Those hostile engine members couldn't get out of the attack range even though their legs were broken, and they instantly became dead souls under the sword. A few smarter people have joined forces to defend. Although they were seriously injured by the sword energy, they were not killed at least. But then the members of Ranmenju who swarmed up were the real last hitters. No matter how miserable they looked lying on the ground, whether they were injured or dead, they would always last hit. This is common sense in foreign battlefields, so as not to be good at pretending to be dead. People escape. Emolin was furious when he saw the tragic death of his subordinates. He was about to go to help, but Yu Ran didn't know when he stood in front of him. With a smile on his face, Yu Ran flicked the blade of the Spirit Eye sword, and a clear sword cry sounded between heaven and earth. Emolin only saw the lightning-fast speed from the opposite side flash past him. He didn't even have time to react and use his weapon to defend himself. Yu Ran was already behind him. Before Emolin's angry expression could turn into fear, his head fell to the ground. His hands were still holding his weapon tightly, but as his body lost strength, the weapon and body fell into the ground with a pop. The sound was not loud, but it was enough for everyone present to hear it. Those members who had lost their sense of resistance directly chose to run away without their armor. It's just that in such a high-pressure battlefield, escaping also means death. Most of the members of Ranmenju must have participated in dozens of battles, large and small. This was the first time for them to fight such a rich battle, and their respect for Yu Ran reached its peak for a while. No one on the battlefield outside the territory does not respect the strong. A whole. I'll kill you. Just as Ranmenju was coming to an end, another man with a ferocious look and hair like a hungry wolf appeared not far away. He was the one who injured Captain Cao. The two remaining members sounded excited and quickly reminded Yu Ran. Yu Ran glanced at him and saw that he was still in the middle stage of energy transformation. If he hadn't succeeded in the sneak attack, he might not have been able to beat Cao Ran. The person who killed Emolin just now was only in the early stage of energy transformation. For Yu Ran, it doesn't take much more effort to instantly kill the early stage of energy transformation than to kill an ordinary person. Mo Yan never expected that the people who came this time would be so cruel, killing half of his men in just a few minutes. He realized something was wrong and even broke away from most of the first reinforcements. He was angry when he arrived, but now he has calmed down a bit. Those who could kill Emolin and his team so quickly were by no means ordinary people. This was a slap in the face. But the cruel words had been spoken, and seeking peace was naturally impossible. Mo Yan wanted to retreat slowly, but found that Yu Ran came alone. With his old eyes, he could tell at a glance that this boy was definitely very young. How strong can such a young guy be? At most, he will be amazing in the middle stage of energy transformation. Thinking of this, Mo Yan is also evil and courageous. It would be a good idea to kill this damn boy before leaving. In his mind, the team that can kill Emolin and the others should be very strong as a whole, but the individual strength may not be the same. As a veteran of foreign battlefields, his judgment at this moment tells him that he can fight. After Mo Yan made his judgment, he stretched his hand behind his back, and an extremely thin silver needle was sandwiched between the index finger and middle finger of his right hand. When Yu Ran was still about 500 meters away, he took action boldly, took the initiative to meet him, and secretly threw the silver needle out without anyone noticing. As long as this kid gets the silver needle, he won't just let himself be slaughtered. The silver needle moved very fast, and Yu Ran didn't seem to notice it. It pierced Yu Ran's abdomen. Mo Yan was ecstatic in his heart, this boy's death has come. Crazy Mo swings and slashes. Mo Yan was full of confidence at this moment, and he slashed towards Yu Ran with the long knife in his hand. With the help of the general trend of the world, the long knife had an unrivaled power. There really is something about this Mo beard, otherwise Cao Ran wouldn't have been injured so badly. The power of this move can be regarded as a trick-level attack in the middle stage of Huajin, but it is a pity that Yu Ran is not in the middle stage of Huajin, nor is he at the peak of ordinary Huajin. Green Lotus Sword Technique. From the beginning to the end of the martial arts, Yu became more and more comfortable with it, and even saved most of the preparation time. Nothing but familiarity. 4 rays of sword energy shot out across the sky, and a flash of blue between heaven and earth made Mo Yan's heart skip a beat. How could this kid still have such exaggerated vitality and unique skills? But at this moment, he could no longer look back. The long sword and Qinglian sword energy collided with each other. The first sword energy could barely resist, but the second sword energy shocked Mo Yan, who was seriously injured and on the verge of death. The third sword energy directly slashed across the air. Mo Yan was cut in half from the middle on the spot, and the scene was very bloody. At the moment when Mo Beard died, Yu Ran keenly noticed that there was a commotion behind Mo Beard's team. Yu Ran has deep eyes and a loud voice. Damn it, if anyone dares to pick our peaches, follow me. Chapter 361 Xiao Feng's men come in. Yu Ran's voice was loud, and a small silver needle fell from his body. Of course he had just seen the silver needle, but with his physical strength, this kind of attack could not break through his defense. What's more, he is still invulnerable to all poisons, so he is too lazy to guard against this move. After fighting hard for a long time, they found that someone actually wanted to play the trick of a mantis catching a cicada and an oriole following behind. This made the members of Ranmenjua furious, and they followed Yu Ran faster and rushed towards the central area. Go! When he arrived at the central area, Yu Ran found that the flag belonging to the Mahist Association had been thrown aside. Only then did Yu Ran know the name of the organization that was fighting. The flag used for the sneak attack was a crocodile flag. Lu Zitong's sharp eyes saw the two commanders on the opposite side. Master, these are Xiao Feng's crocodile and Dao Feng. Although Yu Ran knew these two names, he didn't pay much attention at the time. After Lu Zitong reminded him, he recognized these two people as Xiao Feng. Naturally, Crocodile and Dao Feng also saw Yu Ran and his group, but they had not seen Yu Ran. Otherwise, what they should do now is to run away quickly and see if a few people can survive. I am the crocodile of the 4 holy beasts of the north. This place has been occupied by me. Friends, please go to other places. Not to mention Yu Ran, Lu Zitong and the others were all laughed out of anger. I have never seen such a shameless person. I took advantage of the civil war between the two waves to pick peaches, and now I can claim to have occupied this place, which is really awesome. However, this is very common in foreign battlefields, which is why two people of similar strength will not fight over the competition for minerals, and it is easy to take advantage of the third person. There were only 50 Ranmenjua members around Yu Ran, and all of them were covered in blood, giving the impression to Wanghua and others that a large number of people had been lost and injured after a bloody battle. Crocodile felt that since he took the initiative to sign up, they should have retreated in a wise manner, but he never thought that these people were unscathed in the battle just now, and most of the blood on their bodies belonged to the enemy. I'm sorry, you are such a thing and you dare to yell. Ask Xiao Feng if that BD dares to yell in front of our young master. Military General Lu Zitong jumped out again, pointed at the crocodile and scolded him. Are the two of them pretending to be in the early stage of energy transformation? Not to mention the young master, even I would kill them like a chicken. 10,000 swords returned to the clan. Don't ask why the name of Yu Ran's skill changed. Anyway, it was changed by Yuan Jushu. Whatever name he thought of at the time was named, focusing on adaptability and coolness. Seeing the opponent's indiscriminate actions after scolding them, especially when Lu Zitong mentioned Xiao Feng, Bei Crocodile, and Dao Feng keenly sensed something was wrong. But now it's too late for them to run away. Wan Jian Gazong pierced hard at their younger brother and Jin, while Yuran and Lu Zitong attacked Dao Feng and Wang Crocodile respectively. Lu Zitong picked the crocodile as his opponent. The alchemy during this period made him a little crazy. He finally got a chance to fight today, so he must show himself in front of the young master. As for why he chose the crocodile, that's nonsense. If the young master falls in love with that sword and phoenix, wouldn't he be in big trouble if he kills him? Lu Zitong's understanding of the young master is absolutely number one. Dao Feng is not bad looking. After all, warriors will excrete some toxins to make their facial features more regular. Dao Feng has lived in foreign battlefields for a long time. Unlike the eldest lady in the city, her skin is bronze-like in color, and her clothes are the skirt is also quite bold, with most of the skin exposed. It has a wild beauty, and Lu Zitong thought the young master might like this taste. But this time Lu Zitong did guess wrong. Dao Feng was indeed not bad, but Yuran didn't feel anything at all. Besides, he did have a lot of women. The Dao Feng intelligence said it was the woman from Heisha. She is not a heroine and has no interest in collecting. Dao Feng, who was in the early stage of transformation, was just a little kid in front of Yuran. When Yuran attacked and picked up the sword in his hand, Dao Feng's weapon fell to the ground. Then Yuran kicked Dao Feng directly to the ground, and the sword was placed on the ground. The fight ended on her neck. Dao Feng's face was full of horror. She had never encountered such a terrifying opponent. She didn't even have the strength to fight back. In just a moment, someone had a sword on her neck. The battle between Lu Zitong and Crocodile was also one-sided. Lu Zitong had reached the 4th level of Huajin. Originally, the middle phase of Huajin was much stronger than the Crocodile in the early phase of Huajin. Not to mention that Lu Zitong is also regarded as the invincible Dalan Fan at the same level. When Lu Zitong's cauldron smashed down hard, Crocodile was unable to withstand it and was smashed directly to the ground, dripping with blood. Lu Zitong made up a tripod after falling, and the crocodile suddenly ran out of breath. Lu Zitong breathed a long sigh of relief. It was great. The depression of these days is finally gone. Cao Ran has always been out and about. These people thought they were not good at fighting. I didn't even use poison this time, I just wanted to have a hearty fight, but this crocodile is not very resistant to fighting. After Lu Zitong and Yu Ran finished, the other members of Ran Menju were also as excited as if they were in a state of excitement, killing Wang Gu and Dao Feng's men to the point of crying for their fathers. Yu Ran and Lu Zitong did not intervene anymore. Instead, they focused on the members who wanted to escape. Everyone who came would die. However, this also aroused the murderous intention of these people. Anyway, it is a fatal situation. If you can take away one, take away one. In such a life and death battle, some members of Ran Menju were forced to the edge of the cliff. On the contrary, this is the result that Yu Ran wants. Fighting like training soldiers is the most effective. Of course, he couldn't watch his Ran Menju members die. In a fatal situation, he and Lu Zitong would help. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. But after all, they had the right time, place, and people, and only 3 people were destined to die. However, after inspection, it was found that as many as 42 members were injured, and 8 were seriously injured. However, no one died, which is the best result of the battle. Dao Feng watched all of her men die, but Yu Ran had no intention of killing her. She thought that she would most likely be humiliated if she fell into the hands of these people. Dao Feng was trembling physically and mentally at the thought of being treated as an object. She would never allow it. She was so determined that she committed suicide while Yu Ran was not paying attention. Yu Ran really didn't plan to do anything to her. After all, the character of Ran Menju was guaranteed, and he would not do such a dishonorable thing. He kept Dao Feng just to get some information about the sea shark and see if he could use it. But he didn't expect Dao Feng to be so strong. He might as well have died, so he didn't care. Liu Zitong glanced at the battlefield and came over to salute Yu Ran. Master, go inside and look at the minerals. I'll heal their injuries and scare the little ones. Chapter 362 Hidden High-Grade Yuanxi Mine. After Yu Ran sensed that no one was hiding around him, he strode towards the core of the mine. This is also thanks to the people from the Mojiahui who went on a killing spree, otherwise there wouldn't be so few eyes around. Walking to the edge of the mine, you can still see some obstacles set up by the Mo family, and they seem to be planning to take this for themselves. Yu Ran became more and more interested when he saw this scene. He took 2 more steps inside and discovered a mineral resource. According to the system's identification, it was a mysterious material called sheep's hoof stone, so named because its appearance resembled a sheep's hoof. Sheep's hoof stone is considered a good product among Xian-level materials, and can be sold for about 5 to 10 low-grade yuan stones. Although the price is not high, the quantity of each mineral is tens of thousands. If all the minerals are mined, the income of low-grade yuan stone will be at least 5 million, which is 50,000 high-grade yuan stone. Don't look at the fact that this money is nothing to Yu Ran. After all, Yu Ran can spend tens of thousands of top-quality yuan stones. Currently, according to the average Anjin salary of 50 low-grade yuan stones per month, it is the monthly salary of 5,000 Anjin warriors. Of course, it can't be calculated like this. Anjin's peak salary is generally 200 low-grade yuanqi, while Huajin's salary is much higher, more than 10 times that of Anjin's peak salary. For ordinary organizations, it is not much different from getting rich overnight, but this is not a very high income. Is it such a violation of the rules? Yu Ran jumped into the interior of the mineral resources that the Mojiahui had opened up. As soon as he entered, he saw densely packed sheep's hoof stones inlaid on the stone wall, emitting a light yellow light and looking like a different kind of beauty. Continuing to dig deeper, the Mahists did not dig too deep, probably only a few tens of meters, and the sheep's hoof stones gradually became scarce after about 20 meters, and then disappeared completely. It's similar to Yu Ran's estimated output, but after the sheep's hoof minerals disappeared, the bottom was still extending. Yu Ran's eyes were bright, so it seemed like there was something good hidden underneath. Yu Ran walked down, but within 10 steps he was blinded by the dazzling light. After a little adaptation, Yu Ran was surprised to find that it turned out to be a yuan stone mine. But it is still a high-grade yuanqi mine. Yu Ran's mouth twitched. Damn, if he hadn't come, wouldn't Xiao Feng have taken it away? The foreign battlefield is a place full of opportunities. You have to hurry up and kill Xiao Feng, otherwise this guy is very likely to turn around. Yu Ran estimates that there are more than tens of thousands of these densely packed high-grade yuan stones just on the surface. If you dig deeper, it is estimated that there will be at least 100,000 and upwards. Not to mention the group that Huajin belongs to in this yuanqi mine. If the master is really exposed, he will definitely be unable to sit still, and various national organizations will also be tempted. Such an exaggerated quantity is even enough to arm a team, and you can even buy the equipment of a grandmaster. To describe getting rich overnight is not very accurate. After all, Yu Ran is already very rich. It can only be said that adding money to money makes him so rich. Yu Ran also knew that it was not too late. The key was to harvest the ore as early as possible before large-scale prying eyes. When Yu Ran returned to the ground, all the corpses around him had disappeared, probably handled by Liu Zitong and the others. Liu Zitong ran over excitedly, holding several storage rings in his hand. Master, I really made a lot of money this time. All the equipment and resources for these hundreds of people have been obtained, and the leader is extremely rich. He actually has thousands of high-grade yuan stones. Yu Ran probed into the storage ring and took a look. One of them contained densely packed high-grade yuan stones, and the other contained various weapons, ranging from yellow to earth level. However, most of them are Xian-level weapons, but the quantity is relatively large, and even if they are sold in bulk, it will still be a considerable profit. According to the rules, increase the captured portion by 10% and give 1 point to the brothers present. Yu Ran also waved his hand and gave an extra 10% of the spoils to those who participated in the battle. According to the rules, it is usually 28 points, and this battle was Yu Ran's great effort. Those who participated in the war and did not die did not need to be subsidized. This large amount of money was distributed to all members, and at least about 40 high-grade yuan stones were in hand, which was equivalent to 2 or 3 years' salary. How could they not be excited? It is almost visible to the naked eye that the loyalty of all employees is rising. After all, no one does not like their boss to be generous. This was a small sum of money to Yu Ran, so he immediately asked several brothers who knew a lot about mining knowledge to come forward. A total of 3 people stood up. Mining in foreign battlefields is a very common job, so many people know this skill. Yu Ran selected a member with a loyalty level of 90 to join him in the mines. This member was named Jian Zhong. He had the 5th level of secret power and was of medium strength in Renmenju. Seeing that the boss ordered him alone, Jian Zhong was so happy that he followed Yu Ran into the mine. How long does it take to mine that much sheep shoe stone? In order to perform well in front of his boss, Jian Zhong kept his eyes wide open and did not miss any details. He checked in his mind and gave his answer. Leader, Captain Lu previously purchased 3 sets of large-scale mining equipment, as well as some small-scale mining equipment. If they are all activated, it will take about 3 days for 100 people to complete, and about 5 days for 50 people. This is not Jian Zhong's nonsense. Minerals in foreign battlefields are different from domestic minerals. Most of them are extremely concentrated. In addition, the specialized equipment and personnel are all warriors, so the mining time of small mines is not long. Otherwise, if you dig for several months at a time, you will be attacked too easily. Of course, another point is that Renmenju has a lot of mining equipment. Most organizations are not willing to buy 3 sets. Having 1 set is considered very good. However, Yu Ran has a lot of money and purchases it from the military department. Both the quality and the price are very reasonable, so it is very helpful to improve efficiency. Yu Ran nodded and continued to walk inside. Jian Zhong was a little confused at first. There were less and less sheep's hoof stones inside. What did the boss mean? However, when Jian Zhong saw the high-grade yuan stone on that side, he swallowed unconsciously, and the sound of drooling was extremely obvious in the silent mining area. Jian Zhong has never seen so many high-grade yuan stones. If he were to absorb some of these, he might reach the peak of Anjin. But the greed in his heart quickly disappeared. The boss brought him here because he had great trust in him. He must solve the boss's problems. Jian Zhong carefully observed the length and changes of the stone wall, and even knocked on the high-grade yuan stone to judge the approximate depth from the sound. Jian Zhong finally struggled for a long time and finally expressed his conclusion. If all the equipment is placed here, it will take 4 to 5 days to complete. It is more difficult to mine high-grade yuan stones than sheep's hoof stones. Yu Ran nodded and left this aspect to professionals to estimate. How long will it take to mine the sheep's hoof stone and the high-grade yuan stone together? Chapter 363 Angry Yun Qi. I don't know how many people the alliance leader wants to send to mine, and whether there is a time limit. Based on the principle of caution, Jian Zhong asked Yu Ran about his expectations. Approximately how many people will it take to complete it within a week? Yu Ran naturally wanted to do it as quickly as possible to avoid causing trouble. After mining, he still had to deal with Xiaofeng and Haisha. In a week, we conservatively estimate that there will be 200 people. Yu Ran thought for a moment, and realized that there were only about 150 people in the entire Renmenju camp, which was still 50 less, and it was impossible for them all to go mining, and manpower was needed for security and other things. But the sooner the better. Okay, you can write a detailed distribution report to me and we will start construction tomorrow. The tentative number of people is 200. When Qianzhong saw that Yu Ran had entrusted him with such a big matter, he immediately became excited and saluted Yu Ran with a serious voice. Guaranteed to complete the mission. After Yu Ran came out, he told Liu Zitong what had happened, and Liu Zitong also had a look of disbelief on his face. High-grade Yuanqi mine, what kind of luck have we hit? Don't worry about your luck, let's see if we can get 200 people together by asking all our people nearby to mine all the minerals, so as to avoid long nights and dreams. Liu Zitong also hurriedly started to check the location of the people and answered quickly. Okay, there are 250 people who can get here in 2 days plus the camp, which is more than enough with security. I have issued the highest assembly order to them, and they will be in place within 2 days. Yu Ran nodded, still very satisfied with Liu Zitong's work efficiency. In this way, you and these 50 brothers will stay here for now, and I will go back first to collect the important things in the camp and bring the people here. Yes. Liu Zitong saluted and watched Yu Ran leave. Yu Ran's speed was extremely fast. It took a day and a half to get here and only about 2 hours to get back. Yu Ran arrived at Ran Menju's camp just in time for the night. The remaining members had received the news of the move, but it was late when they received it, and they were all packing their things and leaving for the next day. When Yu Ran rushed back, he first summoned all his brothers to explain the general situation. Of course, he would not talk about the high-grade Yuanqi mine. It was not because he did not believe his own people. The less people knew about this kind of thing before it was mined, the better. Cao Ran was out of danger, and when he woke up, he apologized to Yu Ran with a guilty face. Young master, it's my problem. I believed too much in the rules of the foreign battlefield and did not expect the sudden attack from the other side. I, Cao Ran, am guilty. Is Cao Ran to blame for this? Of course it is. Cao Ran is in the middle stage of energy transformation. If he is not attacked by surprise, he can escape without any problem. Mo Yan and the others will not pursue them deeply in order to protect the minerals. Otherwise, how could Cao Ran and the others escape pursuit if they were so seriously injured? Okay, every time you suffer, you will gain wisdom. I won't say anything unnecessary. Please pay attention next time. The battlefield outside the territory is a disordered world. After all, Cao Ran was the old man of the Yu family's secret guard. This time, no casualties were caused, and he admitted his mistake very well. Yu Ran did not blame him, but simply comforted him. Yu Ran also mentioned this matter when he went to see Yun Yi. Of course Yun Yi had no objection, or she was actually very unhappy that Yu Ran didn't take her with him this time. She knew this time might be bloody, but she just wanted to follow Yu Ran. And she was not helpless, Yu Ran really protected her very well. Yu Ran saw that Yun Yi was a little unhappy, and was just about to hug Yun Yi to comfort him, but Yun Yi spoke first. Master, you should go see your aunt, ahem, she has been looking for you for 2 days. Yu Ran thought about what happened to Yun Qi before, and he really should say thank you to her. As for the cute kitten underwear, he just pretended that he didn't know about it. Yu Ran got up and went to Yun Qi room, knocking on the door. Yun Qi, it's me, are you asleep? In fact, Yu Ran didn't need to ask at all. It was brightly lit inside, and it seemed that it was not yet time for her to go to bed at 9 o'clock. No, come in. There was no emotion or anger in Yun Qi's voice, and it was as plain as usual, but Yu Ran always felt something strange. Yu Ran pushed the door open and walked in. He was stunned on the spot. Yun Qi's face showed a gentle expression that was completely inconsistent with hers. The most important thing was that this guy was only wearing a bikini. I have to say that Yun Qi's figure is also quite good. Her semi-revealing underwear perfectly sets off her curvy figure. Any man will be moved when he sees this scene. Yu Ran was a normal man, so there was no exception. His eyes unconsciously glanced at the huge panda and its long straight legs. Coupled with Yun Qi's charming cheeks, the style of a mature big sister comes across, making people's hearts flutter. Does it look good? Yunqi's voice seemed to be holding his own throat, which was quite seductive. Yuran nodded very honestly. Although he didn't know what Yunqi wanted to do, there was nothing wrong with complimenting him. Then do you think I'm any different from before? Yunqi put one hand slightly on his hips, with a charming expression on his face, showing off his charm more openly. Well, I'm more mature than before. The underwear before. In this atmosphere, Yuran blurted out his words, but when he realized something, he quickly braked, but it seemed that it was too late. The expression on Yunqi's face changed from charming to gloomy, and his body trembled unconsciously. Then he gritted his teeth and looked at Yuran, with substantial anger in his eyes. Ahole, I'm going to kill you. Yunqi rushed up and punched Yuran hard. This sudden change of face made Yuran subconsciously defend himself. Yunqi punched Yuran's palm, as if he was stuck in a mud pit, unable to get in or out. Yunqi was furious and kicked Yuran hard with her right foot, but she, who was not good at fighting, acted like a little chicken in front of Yuran and was grabbed by the ankle again. The slippers fell to the ground with trembling. The white feet were locked directly next to Yuran's cheek. Yuran could even see the blush on the soles of Yunqi's feet and a trace of sweat. Ahole, let me go, I'm going to kill you. Yunqi roared angrily. Normally, if Yuran saw her underwear, she might just be angry, but what Yuran saw was the cute set of underwear she had customized, and she went crazy. Social death is much scarier than death. If Yuran said this outside, how could she have the face to live? Calm down, it's my fault, follow the emergency. At this moment, Yuran also knew that denying was ineffective, so he took the initiative to admit his mistake to calm Yunqi, and at the same time let go of Yunqi's hands and feet to let her stand again. Unexpectedly, Yunqi didn't buy it at all. Seeing that he couldn't kill Yuran, Yunqi felt sad and stabbed his neck with the weapon that suddenly appeared in his hand. She wants to commit suicide. Chapter 364 Unintentional Love. Yunqi's actions shocked Yuran. Although he had no feelings for this woman, after all, she was the one who helped him in the accident. He couldn't just watch her die. Yuran reached out and grabbed the weapon from Yunqi's hand. Yunqi looked at the weapon that suddenly disappeared from his hand and stayed on the spot for a moment. She didn't even see Yuran's movements clearly, and her dagger was gone. Ahole, you're bullying me. It's none of your business when I'm obviously going to commit suicide. The angry Yunqi rushed over, and Yuran also grabbed her hands. Seeing that he couldn't beat her, Yunqi simply hit Yuran's body with his head. She wouldn't live after Yuran made such a fuss. It was obvious that Yunqi was furious and wanted to fight to the death, but because his hands were restrained by Yuran and his head kept BG against Yuran, the two of them were so close that even the sound of their breathing could be clearly felt. Yunqi's rapid breathing showed that she was really angry, and it was possible that life and death were serious actions. Yunqi struggled desperately for a while, but there was really nothing he could do against Yuran. He hit his head on Yuran's chest and felt a little dizzy. Yunqi was so dizzy that he just lay on Yuran's shoulder to catch his breath, which made Yuran dumbfounded. Have you calmed down? Yuran saw Yunqi stop moving and was ready to explain to Yunqi. Unexpectedly, Yunqi was not calm at all. He was just a little dizzy from being hit. When Yuran said this, he became angry again. Regardless of the situation, he bit Yuran's neck. What he didn't expect was that Yuran's neck was as hard as a stone under the blessing of the body mass technique, and Yunqi's teeth were almost knocked out. Not only did Yunqi not feel relieved after biting it, but he felt physical and mental pain at the same time, and his expression was distorted to the extreme. Whoa, bully, bully, kill you, kill you. After Yunqi bit Yuran, he couldn't even scratch Yuran's skin and started whimpering unconsciously. There is no flaw in this guy's body. Even if he can't beat him, he can't even bite him. You are a zombie. If you bite my neck, if you get angry, I will bite my hand for you, but in exchange you have to listen to me. Yu Ran's hand shook next to Yunqi, and Yunqi rushed up like a puppy, biting Yu Ran's right hand, and Yu Ran grinned in pain. He closed the bodybuilding technique in order to make Yunqi bite. This guy's mouth is quite ruthless. Okay, since you bit me, just listen to me. I am very grateful to you for saving people that day. I sincerely express my gratitude, but you fainted immediately, so I took you back to the room. Hearing this, Yunqi bit down hard again as if being stimulated, causing Yu Ran to hiss in pain, but he had no choice but to continue stating the facts. Yunyi was not around at the time. You were covered in blood and I had to help you take off all your clothes and clean your lower face. I didn't take advantage of you at all. Yu Ran, am a gentleman. When he said the last sentence, Yu Ran saw Yunqi roll his eyes and didn't believe Yu Ran's words at all. This guy is a super pervert. He dares to want any woman. Yunqi doesn't believe anything he says. However, after Yu Ran's explanation, Yunqi was not as excited as he was at the beginning after biting and venting for a while. Yunqi let go of Yu Ran's hand with his mouth. Just as he was about to say something, he found that his current posture was a bit inappropriate, and he almost leaned against Yu Ran's body. Not only that, in order to gain proof, she wore a bikini that was a little revealing, and this pose was so tempting. From the outside, it looked like he was throwing himself into his arms. Yunqi screamed and ran away from Yu Ran's arms. Yu Ran just shrugged. This guy was quite strong. Just now, Yunqi rubbed him in his arms, which made him feel a little uncomfortable. Although his personality is a bit bad, Yunqi's appearance and figure are really good. Forget it. Forget everything about today and everything before it. Just pretend that nothing happened. Yunqi screamed and took a few steps back, then wrapped the quilt on the bed around him, wrapping himself tightly. Okay, I'll just pretend I didn't see anything and won't tell anyone about your cute underwear. Yu Ran wanted to agree, but seeing Yunqi like this, he had some bad thoughts in his heart and just wanted to tease her. Sure enough, Yunqi was instantly furious and pounced on him again. I told you to forget it. Yu Ran played with her without hurting her, just like teasing a child. Yunqi threw herself around to get at Yu Ran but couldn't do anything. The angry Yunqi insisted on teaching Yu Ran a lesson, but unexpectedly, while running, he stepped on the quilt wrapped around him, slipped under his feet, and fell directly to the ground. Yu Ran was naturally paying attention to her every move while playing with Yunqi, and immediately hugged Yunqi's waist out of habit. Yunqi was hugged like this, and his body was instantly catapulted forward like a stress. He hit Yu Ran's face without any hesitation, and gave her a perfect mouth-to-mouth kiss. Yu Ran was dumbfounded. He really wanted to tease Yunqi, but he had never thought about this development. Yunqi stayed where he was, feeling the temperature on his lips. For a while, the two of them even forgot to separate. Yunqi was the first to react. She backed away suddenly and unexpectedly fell to the ground again while still under the quilt. This time she was too close to Yu Ran, and she directly held Yu Ran's hand and fell to the ground together. Yu Ran was pressing on top of her, making Yunqi moan incessantly. What was going on? The most important thing is that the two people are now wrapped in a quilt on the outside, and they are tightly stuck together on the inside, and their breathing becomes rapid. The breath hit the other person's face, and the atmosphere between the two of them suddenly became uncomfortable. Especially Yunqi felt the change in Yu Ran, and the sudden appearance of something made her eyebrows jump hard. What ABD? Not only was this my first kiss, I probably had to lose it the first time. She wanted to speak but was afraid of irritating Yu Ran, and didn't dare to look at the current situation, so she simply closed her eyes and said nothing. But Yunqi didn't know that her closing her eyes and saying nothing gave Yu Ran the feeling that it was almost a kind of tacit consent. In such an atmosphere, Yu Ran could no longer control his body. Men are always particularly irrational at certain moments. It was obvious that Yu Ran had no feelings for Yunqi, and even the relationship was just normal a few days ago, but in this environment, those thoughts disappeared completely. Yu Ran finally couldn't hold back and kissed her fiercely. Their lips met, and Yu Ran pried open Yunqi teeth. Suddenly the room was full of spring. Chapter 365 Yunkai on the left and Yunyi on the right. Early the next morning, Yu Ran and Yunqi stared at each other, and both of them fell into rare silence. Sometimes the atmosphere is so intense that no one can control it. Yesterday, Yunqi also felt strange about herself. Facing Yu Ran's siege, she unexpectedly chose silence and even cooperated a little. This time the layer of paper between the two people was directly pierced, and they slept like this all night in a daze. When such a situation happened, Yu Ran didn't know what to say. In this situation before, it was already a certainty that he was the woman, so he would naturally say some loving words and act to comfort her. But now he and Yunqi seem to have boarded the bus first in a real sense, and there seems to be no definite opinion on whether to make up for the ticket. I will take responsibility, whether you want it or not. Yu Ran felt that it was better for him to speak first at this time. Go out. Yunqi's voice was low and no emotion could be heard. I don't, I said I would be responsible. Yu Ran did not retreat but moved forward, hugging Yunqi's shoulders. Yunqi lowered his head and spoke softer. Can you go out? I want to be quiet. I won't mess around. Yu Ran actually heard a hint of pleading in Yunqi's voice, and couldn't help but feel a little softer thinking about what happened last night. Well, if you need anything, come to me anytime. Don't worry about it. Yunqi nodded and huddled into the quilt. Yu Ran had to get up and wash up first, and then had to make arrangements for mining. Yunqi looked at the closed door and felt a little dazed for a moment. By some strange combination of circumstances, he had handed himself over for the first time? He is still his niece's man, why does he feel a little embarrassed? Her state was a bit strange last night, but she did acquiesce to Yu Ran doing that kind of thing to her. Doesn't she subconsciously reject Yu Ran? Yunqi found it hard to accept it for a moment and could only continue to recall her feelings for Yu Ran. Strong, witty, strong leader, good vision, trustworthy, knowledgeable and a horny BD. It seems that in her impression, Yu Ran really has no other shortcomings besides being lustful. In other words, does she really have a crush on Yu Ran? Looking back, it was Yu Ran's warm embrace in despair that made her suddenly feel that Yu Ran was a very good man. It seems that it is not strange to make such a choice. Otherwise, why would she choose to seduce Yu Ran to tell the truth yesterday instead of asking for an explanation in person? When did I accept being dressed so revealingly in front of men? And leaning in Yu Ran's arms unexpectedly felt very comfortable. And although Yu Ran was attracted by S*X last night, the process was unexpectedly gentle. For the first time, Yunqi understood why some of her friends liked this kind of thing. It was indeed warm and comfortable. How should I face Yu Ran and Yunyi next? Yu Ran quickly completed the transfer of personnel. After all, there were not many things in the newly built camp, so he could just put them into the system space. Cao Ran led the team and took everyone to the location of the mine. Of course, some who were seriously injured and unable to walk went there by car. Yu Ran still had a few cars in the camp. Although they were not many, they were enough to carry everyone away. After completing the transfer of personnel, Yunyi took Yu Ran's arm from the side. Master, did you sleep at my aunt's place last night? Looking at Yunyi's big eyes full of curiosity and cunning, Yu Ran scratched her nose angrily. This is not something you, a good apprentice, did. There must have been a mistake yesterday, and now your aunt doesn't know what she is thinking. Yunyi showed a mysterious smile when he heard Yu Ran's words. Then master, I will go talk to my aunt and I will definitely help you convince her. Yunyi knows her aunt very well. She is a woman who looks mature and charming but is unexpectedly innocent. It is normal for her to be dissatisfied with her body and integrity. She is tired of herself every day and hates the world on her lips. She still endures when others are hurt. Keep helping each other. It can be said that some of Yunyi's own behaviors were largely influenced by her aunt. So Yunyi had a premonition when she saw Yunqi and Yu Ran before, especially after Yu Ran rescued Yunqi, but this day came much earlier than she thought. If my aunt wasn't interested in Yu Ran, she wouldn't have stayed with him at all. It's true that she said she was following her, Yunyi. Yunqi door creaked open, and Yunyi's little feet poked in. Aunt. When Yunqi saw Yunyi, he huddled under the quilt like a mouse seeing a cat, but this quilt could not block Yunyi's demonic voice from filling his ears. Yu Ran didn't know what Yunyi said. Yunqi finally seemed to be back to normal, but his face was still unsmiling. Yunyi told me that you have to be responsible for this matter anyway, so you can't push it too far. I'm not someone to be trifled with. Yunqi words in the front seemed to be like a little girl, but in the back, her minions were revealed, which made Yu Ran laugh a little. Okay, I'll pay attention. After Yu Ran finished speaking, he held Yunqi's hand. Yunqi had a conditioned reflex to break away, but thinking of the current relationship, he acquiesced. Yunyi smiled slyly, she would not be alone in the future. She came to the other side of Yu Ran, and Yu Ran also held her hand. Of course, he would not favor one. When the sun rose on the battlefield outside the territory, Yu Ran was holding two women, and their shadows were getting longer and longer. Dao Feng is dead. When Heisha heard the news from his subordinates, his round eyes opened angrily and he started clapping the case. The intelligence officer below was so frightened by the strong aura emitted by the sea shark that he could only report the truth. Yes, not only Captain Dao Feng, but also Captain Wang was dead. Heisha couldn't sit still after hearing this information that was like a bolt from the blue. He quickly jumped in front of the intelligence officer and grabbed the paper in his hand. Sea Shark's eyes were full of disbelief. Fighting for minerals, the entire army was wiped out? Dao Feng and Wang are both experienced. If the opponent has such strength, why would she take a trip into this muddy water? A closer look at the intelligence made him even more angry. Dao Feng was slaughtered even after revealing his identity. The other party showed no mercy at all. Heisha took a big breath and couldn't calm down for a long time. His best brother, Crocodile, and his favorite woman, Dao Feng, all died there. He looked at the words Ranmenju and the information fiercely and roared with gritted teeth. If I don't take revenge for this, I, Heisha, will never be a human being. Heisha's voice also attracted the attention of other members. Xiao Feng happened to come in with an extremely ugly look on his face. He didn't have any feelings for Dao Feng, but Crocodile and them were brothers who were born and died, and they died like this. Check, find out all the information about Ranmenju. Xiao Feng signaled to the intelligence personnel that they must avenge themselves. The intelligence officer nodded and retreated, and another member outside the door hurriedly walked in. Report, there is a person outside who calls himself Ranmenju Sun Ling and wants to seek revenge from Captain Heisha. Chapter 366 Sun Ling fights Heisha. For Heisha, the name Sun Ling is no stranger. This guy has been secretly disgusting him like a mouse. In the past, he had always been worried about the guys from the Southern Military Department, and since that guy had been hiding in secret to do things, he really couldn't do anything with him. But now, he actually dared to jump out and challenge him for a duel in public. It was really like the old lady was hanging herself, seeking death. However, Heisha, who had just taken a step forward, suddenly thought of something and asked the subordinate who came to report. You just said where Sun Ling claims to be from. Ranmenju. Ranmenju? Isn't this the organization that killed Dao Feng and Wangwa Crocodile? Now the source seems to have been found. It turns out to be the organization that Dam Sun Ling belongs to, no wonder he dares to go against them openly. Of course, Heisha selectively ignored that it was actually Dao Feng and the others who made the first move. Brother, I'm going to meet this Sun Ling. This defeated general dares to be so arrogant. Xiao Feng nodded. It was Heisha's private matter and he had no intention of stopping it. Pay attention to safety, and capture him alive if you have the chance. We need information about Ranmenju. It was much harder to capture an opponent alive than to kill him, so Xiao Feng didn't force it, but he always felt that this Ranmenju had something to do with that damn Yu Ran. Sun Ling was in a very happy mood when he called for formation outside. Liu Zitong had already contacted him using the sound transmission stone to tell him about killing the crocodile and Dao Feng. As soon as he heard that he had killed Heisha's right-hand man, Sun Ling was so happy that he wanted to take off. After hearing about the victory, he was even more impressed with Yu Ran. Sun Ling was even more excited when he thought of what Yu Ran told him to do. The first step of revenge would be completed by him himself. Just when Sun Ling Chong was thinking about the future of killing Hai Shark had also arrived on the battlefield, followed by a group of younger brothers. Although most of them couldn't help in Huajian's battle, Heisha was also worried that Sun Ling's strength would improve by leaps and bounds after entering Ranmenju. If there was a stalemate with him or both parties would suffer losses, his younger brother could also help him finish it off. Of course, if he defeats Sun Ling as usual, it will also enhance his subordinate's self-confidence. The expansion of personnel brings benefits, but naturally there are also some troubles. It will take a certain amount of time to integrate them into our own people. When Sun Ling saw Heisha arriving, he suddenly thought of the tragic death of his entire family, and couldn't help but feel angry. Traitors and bastards, give back the lives of my family members. Enemies are extremely jealous when they see each other. Sun Ling didn't say much at all. He raised his sword and slashed at the sea shark without any intention of probing. This is not the first time Heisha and Sun Ling have met each other, and he is also very familiar with Sun Ling's fighting methods. Heisha's weapon is a sea fork, an intermediate earth-level weapon, one level higher than Sun Ling's breaking wind knife. The emphasis of swordsmanship is to move forward without hesitation, so Sun Ling came up and slashed with all his strength. After blocking, Heisha immediately counterattacked towards Sun Ling. Sun Ling's strength is very strong, but his flexibility is much worse. This is also the advantage and disadvantage of the broadsword. At first, Sun Ling was able to gain the upper hand due to the fierceness of his sword, but soon he was beaten by the sea shark because of his lack of flexibility. Fortunately, he did not suffer any substantial damage. Xiao Feng watched Sun Ling's sword dance from a distance, and Huishan Feng also fell in love with talents. He also learned about the conflict between Heisha and him just now, so there was no possibility of reconciliation. He didn't think Heisha did anything wrong in that matter. After all, it was common to exclude dissidents everywhere. Seeing that Sun Ling could not defeat Hai Shark in close combat, he tried to distance himself with a feint, but Hai Shark was not alert for a moment, allowing Sun Ling to withdraw from the battle. Yuancha killing and slashing. Sun Ling slowly raised the knife and began to use the general trend of the world to accumulate martial arts skills. The sea shark on the opposite side was naturally not to be outdone, and the sea fork in his hand glowed with light blue light. Long Hay Thorn. On Sun Ling's side was a huge shadow of a knife, ready to strike down in the air at any time and take the enemy's head. On the sea shark's side is a sharp sea fork, ready to pierce the enemy's chest at any time. Both of their martial arts skills were very impressive, but neither of them took the lead in attacking, and both were slowly building up their momentum. Sun Ling also knew how to go all out in one go, then weaken again, and then be exhausted in 3 attempts. When he reached the peak of his strength, he slashed towards the sea shark without hesitation. The sea shark's thrust also directly collided with the huge knife shadow. The sword shadow and the thrust were competing in the air, and the aftermath of the shock caused sand and rocks to fly around, raising endless sandstorms. For a moment, all the members of Anjin were mesmerized by the sight. They had benefited a lot from watching this kind of Huajin-level battle. Xiao Feng, who was not far away, was also staring at the center of the battle intently. Although he didn't think Heisha would lose, he was still ready to take action at any time. But soon he lowered his clenched fist. At the center of the storm, Heike clearly had a huge advantage, and the sword light on the opposite side had faint signs of cracking. The outcome is decided. Not only Xiao Feng, but Hai Shark also breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that this guy's strength had not improved. He was still as stupid as before, and he still wanted to win by competing in martial arts. Stab! With a crisp sound, cracks began to appear in the knife shadow, until it was completely shattered, and the remaining strength of the sea fork flew towards Sun Ling again with a swishing sound. At this moment, Heisha also accelerated and followed behind the martial arts. The aftermath of this move would not be able to defeat Sun Ling, but no matter whether Sun Ling was defending or hiding, there would definitely be a flaw. This was his chance. Heisha was very fast, and just when he was thinking about defeating Sun Ling with one strike, he suddenly found that Sun Ling appeared in front of him. Sun Ling actually braved the aftermath of the attack and walked against the current to attack him. Sun Ling used the blinding method of Huangshamantian and reverse thinking to successfully catch the sea shark off guard. Heisha looked at the faint golden shield on Sun Ling's body, and then he understood where Sun Ling's confidence came from. Death to the thief! Sun Ling roared and slashed hard at Heisha with his sword, as if he wanted to make all the injustice he had suffered over the years clear. It's a pity that although Heisha was caught off guard, he was an experienced combatant after all, so he blocked himself in front of him with a sea fork at the critical moment. Sun Ling's powerful sword struck the sea shark from the sky towards the ground. The ground on the battlefield outside the territory was also hit by this blow from the sky, creating a large crater several meters high, which accommodated the chopped-off sea shark. After all, Sun Ling's move failed to kill Hai Shark, and the sword couldn't bear down on Hai Shark's shoulder. The strength of this move was finally exhausted, and Sun Ling had no choice but to suddenly raise the blade horizontally and attack Heisha's hand holding the weapon. Heisha's vitality and blood were shaken by this blow, but the combat experience was still there after all. He saw that Heisha did not defend and counterattacked, and took advantage of the situation to change the position of Heike and attack Sun Ling. Unexpectedly, Sun Ling had no intention of changing his tactics, he just wanted to trade his life for his life. Chapter 367 Xiao Feng's Treasure Hunt. Heisha didn't expect Sun Ling to be so tough, so he could only dodge. Sun Ling's knife finally grazed his arm. Of course, his Heike also pierced into Sun Ling's body. The pain in his hands and shoulders made them both drop their weapons at the same time. Sun Ling endured the severe pain and punched Heisha in the face. At such a close distance, Heisha had no way to hide and kicked Sun Ling directly in the abdomen. With a punch and a kick, the two men each took a few steps back. Sun Ling roared and continued forward, and the two men struggled together irregularly. In the distance, the younger brothers of Heisha looked at each other, and no one expected that the battle would develop to such an extent. Xiao Feng watched from the side, but in the end he couldn't hold it back. The weak were beaten by the strong at the door of our house. If the fight continued like this, it would really have a great impact on the reputation of the Northern League. He couldn't hold back and headed towards the battlefield. Sun Ling was not stupid either. He saw Xiao Feng's movements from a distance, immediately separated from the sea shark, grabbed the weapon and ran towards the distance without looking back. Before leaving, I saw Sun Ling laughing. "Hai Shark, your grandson, no one will help me kill you today. I killed Crocodile and Dao Feng before. I will send you to see them sooner or later." Heisha stared angrily at the direction Sun Ling was running in, and did not pursue him deeply. Even if he chased, he might not be able to catch him. It was almost the same level as the opponent who wanted to run, and it was difficult to kill him. Second, who knows if Sun Ling has an ambush? If Menju ambush, he will tell him where he is. Sun Ling seemed to be still angry, still shouting loudly even though he was far away. It feels so good to hit you in the face with this punch. It will make you cry for your father and mother, ha 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 ha. In the eyes of outsiders, Sun Ling was clearly defeated and fleeing, but he was like a victorious rooster, crazily provoking the prestige of the Northern Alliance. Xiao Feng did not pursue him deeply. He was also worried that Ran Menju might be ambushing him. He just came to Haisha and patted him on the shoulder. Go back and heal first. Haisha could only nod helplessly, with a hint of anger in his voice. I was tricked by this damn guy. I don't know where he got a defensive spiritual weapon. I almost capsized in the gutter. It should be that Ran Menju who is responsible. Heal your injuries first. Revenge is not in the past few days. Haisha nodded. Knowing Sun Ling's trump card, he would be fearless next time. He would not make the same mistake a second time. He did not believe that Sun Ling's strength could improve so much next time. In his opinion, this defensive spiritual weapon may be a meeting gift given to Sun Ling by Ran Menju, and there will be no such help in the future. When Sun Ling saw that no one from the Northern Alliance was chasing him, he sighed helplessly and touched the Jade Guanyin in his arms. This thing was really too powerful. Although he didn't know what grade it was, he also knew that it was absolutely powerful. It's good stuff. Forming a little shield would take away 1/10 of his vitality, and the effect would be astonishing, as it would be passed directly from the aftermath. Of course, he didn't dare to think that it was a heaven-level spiritual weapon. After all, he had never seen such a thing before. Even with the bonus of this kind of thing, he still couldn't kill the sea shark, which was a bit regretful. Although Yu Ran gave him the task, he also said that if he really killed Haisha, it would be fine, and there would be nothing wrong with taking revenge with his own hands. Even though he knew it would affect the plan, he still let himself do it. How could such a boss not make people feel grateful? Fortunately, the Alliance leader's mission was completed. Although he failed to kill the sea shark today, the sea shark will die sooner or later. Time flies, and 3 days slipped away quietly. Haisha and Xiao Feng were chatting about Ran Menju in the camp. This organization is very mysterious and has not made any moves. We don't even know who its members are. It seems like they just appeared out of nowhere recently. Haisha was a little helpless, as most of the members of Ran Menju were intelligence personnel who hid their identities very well. Apart from this time, they had hardly participated in any large-scale competition for minerals, so the information they had was really pitifully scarce. However, when Xiao Feng looked at the photos sent back, his eyes had become much more serious. No need to guess, it's that damn guy Yu Ran. Xiao Feng looked at the photo with gritted teeth. The photo was of Cao Bing and Su Huang. These two were the heads of the Yu family's secret guards. He had seen their photos in Suzhou before. The two of them led a team to the secret realm, and only then did people know the information on the outskirts. Otherwise, the members of Menju would almost be a mystery. Haisha also became serious. He also knew something about Xiao Feng and Yu Ran. Although it was all Xiao Feng's subjective description, he knew that Yu Ran was indeed very strong. Even his invincible boss would be defeated. Avoid its sharp edge. The key point is that this guy has a huge grudge against the boss. How could he have robbed the boss's 2 women? Not only that, he also attacked Xiao Feng many times. This time's injury was also caused by him. Therefore, Yu Ran and the Northern Border Alliance are natural enemies, so Ran Menju's actions do not seem strange. Just when the two had serious expressions, the tent was suddenly opened, and Zhang Hao and Chu Xiang both showed excited expressions. Seeing Zhang Hao and Chu Xiang coming in, Haisha and Xiao Feng also smiled, and Xiao Feng walked up and patted them on the shoulders. Not bad, it's all done. Chu Xiang and Zhang Hao's talents are not bad, otherwise they would not be listed as the 4 sacred beasts together with Haisha and others. It's just that they have been somewhat neglected in the city in the past few years. With the help of the sea shark's resources, both of them broke through to the level of Huajin. Hehehe, thanks to the support of big brother and second brother, now all 5 of us have reached the state of Huajin. Zhang Hao said with a smile that all 5 brothers were at the level of Huajin, which was a very rare situation in the battlefield outside the domain. Unexpectedly, after Zhang Hao finished speaking, he saw Xiao Feng's face darken, and Heisha next to him also spoke in a heavy tone. During your retreat, your third brother was killed by someone from Ran Mengju. According to our investigation, this Ran Mengju is the organization that Yu Ran founded. Zhang Hao and Chu Xiang were both stunned for a moment, then their eyes widened in anger and they cursed Yu Ran. That BD actually dared to kill third brother. We must make him pay with blood. Brother, we and Yu Ran will never coexist. Seeing the 2 people with red eyes, Xiao Feng comforted them in a deep voice. Of course. Ran Mengju is the biggest enemy of our Northern Alliance. But time is tight. We also need to get back our resources to arm ourselves. We will set off tomorrow. Xiao Feng had actually told Heisha and the others about the treasure before, so the other 3 naturally had no objection at this moment. Arming the team to take revenge was the right thing to do. Big brother listens to you. Zhang Hao naturally supported this with both hands, he was eager to arm himself and seek revenge on Yu Ran. Xiao Feng nodded. But we need someone to stay here. My 2 brothers have just made a breakthrough, so let Chu Xiang stay here. The 3 of us will set off tomorrow and come back quickly. Chapter 368 Yu Ran intercepts the treasure. Compared with Zhang Hao, Chu Xiang's overall view and management ability are much stronger, so Xiao Feng gave him the task of staying behind. Of course, it is actually best for Heisha to stay behind, but going to get the treasure together is a sign of trust. Heisha has been working hard on the battlefield outside the territory, and Xiao Feng also wants to take advantage of this to make Heisha more loyal. Early the next morning, Xiao Feng, Heisha, and Zhang Hao sat in a sand truck and shuttled around the battlefield outside the territory. With only 1 car, the target was small, so the 3 of them didn't have any trouble keeping their auras together along the way. It took 2 days of non-stop driving at super high speed to reach the vicinity of the treasure. Before arriving at the treasure, Xiao Feng deliberately circled the surrounding area twice to see if anyone was following him. Only when he was sure that no one was nearby did the sand truck drive towards the location of the treasure. Xiao Feng's detour was not obvious, so even Zhang Hao and Heisha didn't notice it. However, Zhang Hao took a long time in the car and became a little impatient. Brother, how long until we arrive? Xiao Feng also knew Zhang Hao's character, so he didn't blame him, he just smiled. Being there soon. Heisha couldn't help but wonder when he looked at the sky full of yellow sand all around him. Brother, this place is full of yellow sand. Can you still find it after such a long time? Xiao Feng laughed. Of course, it's because of the yellow sand all over the sky here that we won't let others poach it away. Xiao Feng never relied on remembering the specific location, but placed a sub-device at the location of the treasure. The main device was in his storage ring. In order to prevent unexpected situations, he placed a few more inside. Of course he could determine the specific location. Not only that, in order to prevent someone from getting the mother device in advance, this device must be at least within a 50-kilometer range of the child device. If one of them is accidentally lost, other people will not be able to get the treasure. This is why Yu Ran had to wait for Xiao Feng to get the treasure before grabbing it. He couldn't find it if you asked him to find it. As the induction of the mother device in the storage ring appeared, Xiao Feng also drove quickly in the direction pointed. After about half an hour, Xiao Feng finally arrived at the location of the treasure. Brothers, dig it. Xiao Feng took out the hoe he had prepared first and threw it to Heisha and Zhang Hao. This treasure was quite a lot. Zhang Hao and Heisha also joined the team of digging for treasures. When they saw the densely packed high-grade yuan stones, Zhang Hao and Heisha also twitched their eyes. Not only are they high-grade yuan stones, there are also some top-grade yuan stones buried underneath. Brother, this treasure is indeed a treasure. It is too rich. In addition to the primeval stones, there are hundreds of earth-level spiritual weapons alone. Although the quality varies, and a few are defective, the number is exaggerated. Not only that, some of the precious martial arts and materials that they had captured before were also revealed one by one, and the two of them were extremely excited. Only then did they realize that the eldest brother had been preparing a way out for him for a long time. The three people dug from morning to evening before finally digging out all the treasures and dividing them into several storage rings for storage. The three looked at each other and laughed. "Brother, with these resources, the rise of our Northern Alliance will be a piece of cake." Zhang Hao was very excited. He had always wanted to recreate the glory of the Northern Army, and today's treasure gave him an opportunity. "Of course, we will stand on top of the world." Xiao Feng looked up at the sky with bright eyes, imagining the future. Heisha also nodded continuously. He always believed that Xiao Feng would lead them to glory. "Wonderful, wonderful." Just as the three were imagining the future, there was a sudden sound of applause on the field. Yu Ran smiled and slowly walked from the hiding place in the yellow sand into Xiao Feng's sight. Lu Zitong, Cao Ran and Sun Ling were beside him. All the Huajin members of Ran Menju would fight in this battle. Xiao Feng's face suddenly changed, and Heisha and Zhang Hao were also filled with astonishment. This is impossible, how did you find this place?" Yu Ran shrugged, glanced at Xiao Feng with a smile, and then set his eyes on Heisha. This undisguised action naturally fell into the eyes of the three people opposite. Zhang Hao turned his head suddenly to look at Heisha in shock and anger. "Second brother? You?" "Zhang Hao, shut up. This is the other side's attempt to sow discord. Don't you know who your second brother is?" Sun Ling has appeared beside Yu Ran, so Heisha would be crazy if he surrenders. Heisha was relieved to see Xiao Feng's trust in him. He was also afraid that Xiao Feng had lost his mind. "Look at you. Didn't that slap from Nanjiang teach you to be more steady?" "I didn't say he surrendered, but it was indeed him who brought me here." Yu Ran had thought of tracking Xiao Feng's whereabouts just like he did in the Yunhai secret realm, but if he didn't kill Xiao Feng this time, he would definitely be on guard if Xiao Feng didn't die. So Yu Ran chose to let Sun Ling put the tracking talisman on the sea shark, and Sun Ling naturally completed the task successfully during the battle. In order to prevent Xiao Feng from discovering, Yu Ran has been staying 100 or 200 kilometers away from Xiao Feng. After Xiao Feng discovers the area, he will still need to dig, so there is plenty of time in between. So even though Xiao Feng found nothing unusual after testing, Yu Ran didn't want to destroy the treasures during the fight, because they were all his treasures. So naturally they had to wait until Xiao Feng finished digging. In order to prevent Xiao Feng from escaping, Yu Ran also made some preparations during the extra time. Now that everything was foolproof, Yu Ran naturally walked out with a swagger, ready to take back his treasure. Xiao Feng's face darkened. He didn't know what Yu Ran meant, but it was obvious that he was not lying. This was the grave that Yu Ran had chosen for Xiao Feng, so Yu Ran was a little more relaxed. "Oh, by the way, Xiao Feng, do you still remember the Yunhai area of the Yunhai secret realm? Aren't you curious why you didn't go in?" When Xiao Feng heard this, his face suddenly changed, and he could no longer maintain the expression on his face, and asked angrily. "It turned out that you stole my chance, didn't you?" "Yes, I said I felt like I was knocked unconscious. It turned out to be you, UBD. Yes, and the matter with the wind chime, was it you who did it?" Yu Ran smiled but did not comment. He certainly would not admit it voluntarily, lest Xiao Feng had any tricks up his sleeve and could contact the Li family, leaving him with worries. Seeing Yu Ran agree, Xiao Feng's energy surged. He was determined to kill this BD in front of him. However, the gap in reality made Xiao Feng calm down a little. Killing Yu Ran was not a good idea. Yu Ran obviously came for the treasure. As for how Yu Ran knew about the treasure, he didn't have time to think about it now. But he knew that if he wanted to leave safely now, he had to be ruthless. Chapter 369 Xiao Feng's Death. Yu Ran walked out in such a swagger, Xiao Feng didn't think he could escape by turning around and running away now. Even if he could escape, it would be absolutely impossible with the skills of Hai Shark and Zhang Hao. He had seen Yu Ran's speed, and he always felt that Yu Ran would not let him run away stupidly. His tone bets that Yu Ran can't catch up with him, so he might as well fight to the death. Maybe there is still a chance to leave. As for killing Yu Ran, Xiao Feng never thought about it. When he and the Black Wolf mercenary group besieged Yu Ran before, he knew that he was still no match for Yu Ran. Seeing Xiao Feng retreating instead of advancing and attacking directly towards him, Yu Ran was surprised and showed a hint of appreciation. This was much better than that guy Ye Chen, who would run away from him when he was scared. It is indeed good that Xiao Feng dared to take the initiative, and he judged the battlefield very accurately. If he turned around and ran away, it would be the easiest way to deal with the three of them. When Zhang Hao and Haisha saw Xiao Feng take action, they naturally followed behind. When Sun Ling saw Haisha, all the hatred came to his mind again. The sea shark dog thief takes his life. Liu Zitong also joined Hai Shark's battlefield. After all, Sun Ling was no match for Hai Shark, and this was not the time to talk about martial ethics. Cao Ran, on the other hand, faced Zhang Hao. The battle is about to begin. Xiao Feng struck at Yu Ran with a punch, his eyes still staring at the weapon in Yu Ran's hand. If Yu Ran suddenly took out the heaven-level spiritual weapon, he would immediately choose to give up close combat and change his attack method. However, Yu Ran still held the spirit eye sword and seemed to ignore Xiao Feng at all, which made Xiao Feng a little angry and looked down upon Yu Ran. At the same time, he was a little secretly happy. Yu Ran's contempt gave him hope of living. It's just that when Xiao Feng took over, he realized that hope can only lead to despair. Yu Ran didn't mean to look down upon him at all. He came up with an all-out attack. The difference between the two people who were already on the same level suddenly became apparent. Xiao Feng was stunned by the sword and took dozens of steps back. Then the sword energy circled around him crazily, without any intention of giving Xiao Feng a chance to breathe. Xiao Feng was shocked, and his hands were not slow. His fist slowly gathered momentum and hit Yu Ran's sword energy hard. Destroy the royal fist with force. It seems that he has inherited Xiao Feng's fighting style, and his boxing skills, which may not seem very powerful, are extremely powerful. It actually broke up the three sword energies of Yu Ran's unintegrated Qinglian sword technique. Xiao Feng looked at the last sword energy of Qinglian sword technique and was extremely frightened in his heart. This king-destroying fist was the most powerful and peak-level move that he had practiced hard since the late stage of transformation. Unexpectedly, he was torn apart by Yu Ran's sword energy as soon as he made contact. Xiao Feng had no way to avoid the last sword energy and could only take a defensive posture. The sword energy left a long and narrow scar from Xiao Feng's left shoulder to his abdomen. Xiao Feng's heart sank to the bottom after being hit by Yu Ran. Looking at Xiao Feng's appearance, Yu Ran couldn't help but grin. Compared to Ye Chen and Lin Fan, this guy had absolutely no trump card. Ye Chen and Lin Fan at least had a small universe explode before they died, and they fought him a few times. It became very difficult for Xiao Feng to take any of his moves. As opportunities continued to slip away, the original Xiao Feng who was invincible at the same level had already disappeared from everyone. Yu Ran's battle was not evenly matched at all, but a crushing victory without any suspense. This is also Yu Ran's consistent attitude towards the protagonist. He is not interested in fighting the protagonist to the death. What he wants is absolute crushing. Okay, it's time to end. Letting you die under this move is considered as recognition of you. Compared with the previous two protagonists, Xiao Feng is quite pleasing to the eye, but his identity as the points baby is doomed to his demise. After saying this, Yu Ran's eyes suddenly became profound, the energy in his body began to flow out continuously, and the weapon in his hand also transformed into the Hong Yao sword. When the vitality of the sky spreads above Yu Ran's head, the vast power of heaven and earth oppresses Xiao Feng's body. Xiao Feng finally understood that he might die today, and Yu Ran had been hiding his clumsiness, otherwise he would have killed him countless times. But he doesn't accept it, doesn't accept it. Why does Yu Ran take all the good things? His clenched fists wanted to meet this move and die violently. But when Yu Ran's 20-meter sword energy showed its edge above his head, Xiao Feng couldn't even stand up under the overwhelming force of heaven and earth. Xiao Feng's desire to fight with anger was instantly extinguished. He didn't want to die. He still wanted to live. Xiao Feng put down his clenched hands and knelt down on one knee to express submission, with a plea in his voice. Yu Ran, I'm convinced, spare my life, I'm willing to serve you. Xiao Feng's huge momentum naturally attracted the attention of other battlefields, but Sun Ling had a strong murderous intention and Zhang Hao was facing difficulties. Both of them only had time to glance at it. What I saw was the scene where Xiao Feng knelt down and begged for mercy. Something in his heart collapsed instantly, and he almost stayed on the spot. Zhang Hao also received a move from Cao Ran and was seriously injured and fell to the ground instantly. After receiving the Yuanmei power from Yu Ran, Cao Ran successfully advanced to the 5th level of Huajin. It was easy to suppress Zhang Hao who had just entered Huajin. Yu Ran had said beforehand that no one would be left alive. When Zhang Hao was seriously injured, Cao Ran pursued the victory and killed Zhang Hao with one sword. Zhang Hao, however, seemed as if he had not heard the sword in front of him, and used his last voice to roar in the battlefield outside the territory. Brother, stand up! This also became his last roar. In the next second, his head flew high and quickly landed on the land of the battlefield outside the territory, where it was slowly buried and decomposed by the yellow sand. Yu Ran had been accumulating his strength, but he was suddenly confused by Xiao Feng's actions. No matter how rubbish the previous two protagonists were, they didn't seem to have begged him for mercy. Coupled with Zhang Hao's heart-rending shouts, I have to say that Xiao Feng is really trash. He took back what he said before about Xiao Feng being pretty good. Although he was very interested in conquering the protagonist, when the system said there were no points, he no longer had any worries. The sword energy fell from the sky. Seeing that Yu Ran still refused to let him go, Xiao Feng roared angrily and used his last bit of strength to attack the sword energy. Why? Why? The sword energy would not listen to his wails and requests, and it would return Xiao Feng and Feng Sha to nothingness. The third protagonist, Xiao Feng, dies. Heisha was also covered in blood after being attacked by Lu Zitong and Sun Ling. Lu Zitong, who has obtained the power of Yuanmei, has successfully entered the middle stage of energy transformation. He can defeat the sea shark even in a one-on-one situation, let alone a siege with Sun Ling. Sun Ling was about to get his revenge, and the attack was so fierce that Heisha couldn't resist it. After Lu Zitong kicked Heisha away, he handed over the execution power to Sun Ling. Sun Ling grabbed Hai Shark's hair and lifted him up. The anger in his voice still disappeared, replaced by sadness that had been suppressed for a long time. Dad! Uncle Clan! Today I avenge you! He raised the knife and dropped it. The head rolled twice on the ground, and the blood dyed the land that no one had set foot on all year round. Chapter 370 Rich Harvest. Sun Ling threw Heisha's head aside and set up a simple sacrificial ceremony for his father and his tribe. Lu Zitong and Cao Ran were busy collecting storage rings and counting the harvest this time. The two of them were collecting it while swallowing their saliva. This Xiao Feng's treasure is too rich. Master, we really made it this time. Lu Zitong excitedly handed the ring to Yu Ran. Lu Zitong was overwhelmed by the densely packed various techniques and materials inside. And Cao Ran collected 2 storage rings filled with earth-level materials. This does not include Xian-level materials. In Yu Ran's hand are 2 rings of high-grade Yuan stones. Regardless of other income, the high-grade yuan stones alone are worth hundreds of thousands. After getting rich overnight last time, he got rich overnight again. I have to say that Xiao Feng is really Yuran's lucky star. It's so rich that I feel numb. But think about it, this is the wealth that Xiao Feng plans to revive, and it would be abnormal if it were less. Yuran made a rough estimate of the value, and found that it was worth at least 2 million high-grade yuan stones, which was comparable to the previous 10 small mines. Moreover, many of the techniques and materials collected by Xiao Feng are very rare and have a price but no market. The price is only higher than the estimated value. Yuran could only sigh, he was so rich. It seemed that Xiao Feng had accumulated too much wealth for himself during his time as the god of war in the north. But now all this wealth is lost. The biggest economic problem was solved directly within a month or two of coming to the foreign battlefield. It should be said that Yuran felt very happy inside. Of course, what was even more satisfying was the system's broadcast. Congratulations to the host for killing Xiao Feng and gaining 10,000 points. Since Xiao Feng's hatred value reaches 100, he will receive double rewards and get an intermediate draw once every 10 times. With 20,000 points credited to your account, is there anything more exciting than this? Yuran. Martial arts level, 9th level of Huajin. Physique, Great Sun Yang body. Skills mastered, Iron Mountain Reliance, Tiger Roar, Yi Yang Finger, Green Lotus Sword Technique, Lingzi Step, Shadow, Yuan Gathering Technique, Crazy Thunder Fist, Soul Cutting, Sword Dang Bawang, Body Scale Judgment, 10,000 Spear Ju, All Heavens Fist Technique Dazzling Shadow Technique. Currently receiving information, the Miracle Doctor descends from the mountain, Urban Crazy Soldiers, and God of War in the North. System points, 53,900. Mall, click to open. Lottery pool, expand. When he opened the system panel and saw the data of 50,000 points, Yuran was so happy that he could be promoted to Grandmaster when he returned. After Sun Ling finished the sacrifice, he returned to Yuran. The man knelt down in front of Yuran without saying a word. Leader, my life, Sun Ling, will be yours for the rest of my life. If you let me go to the Mountain of Swords, I won't even blink. Sun Ling's loyalty had reached its full limit. Of course, Yuran believed his words deeply and bent down to help him up. After entering Ranmen residence, you are one of your own. It is natural to avenge your own people. Besides, we don't like to kneel down to express our gratitude. A manly man should kneel down on his knees in heaven and his parents. If you really want to thank me, then help me. Ranmenjua should do better. Yes. Sun Ling was full of loyalty and finally condensed it into one word. For him, the great revenge has been avenged, and the remaining time belongs to Yuran and Ranmenjua who avenged him. This is what he swore back then. Okay, go home. Yuran said it casually, but Sun Ling, who was following Yuran, smiled unconsciously. Home. Yes, Ranmenjua is his new home now. He has found a place with a sense of belonging again. Alliance Leader. After several days of trekking, we finally returned to the Yu family's camp. The gate sentry saluted Yuran and let him go. Yunyi ran out as soon as he heard Yuran's voice and hurried over to check Yuran's physical condition. Lu Zitong and others were also very sensible and slipped away quietly. Okay, I'm fine. Looking at the serious Yunyi, Yuran couldn't help but smile, and then held her in his arms, but his eyes saw Yunqi standing aside in the distance, with a tangled look on his face. You're worried about me, why don't you come over and take a look? Yunqi was still struggling at first, but when he heard this, he fell into his old habit and couldn't help but snorted. Why are you worried? It would be better for you to die outside if you are such a scourge. Besides, you will be a scourge for thousands of years, so you won't die. Yuran knew that Yunqi was an arrogant big sister, so he took the initiative and walked over. Yunyi in his arms also whispered to Yuran. Master, don't listen to your aunt's nonsense. She is worried about you. As soon as you left, she kept wandering around. She ran outside to see if you were back. She often asked the soldiers here about your situation. Everyone knows. Even if it was a whisper at such a close distance, Yunqi could clearly hear it, and his face could not help but turn red with embarrassment, and even became a little angry. Who missed him? Yunyi, don't talk nonsense. I simply, The best way to deal with the arrogant big sister is to attack directly. Yu Ran directly reached out and hugged Yunqi into his arms. Yunqi in his arms was much more honest, lying on Yu Ran's shoulders and looking at the other side. Yunyi couldn't help but blush. After thinking about it for a while, Yu Ran took out 2 storage rings and put them in the hands of Yunyi and Yunqi. Okay, this time the harvest is very good, I will give you these 2 storage rings. This time of great harvest, Yu Ran naturally prepared gifts for both Yunyi and Yunqi. Yunqi, aside from being her woman, is a therapist herself, so she deserves some remuneration. As for Yunyi, he has always wanted to work hard to become stronger. Although his talent is average, he has experienced the baptism of medicinal bath. As long as he has enough resources, it is not a big problem to break through. Yunqi put his consciousness into the ring and took a look, and was instantly shocked. There were thousands of high-grade yuan stones inside. Yunyi accepted the gift obediently. Anyway, she wanted whatever the master gave her. All of them belonged to the master, so why did she care about them? Yu Ran. As soon as Yunqi was about to speak, Yu Ran knew what she was going to say. Okay, don't say no, let's not talk about how you helped me save Cao Ran and the others before. The money is worth buying my brother's life, not to mention the relationship between us. It's not normal for me to give you anything. Something. Yunqi's face was a little complicated. As a therapist, she was not short of money, but she was not in a situation where she could not count thousands of high-grade yuan stones. According to the Yun family's salary, she can normally get about 50 high-grade yuan stones a month. Of course, if she saves people or something, she will get extra pay. Even so, it would be difficult for her to obtain thousands of high-grade yuan stones in 1 year. Yu Ran had just established a relationship with her, and hadn't even confirmed it yet. He just gave her so many stones without any care. He now understood why Yu Ran had so many women who were still committed to her. Okay, don't think so much. By the way, I saw 2 books about therapists in this harvest. They are both of high quality. If you are interested, you can read them. Chapter 371 Ran Menju's Arrangements. Yunqi bit her lip and seemed a little overwhelmed by Yu Ran's special concern. This was the first man besides her eldest brother who cared so much about her. For Yu Ran, this is actually just a small thing. There are many women in the family, so he is used to seeing if there are any gifts suitable for them. For example, Yunyi and Yu Ran prepared a cold light sword for her, a weapon at the peak of the Xian level, which was very suitable for Yunyi to use now, including the matching sword skill Cold Light Ling Lai, although Yu Ran didn't think he would let them fight. But this is her hobby after all, and Yu Ran won't deprive it of it, so there's nothing wrong with spending some money. Thank you. Yu Ran looked at Yunqi in his arms and said thank you. He looked in disbelief for a moment and blinked his eyes. What did you just say? Do you still say thank you? Yunqi's face turned red immediately. This time he was not shy, but angry. She punched Yu Ran hard in the stomach, broke away from Yu Ran's arms, and walked angrily toward the camp, cursing as she walked. Yu Ran, you are a BD. Yu Ran cooperated and held his stomach. In fact, it was okay. Yunqi was still a bit measured in his attack, not to mention that Yunqi couldn't hurt him even if he really attacked him. Yunyi, on the other hand, rubbed Yu Ran's belly obediently and muttered. Master, don't make your aunt angry all the time. Her temper is like that. Also, Do you feel any pain? I'll rub it for you. Since Yunyi became his cute little apprentice, she has won Yu Ran's heart. Yu Ran immediately picked up Princess Yunyi and walked towards the depths of the room. It's time to vent the anger of the past 10 days. Guaranteed to complete the mission. The next day, Yu Ran handed over the task of annihilating Xiaofeng's Northern Alliance remnants to Sun Ling, and asked Cao Ran to assist him, allowing him to mobilize all combatants in Ranmenju. Sun Ling was naturally excited to accept this task. In his opinion, this was the alliance leader's trust in him. Only Chu Xiong and some members of Anjin were left among Xiaofeng's remnants, and Yu Ran had no interest in taking action himself. He now plans to quickly help Yunyi gain experience on the battlefield outside the territory, and then return to Huang Lingmeng and the others. His child is about to be born. This is his true bond in this world. Cao Bing and Su Huang are all back. Lu Zitong nodded. The day before Yu Ran came back, Cao Bing, Su Huang and the others all returned. Young Master. Cao Bing, Su Huang and Wang Hu also saluted Yu Ran when they saw him. Compared to the alliance leader, they preferred to call him Young Master Yu Ran. This was a bond that belonged exclusively to the Yu family's secret guards. Not bad. How does it feel to practice in the secret realm of the outer battlefield? Cao Bing scratched his head. It feels more difficult than the sea and sky secret realm. There are more resources inside, but the number of people is also exaggerated. The secret realm of Hadian was because Yu Ran had an insight into the opportunity, otherwise it would not be simpler than the secret realm outside the territory. However, Yu Ran did not correct Cao Bing's statement and asked roughly about the process. Su Huang calmly recounted their experiences. In fact, all the institutions in the secret realm of the foreign battlefield are fine, but the most dangerous thing is the people. As a new organization, Ranmenju did not attract much attention, which made the competition for the secret realm of the foreign battlefield extremely fierce. Fortunately, the members of Ranmenju were united and got all the resources they needed. However, 3 brothers died and 20 others were injured in the fight. This damage ratio is actually very low. Every time the secret realm is opened, the number of people who come out alive will not exceed 60%, but there are still countless people flocking to it. The secret realm is the place where it is easiest to change one's fate against the odds. The 3 brothers who died were also negligent. When they were fighting a group of foreign big noses, they did not expect that they would use a strange toxin, which caused their combat power to be greatly reduced and died after being poisoned. The funeral affairs of the 3 brothers must be taken care of. Find a place to set up a hero monument of our Ranmenju to commemorate the dead members. What are the other gains? Cao Bing and Su Huang both nodded. This is what they should do, and they will not be ambiguous. When asked about the harvest, Wang Hu took over the conversation. 28 copies of yellow level materials, 31 copies of yellow level martial arts, including 18 copies of one-time martial arts, 32 copies of yellow level spiritual weapons, 35 copies of Xian level materials, 12 copies of Xian level tactics, including 7 copies of one-time tactics, Xian level spiritual weapons, 21 instruments. Wang Hu also handed over a specific amount of income to Yu Ran. An estimate of overall revenue is provided above. The profit is about 3,000 high-grade yuan stones, which is not a small amount. Don't look at Yu Ran's income of tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands, but in fact this income is not small in ordinary organizations. The normal monthly salary of a peak engine is only 200 low-grade yuanqi, which is 2 high-grade yuanqi, which is equivalent to the monthly income of 500 peak engine. There were only 70 people who went there, and on average they had about 43 high-grade yuan stones. Even if they could get 20% according to the general rules, they still had 8 high-grade yuan stones on average, which was 4 months' salary. However, most people are not at the peak of engine. For them, it is possible that their salary will be 1 or even 2 years. Put everything in storage. Now I need a score table for Ren Menju to distinguish it from the secret guards of our Yu family. The Yu family's secret guards are his private soldiers, but the members of Menju are not yet members for a short time, so Yu Ran naturally has to treat them differently. Some good and rare things can only be redeemed by the Yu family's secret guards. Of course, they won't be treated too differently, but the Yu family's secret guards have more choices in redeeming points. The army has been doing this all along. Do we want to help? Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Well, please help. The other three of you are preparing to break through the transformation energy. Now the peak dark energy is not enough. Cao Bing and the other three looked at each other in shock when they heard Yu Ran's words, but what they immediately revealed was surprise. Yu Ran's intention is to help them break through the energy. Theoretically speaking, their accumulation is not enough, but the accumulation in Yu Ran's hands is enough. The high-grade Yuan stones and top-quality Yuan stones in Yu Ran's hands are enough to help them supplement their foundation. As for the problems caused by forced promotion, it is not a big deal. Cao Bing and the three of them had no hope of improving their strength in this life, so it would be great if they could advance with Yu Ran's help. Still caring about these things, the three people's talents are not top-notch, and Yu Ran's requirements for them are not high. At least 4 Yuan Mei are enough. Without the 4 Yuan Mei, the combat effectiveness is really too high. Okay, the request is over. No matter how many resources are consumed, please break through to the 4 Yuan Vein's transformation energy as soon as possible. After that, I will divide the team. Then Menju should be on the right track. Cao Bing, Su Huang, and others had some worries in their eyes, but more of them were excited and uneasy. Yu Ran waved his hands. Go and help Liu Zitong settle the rules first. When the time comes, I will put the resources in Liu Zitong's place. You guys hurry up and break through. After arranging things for Wanran Menju, Yu Ran finally had time to complete his own affairs. The master is here. Chapter 372 Luxurious Heavenly Prizes. System, your suggestion is 3 months, right? Yu Ran communicated with the system about advancing to Grandmaster level. Yes, host, 3 months is the best time. This will help the host adapt to the master's power and is the perfect time. 3 months of seclusion? Time is a bit tight. Riemu and the others might be about to give birth. It would be a problem to remain in seclusion until then. Yu Ran stroked his chin and thought, it would be a bit inappropriate for him to stay in seclusion after the child was born. Host, where did you come up with the idea that you need to retreat? Yu Ran was shocked by the words of the system. Yes, the system only said that it would take time, but it didn't say that he had to go into seclusion. So, system, do you mean it only takes 3 months, and it doesn't matter what I do during this time? Almost, but this system recommends that the host not resort to violence for the time being. This will be better. Yu Ran nodded. If that was the case, then he could go back to Jinling and advance again. Then he could accompany his woman without resorting to violence. She would still be very sweet. After the Grandmaster's issue was resolved, Yu Ran felt a headache when he looked at the speechless countdown in the system. System, what's the situation with your 1-year countdown? After Xiao Feng died, it took a whole year for the next protagonist to appear, which made Yu Ran speechless. Suddenly, without the protagonist who can be fleeced, life has lost a lot of fun. Please explore on your own, this system cannot explain. Yu Ran rolled his eyes. This intelligent system was not as good as Xiao AI's, so he was too lazy to continue asking questions. So he decided to wait. He could take a break. System, activate the intermediate 10-draw combo. Yu Ran rubbed his hands, looking forward to the rewards of this intermediate 10-draw. I got a lot of good stuff last time, so I'm sure it won't be too bad this time. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Earth-level Pinnacle Skill Sword Intention Ling Xiao. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the top-level Earth-level skill, Splitting Huashan Mountain. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Earth-class pinnacle spiritual weapon Moyun Sword. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the primary heavenly skill of stepping on the clouds and chasing the waves. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the disposable array disc Gui Li. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Earth-class intermediate spiritual weapon Wind-breaking Blade. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the heavenly grade intermediate spiritual artifact, Golden Jade Robe. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the heavenly grade primary spiritual artifact Tassel Boots. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the one-time item 7-day prediction card. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the heaven grade spell Explosion Talisman. Yuran was quite satisfied with the rewards this time. Although there were no demigod level rewards, there were 4 heaven level rewards. If the quality is not good enough, the quantity can make up for it, and the quality is not bad either. He first checked out the sword technique of the peak earth rank, Ling Xiao. Yuran thought that he had mastered the green lotus sword art and that the sword technique of the peak earth rank was of little value to him, but after careful study, he found out. This skill is also quite awesome. This sword skill can actually be regarded as a semi-auxiliary sword skill, which can upgrade Yuran's sword intent. It makes the sword intent become more pure and sharp. Yuran naturally couldn't wait to find a martial arts training ground and trained, and sure enough. Sword intent Ling Xiao can have a benefit on Qinglian's sword technique. And the benefit is not small. This is the reason why his sword intent Ling Xiao is not proficient enough, otherwise it can be described as extremely powerful. Moreover, the sword energy of Qinglian's sword art can be sublimated, but what about Jian Dang Bawang? It is a powerful kendo auxiliary skill. Produced by the system, it must be a high-quality product. The system is awesome. With the Moyun sword, you can put aside the spirit pupil sword. The appearance of the Moyun sword is very good looking, with black and white color combinations. The white of the hilt and the black and white of the sword have a Tai Chi ink feel, and it has a very good appearance. Yuran brushed it slightly and put it away, focusing on several heaven-level spiritual weapons and martial arts. Walking on the clouds and waves, as you can tell from the name, it is a physical and martial skill. Yuran thought that this heaven-level physical and martial skill was not much better than Lingzi Buletin. But as soon as I understood it, I discovered that the heaven level is the heaven level, and the peak of the earth level is completely incomparable. In addition to the normal speed of walking on clouds and waves, walking on clouds and chasing waves in the sea can not only accelerate the speed, but also use strength. This is not the most outrageous thing. The most outrageous thing is that walking on clouds and waves can actually form your own area and use the power of heaven and earth to evolve the surrounding environment into an environment suitable for you. In other words, even if it is not fighting in the sky or on the sea, it can still exert extraordinary effects, which is simply awesome. Yuran couldn't wait to experiment and found that even the daily speed was much faster than Lingzibu. If he walked on the clouds and waves, it would be twice the daily speed. The most unnatural thing is that with the help of the general trend of heaven and earth, he can simulate a sea of clouds in front of Yuran and directly change the terrain to his advantage. Of course, this consumes a lot of money. But Yuran can still accept it. When he becomes a master, this consumption will be negligible. Next are 2 pieces of gold jade clothing and tassel boots. Tassel boots are boots that can self-absorb, store and use vitality. After activation, it can quickly accelerate and increase explosive power, and its offensiveness is also greatly improved. However, Yuran rarely attacks with his feet. It is more about speed. In addition, riding on the clouds and waves can be said to be a double increase in speed. For Yuran, it is adding more power to a tiger makes Yuran Xiantian invincible. The shoes were quite satisfactory, but the gold jade clothes gave Yuran a big surprise. The explosion talisman, when attached to the body, directly increases one's explosive power and instantly increases the attack power by 2 to 3 times. It is a good trump card. Yuran put it into the system space, but he didn't expect it to be used. After all, Yu Ran liked stable happiness, so why take the risk if he could crush it? Yu Ran is quite satisfied with these heaven-level props or martial arts. This lottery draw is worth it. Then he set his sights on the only special prop, the 7-day prediction card. Just hearing the name Yu Ran makes me think that he looks awesome. How can he predict the next 7 days? After knowing the result, Yu Ran's face turned dark instantly. Dog system, what are you smoking for me? Host, this is a tool that allows you to know the next protagonist 7 days in advance. It is quite precious. Precious sir, 7 days in advance, who knows that the protagonist can have a hammer? But Yu Ran also knew that it was impossible for the system to return the goods to him, so Yu Ran could only complain. It's not that this card is really bad, it's just that the name gave Yu Ran too much expectation, which led to great disappointment. But after thinking about it, the last time the system let him know in advance, it would cost 5,000 points. Thinking about it this way, he felt much calmer. After the lottery, Yu Ran stayed for 2 days and helped Liu Zitong perfect the points rules of Ranmenju. Cao soldiers Su Huang and Wang Hu also entered the secret room to retreat, preparing to break through the energy. Liu Zitong helped them prepare additional pills, so it should not be a big problem. Yu Ran saw that Ranmenju was on the right track, and it was time to lead Yunyi to continue her unfinished experience. So Yu Ran, Yunyi, and Yunqi once again embarked on a journey to the battlefield outside the territory. Chapter 373 The Thief Blocking the Road. Traveling to foreign battlefields is not as exciting as imagined. Most of the time, it is accompanied by yellow sand, which is still a bit boring. Fortunately, Yu Ran has 2 beauties by his side, so his life is not boring, and he can still feel shameless occasionally. Although Yunqi strongly rejected Yu Ran's suggestion to rest together, she had no choice but to give in due to Yunyi's mole, and the threesome made everyone happy. How far is it from Yunchenj? Yu Ran looked at the darkening sky in boredom. After entering the battlefield outside the territory, every Yun family member needs to report to Yunchenj, the stronghold established by the Yun family. Completing this process is considered to have completed the Yun family's first mission. The distance between Cloud City and Hope City is more than a month, and encountering various situations on the road is a kind of experience. Of course, this is calculated based on Jin's foot strength. When driving a sand truck like Yu Ran, the speed will naturally increase a lot. The Yun family has always used this method to train their children, and no official in the Yun family was allowed to help during the first training. So Yun Sheng couldn't help, so he entrusted Yun Yi to Yu Ran. This is also one of the unspoken rules for the experience of direct children. If you have money and connections, you can also hire others to protect your children. It should be soon. At the current pace, it will take about 5 days. Of course, if you don't stop to rest at night, 3 days will be enough. When Yunqi said this, he glared at Yu Ran fiercely. During this period of time on the road, this guy was torturing them in different ways, but Yunyi was still enjoying it, and she could only suffer innocently. That's not possible, we have to pay attention to the balance between work and rest. Experience and experience, if you are too tired, it will be bad, you must take a proper rest. Isn't it tiring to drive by yourself? Driving during the day and driving at night is very hard for him, okay. Yunqi rolled his eyes at Yu Ran's attitude. Telling this guy this kind of thing was just playing tricks on others. Several people were chatting. Yu Ran frowned and looked not far away. Then Yunqi also looked in that direction, and his eyes suddenly turned cold. Come again. There's no end to these awful. Yu Ran was extremely calm, watching the dust flying in the distance continue to drive towards the gardener. Yunyi hugged the jade guanyin that Yu Ran gave her tightly, trying not to hold back. He now understood why his father did not let her enter martial arts. Everyone stop, this road is blocked. Looking at the group of people blocking the road, Yu Ran almost laughed out loud. This was no different than the Black Wolf Killer group. Among the 5 people, there are only 3 with Huajin and 2 with Dark Jin. How do people like this want to block the way? I think you are looking for death. Yuran is calm, but Yunqi cannot be calm. She has always been worried about the last assassination, but she dared to do it this time. As soon as Yunqi mid-stage energy aura was revealed, the opponent standing in the way was shocked. Among this group of blockers, only the leader was in the middle stage of Huajin, and the other 2 were in the early stages of Huajin. As soon as Yunqi aura came out, the group immediately felt something was wrong. The second oldest brother next to him even took half a step back to the elder brother's side. Brother, the idea is so tricky. Yuran was not interested in talking too much nonsense to them, and as soon as he showed his aura, he was in front of them in an instant. This powerful aura at the peak of Huajin made the 5 people in front of them almost kneel down. Oh no, 2 of them and Jin directly knelt down. I ask you to answer. If you answer correctly, you will live, if you answer incorrectly, you will die. The black-faced leader swallowed his saliva and nodded hurriedly, but this breath made them lose their will to resist. Who asked you to block the road? Have no idea. As soon as the black-faced words came out, Yuran's face looked wrong and he explained quickly like a barrage of words. I really don't know. Someone sent an anonymous message saying that big fish appeared on this road. Not only us, but also many gangsters appeared. Yuran knew that Heilian was not lying, and his tone did not soften, so he still asked. Then you didn't know anything and just came to block the road. The black face looked bitter. If he had known that it was such a evil star, he would not have come at all. It's because as long as you block the road, you have to get the high-grade Yuan stone. When you come, you will get 1000. If you intercept it, it will be double, and they have put the Yuan stone here in advance. We will come here even if we think about it. Yuran frowned slightly. It was true that someone used money to hinder them, but the Black Wolf Killer group failed. What's the point of these shrimp soldiers and crab generals? Brother, look, I have said everything. Yuran was interrupted from thinking by the black face, and felt slightly unhappy. Wrong answer, die. Along with Yuran's words, Mo Yunjian also took action. Black face, as a normal mid-level energy transformation, could not block Yuran's move at all, and was instantly killed. The remaining kidnappers fled in all directions, but were stopped by Yunyi and Yunqi, who had already prepared. As a boring pastime for so many days, Yunyi and Yunqi naturally took the initiative to have a good fight. When the 4 gangsters saw that they could not escape, they became so ruthless that they wanted to take these 2 beautiful little ladies in front of them to death with them. As for letting them go, how could they be allowed to live after they were all here to intercept and kill them? Besides, they were robbers in the first place. Yunyi and Yunqi, who had a strong sense of justice, would have done justice even if they had not intercepted and killed them, let alone now. Although Yunqi is not good at fighting, it is still compared to the combatants of the Yun family. She is also in the middle stage of the transformation of the 5 spirit veins, and is not a true vase. It's not an exaggeration to say that he was able to defeat 2 gangsters who were in the early stage of transformation. Yunyi's side was a little more difficult. Facing the 2 gangsters in the late Anjin stage, they seemed a little stretched. After all, her combat experience was insufficient, and the gangsters she encountered were desperate, so the situation was suddenly full of dangers. Yuran just watched from the side and did not take any action. Yunyi actually secretly revealed many times that she also wanted to have a good experience, so Yuran stayed still for the time being when her life was not in danger. Even if he is injured, Yuran still has a lot of healing medicine here, and the therapist Yunqi is here, so Yunyi has the capital to spend. Yunqi finished the battle first, confiscated the storage rings of the 2 gangsters, and came to Yuran to watch Yunyi's battle together. Yuran glanced at Yunqi's still bleeding arm. Why are you injured? Come and take some healing medicine. Seeing the healing medicine handed over by Yuran, Yunqi originally wanted to say that he was just grazed on his arm by a fatal blow from the opponent. The injury was very minor and healed quickly. But when she saw Yuran taking the initiative to feed her the elixir, she accidentally refused and just swallowed it in one gulp. Well, it will be better this way, Yunqi comforted himself in his heart. Yuran didn't know Yunqi's rich psychological activities. He just looked at the battlefield and said lightly. It looks like the winner is about to be decided. Chapter 374, Heavenly Secret Realm. There is no doubt that Yunyi lost. Although she had practiced at home before, the competition was still a competition, and it was completely different from fighting desperately. Yunyi only hesitated for a moment before being stabbed in his right arm by the two men who fought back. After that, although Yunyi endured the pain and fought, he still lost. At the moment when the opponent was about to knock her down, Yuran's hand moved slightly, and the two thieves on the opponent finally stopped in the slashing motion. Yunyi quickly got up and killed them with two swords, but the expression on his face was still not happy. Yunqi was asked to drive, while Yuran helped Yunyi deal with her wounds. Yunyi's injuries were not serious, just some external injuries, but Yuran still grinned in pain and had tears in his eyes when he helped her deal with them. From time to time, she would lie in Yuran's arms and act coquettishly, calling Yunqi who was driving the car good guy. Why didn't she realize that her niece was becoming more and more like green tea? Of course, Yuran was aware of Yunyi's little quirks, but this was just a fun activity between men and women, and Yuran was happy to cooperate. In fact, your strength in this battle is superior to the two of them, but you are not decisive enough, which exposes your lack of combat experience, but this is where the value of experience lies. Of course Yuran nodded obediently and asked more detailed questions. As expected, the next experience will not be peaceful, and Yunyi still has time to adapt. Sure enough, Yuran and the others encountered 5 waves of thieves in 2 days, and their strength was not much different from the first time. Yunyi's experience in many life and death battles was also visible to the naked eye. But what Yuran has never quite understood is, what is the purpose of letting these people come to die? Yuran even wondered if Yunsheng hired someone to help Yunyi practice. On the 5th day, Yuran and the others finally saw the buildings of Yunchenj, but it was more like a camp than a city. The layout of the territory is similar to that of the Yu family. It is also a combination of sentries and simple obstacles. There are rows of houses and tents inside. However, in terms of area alone, it is several times larger than the Yu family's residence. Yuran took Yunyi to verify his identity, and by the way submitted Yunyi's first training mission, and Yunyi also obtained the identity of an extraterritorial battlefield for the first time in a real sense, and could receive a subsidy from the Yun family, although it was not that's more. The subsidy is better than nothing for Yunyi. After all, she has Yuran and she is not short of money. What's more important is the opening of the Yun family's intelligence and mission system. Yunyi can take on some tasks through the Yun family's terminal, and can also learn about intelligence. The points from these tasks can be exchanged for needed items in the library, which is similar to what Yuran did, or most organizations are in this form. Xiaoai, you're here. Yuran didn't expect to meet Yunsheng here. Let me explain here. Although Yunchenj is the base camp of the Yun family, most of the people are not actually here. This is the original stronghold established by the Yun family. Now most of the Yun family have gone to various places to perform tasks. There were not many people left in the camp, and as the commander of the Yun family, Yunsheng seemed a bit out of place here at the moment. Hey, Dad, why are you here? Yunyi was also curious as to why Yunsheng was here. Of course I'm here specifically to wait for you. Xiaoqi seems to be doing well. Yunzheng saw Yunkai behind him, and just as he greeted her, he immediately noticed the difference in his sister, and then looked at Yuran with a somewhat annoyed expression. Yuran. The older you get, the wiser you become. Yunsheng, who has been through it all, saw through Yunqi changes almost immediately. Naturally, our master you couldn't avoid a scolding. After all, he had kidnapped someone's sister and daughter, so Yu Ran was too embarrassed to retort and let Yun Sheng teach him a lesson. Brother, you can't blame him for this. Your little sister, have problems too. Yun Heng hadn't finished talking when Yun Kai interrupted him, making him even angrier. Damn it, one or two of them, they're already defending men before they even get married. But just as he was about to get angry, his little cotton-padded jacket Yun Yi pulled his sleeve. Dad! I talked to my aunt about this matter very well. We don't care about it. Do you really want to watch my aunt die alone? Yun Shen's anger was almost gone after his little one made such a fuss, but he still felt a little unhappy inside. Yu Ran, let me tell you, if you dare to treat them badly, I will kill you even if it costs me my life. Faced with the threats from his father-in-law and brother-in-law, Yu Ran of course made a promise immediately, but for a moment he didn't know what to call Yun Heng. Don't worry, I will treat them well. By the way, you are not here just to see Yun Yi, right? Although Yun Heng doted on his daughter very much, he would not go all the way to Yunchenj to visit her. Well, I have something important to tell you. Please follow me. In the space protected by the formation, Yun Sheng stated his purpose. The secret realm of heaven and man 2 years later. It's about the secret realm again. The fact that Yun Heng came here to talk about it specifically shows that this secret realm must be extraordinary. Yes, that's right. The Heavenly Man secret realm is one of the highest level secret realms in the extraterritorial battlefield. It is extremely mysterious. Everyone can only enter it once in their lifetime. And according to the description, almost everyone encounters something different, but the common point is it was a great learning experience. Yu Ran listened to Yun Sheng's statement quietly, but for a moment he didn't know why Yun Sheng wanted to talk about this matter. So the timing of entry is very critical. Most people enter at the peak of Huajin or even at the early stage of Grandmaster. I didn't think about the quota of the Yun family this time because I have already been in, but I think Yu Ran this is your chance to go in and take a look. Yu Ran really didn't expect that his cheap father-in-law would think of him first when good things happened. Needless to say, he felt a little touched in his heart. Originally, you were not qualified to participate in the Yun family's selection. Even if you were a son-in-law, it would be impossible to give you such a thing. You should understand that. Yu Ran remained silent. The Yun family had done their best for him, and it was impossible for them to give him all the good things. But this time, the Heavenly Man secret realm seems to be a reincarnation that occurs once every 1,000 years. It is a matter of great importance and the number of places is extremely important, so the countries finally decided to jointly host it. Those above the Grandmaster level will be recommended, and those below the Grandmaster level will compete. The registration period is in the next few days, and the registration will be held later. Ignore it after the deadline. Yu Ran suddenly understood why that group of people bribed cannon fodder to come here. It turned out that they just wanted to prevent him from signing up. Wait, who would stop him from signing up? Yu Ran vaguely felt that there was a dark hand behind him that wanted to prevent him from signing up. Of course Yu Ran couldn't do as he wished. I understand, I sign up. Chapter 375 Changes in Jinling. Well, this matter must be done by you personally. I am waiting here specifically for you. The Southern Military Headquarters has also asked me about your situation several times, but I have been unable to contact you. Yu Ran nodded, feeling a little grateful to the military department. When he left, except for the Yu family's secret guards, no one else could contact him. With Yun Sheng's help, Yu Ran successfully completed the registration. 2 years later? I have a vague feeling that I will meet the next protagonist. After a brief chat with Yun Sheng about household matters, Yun Sheng hurriedly packed his things and headed to his station. The first mission has been successfully completed. I plan to go back to Jinling to have a look. Let's go back together. Okay, I miss Sister Ryumu and the others too. Of course Yunyi agreed with both hands. This time on the foreign battlefield, she had experienced team fights, resource mining and assassination. The experience in 3 months was even more exciting than many people had in decades. She also misses a peaceful life. Of course, the more important thing is that she wants to be with Yu Ran. When she returns to Jinling, the master will not be hers alone. Moreover, Sister Ling Meng and the others are about to have a baby, so the master will probably have to focus on taking care of them. However, Yunyi didn't feel depressed or sad. She was very satisfied to be able to dominate her master for such a long time. I won't go. It's not suitable for me there. Hehe. Facing the arrogant elder sister, Yu Ran naturally used actions instead of words, directly picked her up and headed towards the sand cart. Yun Qi struggled for a while and finally gave up. To be honest, she was a little afraid of Yu Ran's group of women, even though Yun Yi said many times that they were very kind. But will my age be a little too big, and will they care about my relationship with Yun Yi? Yun Qi found that he was also worried about gains and losses. As the sand truck drove towards Hope City, Yu Ran's first trip to the foreign battlefield came to a successful end. Yu Ran looked at the yellow sand-filled foreign battlefield and knew that he would come back. After 3.5 months, Yu Ran once again set foot on the territory of Daxia. Looking at the prosperity of high-rise buildings, it felt like a lifetime ago. Go home. The plane stayed on the tarmac early, waiting for Yu Ran. The plane took off in the sky and flew towards Jinling. This time Yu Ran came back without telling anyone, he wanted to give them a surprise. The plane landed on the public tarmac. Yu Ran took a taxi and headed towards his home. He had even thought about how they would be surprised. Are these guests coming to Jinling for tourism? You came at the wrong time. These days are not peaceful. Jinling is a tourist city with peak season all year round, and there is an endless stream of tourists here. Although the driver was a little envious of Yu Ran hugging 2 stunning beauties, his professional habits made him unable to help but ask. Yu Ran frowned slightly, it was not peaceful. Jinling should be as stable as Mount Tai now. I said, brother driver, please don't lie to us outsiders. Jinling is a big city, and the public security is so good. How can it be so peaceful? Yu Ran pretended to be a tourist and started chatting with the driver. Hey, you don't know this, right? This is what happened secretly. Previously, the official said that the explosion in the south was caused by improper operation. A lot of buildings over there were destroyed, but who can do it these days? I don't know, what kind of explosion can make a building look like that? It must be a terrorist. Yu Ran suddenly felt dumbfounded. The driver had such a rich imagination that even terrorists appeared. I would be stupid if I didn't ask Lu Qingxiu and the others, but asked a taxi driver who I heard about what they were doing. Brother, don't make blind guesses. We are very good at Jinling. Hey, you kid, don't listen to the old man. Let me tell you, I have channels. Someone who works there said that it's 2 waves of people fighting each other. What can we do if we can fight like this but not terrorists? Yu Ran also noticed something was wrong at this time. Brother, is this true? Don't scare me. Where is that place? I will avoid it when I travel. Ha ha ha, kid, you're scared now, right? That place was the former Wangchu Building Materials Co., Ltd. It's sealed off now and you can't get in. Yu Ran frowned. Isn't this the Chu family's company? How could there be a conflict? Suddenly thinking of the fact that Chu Qingkai was pregnant, Yu Ran's expression became noticeably tense. Yun Yi and Yun Qi also noticed Yu Ran's changes, and Yun Yi gently placed her hand on Yu Ran's hand. Sister, they will be fine, don't worry. Although Yun Qi didn't know what happened, seeing that Yu Ran looked very worried, she followed Yun Yi's instructions and comforted Yu Ran. Here it is, 45 yuan. Yu Ran paid the fare, disappeared around the corner with Yun Qi and Yun Yi, and flew directly towards home. Yu Ran walked into the house with ease. When he opened the door with his key, a figure suddenly ran towards him at high speed. Who? This question was not asked by Yu Ran, but by the figure who jumped out. Yu Ran recognized the figure as Bai Yuan at a glance and cleared his throat. I. Without Yu Ran's introduction, Bai Yuan immediately showed a surprised expression. She wanted to hug him directly, but when she saw Yun Yi and Yun Qi behind her, she took a step back and bowed gently to Yu Ran. Welcome home, master. Bai Yuan's words matched the maid outfit she was wearing perfectly in this scene. Yun Qi looked at the scene and muttered softly. This pervert actually likes this tune. Yu Ran ignored Yun Qi monologue and walked straight into the room. Bai Yuan and Yun Yi followed Yu Ran. As soon as Yu Ran entered the inner room, he saw Huang Lingmeng and Chu Qingkai standing up. Both of their stomachs were already big and new life would be born in 2 or 3 months at most. Yu Ran hugged the two of them gently and kissed them on the cheek. In addition to Huang Lingmeng and Chu Qingkai, Lian was also in the room. As for Lu Qingxiu and Lu Qingjian, they seemed to have gone to work. Yu Ran would not show favoritism and hugged Lian and kissed her as well, and also gave the little maid a kiss. The atmosphere was charming for a moment, and the 4 people's eyes fell on Yun Qi at the same time. Huang Lingmeng smiled but didn't smile. New sister. When Yun Qi saw this scene, her previous nervousness disappeared completely. After all, she was the daughter of a large family and had experienced a lot. But she was really scared. Yun Qi walked up to Huang Lingmeng and Chu Qingkai and introduced himself. Yun Kai, I'm glad to be your sister. Huang Lingmeng and Chu Qingkai naturally would not give him face, and Yun Yi added a sentence from the side. This is my aunt, don't worry, she's a very nice person. Chapter 376 Unify Jinling. Yun Qi almost lost his power in a second when Yun Yi said this, and staggered. Huang Lingmeng and Chu Qingkai looked at Yu Ran with a hint of elegance. Ahem, cough, cough. It's a long story. It's a long story. Let's put this matter aside for now. Can you tell me what happened in Jinling recently? Chu Qingkai and Huang Lingmeng looked at each other, and finally Chu Qingkai sighed and sat on the sofa, holding his stomach. Let me talk about this matter. The Jinling matter was my and Lu Qingxiu's idea. Lu Qingxiu felt that she couldn't help you now. She always felt a little guilty, so she gave me a suggestion to purge Jinling. Purging Jinling? Yu Ran raised his eyebrows when he heard this name, as if what the two of them were doing was not simple. Well, because of Lu Qingxiu, the Lu family has merged with our family, and because the Han family was not as good as before, Lu Qingxiu wants to integrate the 5 major families in Jinling and build Jinling into a true basic base. Yu Ran looked at Chu Qingkai with a hint of surprise. This was actually what he had been doing before, and he was almost done with it, but later he went to southern Xinjiang, the imperial capital, and foreign battlefields. He relaxed about this matter. After all, most of Jinling was now controlled by it, and he didn't care about complete integration. The most important thing is that the 5 major families include the Chu family. Does Chu Qingkai also want to merge the Chu family into it? The situation of the Chu family is completely different from that of the Lu family. Seeing the confusion in Yu Ran's eyes, Chu Qingkai knew what Yu Ran was thinking and explained. Although I am the head of the Chu family in name, in fact the power is still in the hands of several ancestors of the Chu family. Lu Qingxiu said that I want to make plans for the child in my belly, so I agreed. What Chu Qingkai said was exactly the difference between the Chu family. Even if Chu Qingkai wanted to cooperate more deeply with the Yu family or bind them together, he couldn't. Moreover, after Chu Qingkai became pregnant, she clearly felt that some people in the Chu family were trying to make a move, especially because of Lu Qingxiu's deeds. They became wary of Chu Qingkai overtly and covertly. Chu Qingkai was even more determined to pave the way for her children. So what did you do? The strategy of driving away tigers and swallowing wolves, Lu Qingxiu gave me the strategy, using the greed of the Chu family to let them annex the Han family, and using Han Su to put a big bait for the Chu family. At my suggestion, the Chu family passed. The decision was made and notified to the ancestors of the Chu family, and it was approved. In fact, the thing is very simple. Using the temptation given by Han Su, the Chu family swallowed up the Han family's industry, and the Han family naturally could not sit still and wait for death, from the initial small-scale conflict to the subsequent large-scale conflict. The Han family was already weaker than the Chu family, and with the help of Han Su, a traitor, and Lu Qingxiu's secret help, the Han family was quickly pushed into a desperate situation. Seeing that there was no way to reverse the situation, the Han family broke out in the Huajin War. The Han family directly attacked the Chu family's company, forcing several Huajin members of the Chu family to fight. Then, just as Yu Ran heard from the taxi driver, the Battle of Huajin directly destroyed the street of Wangchuko, Limited. This has seriously violated the security of the military department. Huang Lingmeng naturally contacted the military department and directly punished the Han family and the Chu family. The last Grand Master of the Han family passed away and Han Li committed suicide. Han Su took the opportunity to gather all the forces of the Han family and then secretly transferred the sovereignty to Lu Qingxiu. The Chu family was just like the Han family back then. The ancestors who were directly involved were killed. Except for the ancestor Chu Mu, the other Huajin were expelled from Daxia and exiled to the military headquarters on the battlefields outside the territory. They were not allowed to return to Daxia for life. After the ancestor of the Chu family was weakened, Chu Qingkai took the opportunity to hold all the power of the Chu family in his own hands. At this point, the Yu family has integrated all the forces among the 5 major families in Jinling except the Li family. The Li family and the Yu family have always had a good relationship. The head of the Li family, Li Qinggan, has also expressed his friendship and has opened up almost all authority to the Yu family. So far the 5 major families are basically unified. It can be said that the Yu family has indeed won a complete victory. With Lu Qingxiu's plan and the help of Chu Qingkai and Huang Lingmeng, it is difficult to fail even if they want to. Then when I opened the door today, Bai Yuan seemed very alert. Chu Qingkai pondered for a moment and finally told the reason. I have talked with Patriarch Chu Mu before. Patriarch refused and severely reprimanded me for this behavior. He will never allow me to merge the Chu family's business with the Yu family's business. So what we are worried about today is that he will find this place coming. Because she was worried about making a fuss about things, Lian was now following Huang Lingmeng and Chu Qingkai, never leaving. Bai Yuan also made all preparations to find out the news, but the news was that Yu Ran was back. This was simply the best news. Judging from Chu Mu's actions, he must be right. After merging the Yu family, it will definitely become a family world. The Chu family may still exist, but there must be a supreme emperor riding on it. But what does that have to do with Yu Ran? He is not from the Chu family, and it is obvious that Chu Qingkai plans to inherit the family business to his unborn child, so of course he has to help. It's not that he is really interested in the Chu family's property. To put it bluntly, the Yu family's current property inheritance can no longer be inherited. He doesn't know how many children he will have to make to inherit them all. But Patriarch Chu Mu has always been an upright man, and he was the one who ensured my election before. So, hubby, can you please stop treating him in a tough way? There was a hint of pleading in Chu Qingkai's words, which made Yu Ran couldn't help but hold her hands tightly and plant a kiss on her forehead. Do we still need to talk like this between us? I'll go talk to him. I believe he can figure it out. As a warrior, Chu Mu had no use sticking to the Chu family's fortune. Yu Ran took advantage of the battlefields outside the territory and was not afraid that he would not be tempted. What's more, Yu Ran has no intention of destroying the Chu family. At most, it will become a subsidiary industry, and the people who use it are not Chu family members. If he just says something, it shouldn't be a big problem. Chu Mu's matters were put aside for now. When Yu Ran came back, he naturally wanted to contact everyone to get together. All the sisters received the news of Yu Ran's return at the same time and started to rush back home. This is the awakening pill I brought you on the battlefield outside the territory. It can calm the mind and protect the fetus, and it can also help the baby build the foundation. This is the peak earth-level martial arts soul-reviving spear technique I brought. When everyone arrived, Yu Ran naturally began to hand out carefully prepared gifts. Everyone felt Yu Ran's attention and felt happy after receiving the carefully prepared gifts. Yu Ran also prepared high-grade yuan stones for Huang Lingmeng, Lian, and Lu Qingjian. It's not that they are biased, they are really not useful for people below the level of Huajin. Of course, in case they needed it, Yu Ran also set up a special locker for them to use for emergencies. Next, of course, is a fun dinner. Chapter 377 Chu Mu returns home. Facing Yun Qi's arrival, everyone also expressed their welcome. After all, she was Yun Yi's aunt, who knew the basics, and Yun Qi was indeed good-looking and not one of those customary people. In the evening, Yu Ran went to Lu Qingxiu's room. Thanks for your hard work. Yu Ran hugged Lu Qingxiu, and the two of them looked at each other like this. It's not hard work. I'm very satisfied that I can do something for you. Lu Qingxiu felt that she owed Yu Ran so much, so she was really happy to be able to do something for him. Well, tonight I'm here to express my condolences to our great hero. Lu Qingxiu also showed a smile and looked at her belly. It would be nice if something happened earlier. Which sister doesn't envy Chu Qingkai and Huang Lingmeng? Then why don't you comfort me by hearing another piece of good news? Oh! Although Yu Ran expressed curiosity, he kept moving his hands and placed the clothes on the ground skillfully. Lu Qingxiu seemed to be used to Yu Ran's irregularity, leaning slightly into his arms and whispered softly. It's Li Xue's matter. I have already communicated with Nanjiang. I have brought Li Xue to Jinling in recent days. I have told them about this matter several months in advance. They have already told Nanjiang that the elders need to deal with it. The matter has been dealt with. Yu Ran's eyes lit up. He planned to solve Li Xue's matter next. After all, the health and medical conditions here in Jinling were better. Unexpectedly, Lu Qingxiu had already helped him deal with it thoughtfully, and she was indeed a good wife. Great, then I will reward our lovely little Xue'er tonight. After this reward lasted for 3 hours, Lu Qingxiu was finally forced to beg for mercy and curled up in Yu Ran's arms, full of satisfaction. Looking at Lu Qingxiu's perfect face, and thinking of the cold-faced CEO scolding Fang Chu at the meeting during the day, Yu Ran's body changed uncontrollably again. Although Lu Qingxiu was curled up in Yu Ran's arms, she still felt the changes in Yu Ran and leaned against Yu Ran's gentle whisper. I really can't do it anymore, let Qingjian help you. Although Yu Ran knew the taste of food, he did not accept Lu Qingxiu's intention and promised to accompany her tonight. In this way, the two of them slept until early in the morning. Proper exercise was good for physical and mental health. Lu Qingxiu was not unable to get out of bed the next day. After a brief lunch, Yu Ran flew towards the Chu family. Chu Qingkai had informed Chu Mu in advance, and Chu Mu also agreed to meet. The place Chu Mu chose was a fighting venue, and Yu Ran somewhat understood what he meant, but bullying an ordinary mid-level Huajin was really not his intention. However, Chu Mu insisted, so he could only do it. Master Yu, please. As soon as Yu Ran arrived, Chu Mu directly made a gesture of invitation without any conversation. Why? Yu Ran sighed and made a gesture of invitation. Chu Mu's eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, and he struck directly at Yu Ran at high speed, but in Yu Ran's eyes, the speed was not much different from a turtle's speed. Yu Ran just gently stretched out a finger and pointed it directly on Chu Mu's fist. The fist seemed to have hit a boulder and couldn't make any progress. Chu Mu's expression changed from shock to loneliness to relief. He stopped his attack and his body became a little rickety. Young Master Yu is so mighty that I cannot defeat him. One move was enough for Chu Mu to see the gulf-like gap between him and Yu Ran, and he naturally gave up some of his inappropriate thoughts. There is no big or small martial art. I will just call you fellow Taoist. Sit down. Although there are no tables and chairs here, martial arts practitioners naturally don't care about these details, so the two of them sat on the floor. People of the Ming dynasty don't tell secrets. I'm here today because of the Chu family's affairs. Chu Mu just looked at Yu Ran, his eyes a little complicated, but he didn't say anything. How should I put it? In fact, I don't care much about the Chu family's property, but this is Qing Xi's idea, and I will try my best to satisfy her. Yu Ran looked at Chu Mu's eyes and knew that Chu Mu must not believe it. After all, in Chu Mu's eyes, annexing an equal 5 major families actually said he didn't care, which was somewhat hypocritical. Yu Ran handed over a terminal, motioned Chu Mu to look at the things on the terminal, and explained it to him thoughtfully. This is Ranmenja that I organized on the battlefield outside the territory. Here are Ranmenja's point redemption items. Chu Mu flipped through the points exchanged in Ranmenju. There were all kinds of items from the yellow stage to the earth stage. They also included various items that were so precious that he had only heard of them. The shock in his eyes was obviously self-evident. Yu Ran took out the jade guanyin from the system space and handed it to Chu Mu. Chu Mu looked at it for a long time with nothing but shock in his eyes. I guess you understand the value of heaven-level spiritual weapons, so do you think I really need the Chu family? Yu Ran pointed to the fringed boots on his feet. When Chu Mu saw the 2 heaven-level spiritual weapons, he was completely confused and completely immersed in the shock of self-doubt. Yu Ran was not in a hurry. When he slowly came to his senses, Chu Mu had a hint of awe in his voice when he woke up from the shock. I believe it. At its peak, the Chu family did not have any heaven-level spiritual weapons, and the earth-level items at its peak were no more than one hand. Yu Ran's display was far beyond his horizons. Apart from shock, there was only shock. Seeing Chu Mu's shocked expression, Yu Ran was still very satisfied, and he naturally extended an invitation to Chu Mu. I now invite you to become a member of Ranmenju. If you join us, you will get 30 high-grade Yuan stones every month. The mission points can be redeemed for all the items you have seen before. How about it? Chu Mu's eyes moved, and he was obviously moved. He went to foreign battlefields very rarely. He was the mainstay in Daxia Huajin, but not in foreign battlefields, especially since his Huajin was not too strong. Most of the time, the strongest ancestor of the Chu family leads a team to earn some high-grade Yuan stones to come back and practice. Even if you use your energy to earn Yuan stones on the battlefield outside the territory, it is not easy. Sometimes you will encounter dangers. Chu, the number of Huajin who died on the battlefield outside the territory has already reached double digits. I know you are still worried about the Chu family. I can guarantee that I will not touch the Chu family. Everything will be left to Qing Xi. I just hold the industrial sovereignty in my hands. Yu Ran's addition made Chu Mu's last worry disappear. He looked at the rich collection of points exchange and nodded vigorously. Okay, I promise you, and I hope Mr. Yu can keep his word to our Chu family. Yu Ran smiled. Of course, Qing Xi is also a member of the Chu family. Our 2 families are related by in-laws, aren't we? Chu Mu also smiled. The Chu family's affairs were perfectly resolved, and he had the best destination, Ranmenju. If it developed well, he could attract his eldest brother and the others. Their ancestors of the Chu family caused another disturbance on the battlefield outside the territory. Chapter 378 Susie's Concerns. For an ancestor who has come to Ranmenju with strength and is also a Qingkai ancestor, I still need to have a greeting gift to prevent others from saying that I am stingy. Chu Mu took the storage ring from Yu Ran and looked inside. His expression suddenly changed. It was not that Yu Ran gave too little, but too much. There are 1,000 high-grade Yuan stones, including an intermediate-level weapon and martial arts. This is quite rich for a warrior in the middle stage of energy transformation. Chu Mu also dispelled his last trace of wariness towards Yu Ran. No matter how problematic it is, you won't lie to people with so many good things. Yu Ran was also very satisfied. Spending 1,000 high-grade yuan stones could help Qing Ci solve the problem. This deal was a great deal. He also helped Ran Menjur recruit another Huajing thug, which was very satisfying. Although Chu Mu's current loyalty is only 30, he will bring it up sooner or later in the environment of Ran Menju. After briefly chatting with Chu Mu about the battlefield outside the territory, Yu Ran went to the only woman who was not at home. When Suzy saw Yu Ran, she came out to greet him without even putting on her shoes, with a smile on her face. Yu Ran had not forgotten her, and was willing to visit her at any time. She was worth it even if she stayed in secret for the rest of her life. Suzy's maturity reveals full of tenderness, a feeling that other women cannot experience. After Su Jian joined the martial arts, she no longer had to worry about problems such as aging appearance or sagging skin. Her skin was as breakable as a 30-year-old girl's, which made Yu Ran couldn't help but linger. Lying on the bed, Yu Ran gently wrapped his arms around Suzy's slim waist. She had been practicing yoga to make her figure more symmetrical and more attractive. Sister Qian, do you feel aggrieved because you can't go to my place? Suzy shook her head, her face filled with happiness. I'm very satisfied if you can always remember Sister Qian and come to see me occasionally. Yu Ran had nothing to say to her or Su Qian. Her son So Li also transferred to the best high school because of Yu Ran. What else could she complain about? When Yu Ran heard Suzy's words, he couldn't help but kiss Suzy deeply on the lips. How could a man with such a gentle elder sister like Suzy be able to bear it? Completely different from Yun Qi, although the arrogant elder sister also has a different taste, Yu Ran still prefers the gentle elder sister. But thinking about Yun Qi matter, Yu Ran suddenly became interested. Sister Qian, I think I have a way to make Qian accept it. Please wait for a few days. When Su Jian heard Yu Ran's words, she was moved and troubled. When she thought about Su Jian questioning her words after hearing it, she couldn't help but worry. Well, Yu Ran, if it doesn't work, forget it. It's good for Sister Qian to stay with you like this. Yu Ran kissed Suzy's lips tenderly and began to become restless again. Sister Qian, don't worry, leave everything to me. I will definitely do what I promised you. Yu Ran and Su Jian stayed warm until the evening before going back. After telling Chu Qingkai the good news, Chu Qingkai jumped 3 feet high, hugging Yu Ran's face and gnawing wildly. Yu Ran was so frightened that he quickly supported Chu Qingkai body, for fear of any accident. In the evening, Yu Ran favored Bai Yuan and Lu Qingjian as usual. However, although Lu Qingjian was strong, her staying power was mediocre. Later, she also invited Lian to join them for fun. The next day, Li Shui's plane arrived in Jinling, and Yu Ran naturally picked her up in person. When Li Shui came to the backyard, she was not overbearing because of her pregnancy. Instead, she greeted the sisters obediently. According to her age, Li Shui was indeed the youngest and the most petite in stature, but Li Shui was ahead of everyone in terms of children. This made many people's eyes filled with envy. In the middle of the banquet for Li Shui to receive the wind and wash away the dust, Yu Ran talked about various life experiences in the battlefields outside the territory. Many people who heard this were a little yearning and couldn't help but cast envious eyes on Yun Yi. It was so wonderful to be able to spend 3 months with Yu Ran on the battlefield outside the territory. Li Shui also introduced some things about the cooperation between Nanjiang and Jinling, and expressed her heartfelt thanks to the sisters who helped. When she came here, she successfully joined Huang Lingmeng and Chu Qingkai, and became one of the national treasures of the Yu family. After that, she was responsible for raising babies. Yu Ran took turns accompanying all the women in the next period of time and relaxed completely. There are still 10 months until the next protagonist, so he can relax during this time. It was finally So Kyunkin's turn to go shopping alone. Su Jianqian chose the place where she first fell in love, Nanjing University. The two walked hand in hand on the campus. Although the two are now outside the school, they are both on the famous alumni list, so the school will naturally not prevent them from revisiting their old places. Walking in the familiar school, the two of them looked at each other and smiled. Everything seemed very beautiful. Hey, isn't that a Jin Tung? Yu Ran looked at a familiar face and laughed unconsciously. This guy was So Kyunkin's suitor at the beginning, and even helped him experiment with Tishankyun. Zhen Tong obviously saw Yu Ran, but this time there was no provocation. Instead, there was a hint of restraint in his eyes, along with a hint of inferiority. Most of the arrogance in student days will be much restrained after entering the society. The children who dared to yell at Yu Ran before can now only watch from a distance, and are buried in the dream of campus together with their thoughts about Su Jianqian. Time is a butcher's knife that will change people beyond recognition. Su Jianqian didn't notice Jin Tong, or she didn't pay attention to him since she came out. With Yu Ran around, other people could no longer catch her eye. Strolling through NTU Middle School, the two of them went together to eat cheap but affordable snacks on the NTU campus. Two people with a net worth of over 100 million looked so harmonious at the stall smelling of fireworks. Well, it's so hot. Try it. This stinky tofu is really good. Su Jianqian carefully blew on the stinky tofu in front of her and put it to Yu Ran's mouth. Yu Ran also took a bite and gave the stinky tofu a vague thumbs up. Well, this tastes good. The two people's good looks attracted the envy of countless people, and a few couldn't help but take photos. They seemed to be planning to express their youth on the confession wall. Shopping is still a familiar part of the afternoon. No matter how old you are or what your status is, women always have a soft spot for shopping. Obviously there is nothing missing, but I just like the feeling of shopping. But now Su Jianqian is not as green as before, and she has gained the confidence to buy the items she likes directly, which is quite heroic. However, Yu Ran observed that most of the things Su Jianqian bought were not expensive and could be used. She was really a good family woman. Not only that, Su Jianqian also carefully selected an ink-style sweatshirt for Yu Ran. After putting it on, Yu Ran looked like a hermit in the world, with a hazy sense of beauty. Yu Ran had to admire So Kyunkin's good taste. Taking advantage of the two people's great interest, Yu Ran casually asked Su Jianqian a question. Jianqian, what do you think of Yunqi matter? Chapter 379 Confessing with Su Jianqian. Su Jianqian did not realize Yu Ran's deliberateness and just treated it as a casual chat. However, since it involved sisterly matters, she still pondered for a moment. Sister Yunqi is pretty good, but it's a bit strange to call her sister because of her relationship with Yunyi. But it seems to be okay if we talk about each of them separately. Although Yunqi is not a talkative person, she has been in the battlefield outside the domain for so many years and has a wide range of experience. She is also the eldest daughter of the Yun family and is multi-talented, so she seems very harmonious in the chat with the girls. The identities in the Yu family have always been rather confusing. They have agreed to rank them according to age. If they were to follow the order of seniority, Su Jianqian should be the eldest sister. Oh, is that so? That's good. I was afraid that Yunqi is much older than you and it would be difficult for you to accept her. Yu Ran showed a relieved expression, and Su Jianqian took over the conversation. Sister Yunqi said she is much older than us, but in fact she looks no more than 30 years old, and she is a great beauty, so she doesn't look out of place at home at all. Su Jianqian seemed to think that Yu Ran was somewhat concerned about the harmony in the backyard, and she diligently explained it to her. To be honest, the sisters get along very harmoniously and don't have many disputes. Everyone has her own strengths and things to do, and there is no green tea fight. Yu Ran was fairly fair, and no one was dissatisfied with him. Besides, Yu Ran's fighting ability was not something that could be handled by one person alone, and being honest with each other brought them closer together. That's great. I was worried that you wouldn't accept Yunkai and Yunyi's relationship. At this time, Su Jianqian took Yu Ran's arm, moved in front of Yu Ran, and spoke with a smile in her voice. How could that be? We are all very open-minded. Besides, everyone knows your hobbies as a pervert. As long as you are not a messy person, we are all very tolerant. When Yu Ran heard this, his brows twitched slightly and he kissed Su Jianqian on the cheek. Then I really have to thank Jianqian for your tolerance, but Jianqian, can you really accept this kind of relationship? Of course, Wu Qing and I are sisters, I don't think it's a big deal, and what if I refuse? You, a lecher, will still do it. Perhaps because the atmosphere was so good today, Su Jianqian kept joking with Yu Ran. Yu Ran raised his eyebrows and asked tentatively. You and Wu Qing are not biological sisters after all. Would you be able to accept it if you were biological sisters? Su Jianqian didn't notice the deliberateness in Yu Ran's words and shrugged. Of course, King Xiu and Qinjian are both very good, and we are very envious of them. Besides, I don't have any sisters, only a younger brother. But when it came to this, Su Jianqian suddenly sensed something was wrong. She felt like Yu Ran was trying to trick her. She thought about it and asked with some doubt. What's wrong? Are you attracted to one of my distant relatives? I really don't care about this kind of thing, but I don't have any good-looking relatives. Su Jianqian thought about her own network of relationships and realized that there were indeed no relatives of hers who could catch Yu Ran's eye. She and her mother were the only beauties in her family. Wait, her mother. After Su Jianqian finished speaking, she seemed to realize something was wrong and looked at Yu Ran with a hint of inquiry and shock in her eyes. Yu Ran looked at the change in Su Qianqian's expression after she finished speaking, and estimated that Su Jianqian had probably thought of this relationship. Well, I've fallen in love with one, Su Jianqian, you don't care, right? Yu Ran also said frankly that it was time to explain after laying the groundwork for so long. Su Jianqian swallowed her saliva inadvertently, her face full of disbelief. Yu Ran, are you talking about which of my distant relatives is right? Su Qianqian's whole body trembled. It's not that she couldn't guess, but she really couldn't believe that Yu Ran actually got along with Su Jian. This makes it difficult for her to see her in the future. Yu Ran hugged Su Jianqian apologetically, feeling the trembling in Su Qianqian's arms, and his voice became softer unconsciously. It belongs to Sister Qian. Actually, Sister Qian doesn't want me to tell you. She said it's fine just like this, but I think it's not good to exclude her alone, so I decided to be honest with you. Tick-tock tick. Su Qianqian's tears burst out instantly and wet Yu Ran's shoulders. I. Su Jianqian opened her mouth repeatedly to say something, but no sound came out. This sudden news plunged her into chaos. Well, it's all my fault. I was too greedy. When we were together, Sister Qian's life was really miserable. I helped her out of the perspective of feeling sorry for her. I didn't expect that I would be such a pervert. If you are brave, just... Yu Ran took all the mistakes on himself and wanted to reduce Susie's sense of existence in this matter. Su Jianqian listened to Yu Ran's words with tears in her eyes, lowered her head and cried even more sadly. Yu Ran stroked Su Qianqian's hair comfortingly, his voice still soft. So when I went to help Sister Qian, she fell off the chair. The moment I hugged her, I was a little distraught, and then I was a little bit ready to make a move. Sister Qian was probably grateful for my help, so we made it a natural thing. Together. Su Jianqian thought of the time when she and Yu Ran first got together, when she was still her only girlfriend. Unexpectedly, Yu Ran was having an affair with Su Jian at that time. She had always asked Yu Ran to go back and help Su Jian, but now she thought about it. I am simply a clown. As a result, Su Jianqian cried even more sadly, and Yu Ran could only comfort her in a soft voice, saying that it was indeed his fault in this matter. Su Jianqian is the most traditional among his women. If she didn't love Yu Ran so much, she might not get along peacefully with her sisters. The sister she has now is her mother, the closest person to her, so it is normal for her to have difficulty accepting it for a while. Yu Ran did not force her to accept it, and continued to talk about his affairs with Suzy in a gentle voice. After confirming the relationship with Sister Qian asked me to treat you well. She said that she would be very happy to get a little favor from me. She also hoped that you would be happy, so she never wanted to disclose it to you, but this way of treating you Sister Qian is suffering too much, and I don't want her to be alone forever, so I choose to confess to you at this time. You can express any resentment you have to me, and I will admit it. Although Yu Ran's gentle words did not stop So Kyunkin's crying, it finally made her emotions gradually stabilize. She thought about the hardships Suzy had to go through to bring her and her brother up, so how could she hate Suzy? After Su Jianqian stopped crying, she thought for a long time and finally said to Yu Ran solemnly. I want to talk to my mother now, is that okay? Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 380 Family Harmony. Of course Yu Ran supported So Kyunkin's behavior with both hands and feet, and was willing to talk about it, so the matter was actually half done. Without further ado, Yu Ran quickly took Su Jianqian back to Su Jian's residence. Suzy was watching the distance on the balcony at the moment. Ever since Yu Ran told her a few days ago that she wanted to make her identity public, she had been feeling a little uneasy every day. She was very worried that her dearest daughter Su Jianqian would not be able to accept it and would come back to have a big fight with her or even sever the relationship between mother and daughter. Whenever she had some free time, she couldn't help but look into the distance, and when she looked out today, she discovered that Yu Ran and Su Jianqian had come downstairs. Her expression suddenly became panicked, and she didn't even notice that she kicked down a potted plant on the side. She packed her clothes and hurried down to open the door for the two of them. When Su Jianqian saw Su Jian, she could see through Su Jian's forced composure at a glance. She knew Su Jian too well. Suzy showed her usual gentle smile, trying to pretend that nothing happened. Jian, you are back. Mom will make you whatever you want to eat. Su Jian was a little dazed looking at the loving mother in front of her, but then she thought about Su Jian and Yu Ran, and her heart ached a little. Mom, I know everything. Yu Ran told me everything. I want to have a good talk with you, is that okay? When Su Jian heard what Su Jianqian said, her expression was astonished, and she didn't even notice that the key in her hand fell to the ground. It was Yu Ran who stepped forward and took Suzy's little hand and said softly. Sister Qian, let's have a good talk with Jian. It's no big deal. I'm responsible for everything. Yu Ran's words made Su Jian wake up from a dream. She looked at Su Jian with some dodge in her eyes, but finally nodded. Su Jian saw that Su Jian didn't feel the slightest discomfort with Yu Ran's intimacy. Even in front of her, Su Jian didn't break away from Yu Ran's hand. She already understood most of it in her heart. After Su Jianqian and Su Jian walked into the room, Yu Ran sat bored in the living room and looked at the Grand Master's countdown with more than 2 months left. After meeting Chu Mu, Yu Ran chose to start becoming a master, probably around the same time as Huang Lingmeng and the others had their children. It's a double blessing. System, this advanced field is completely random. What if someone appears that I am not suitable for? Yu Ran was still a little dissatisfied with Advanced Grandmaster. The system actually said that he could not choose his own field and would automatically match the most suitable field based on Yu Ran's specific situation. So Yu Ran still doesn't know what field he is in. Host, please rest assured, the domain and the host will be a perfect match. Although Yu Ran has always believed in the system, this is like opening a blind box, so I am still a little worried, and of course have a little expectation. While chatting with the system, Su Jianqian and Su Jian came out. Their expressions were much more stable than before they went in. It seemed that they had reached an agreement. Su Jianqian and Su Jian sat on either side of Yu Ran, and Su Jianqian spoke first. My mother and I have discussed this matter. We can discuss this matter with my sisters when we go back. Mom and I will discuss it on our own terms. Then you, the big pervert, will be satisfied. Su Jianqian actually figured it out. Is it really possible for Su Jian to die alone? Is it really possible to cut off the relationship with Su Jian? Can she turn a blind eye to Su Jian's kindness to her? Since Yu Ran is very good to Su Jian, there is nothing wrong with taking her home and living together as before. Thank you for your understanding, baby Qian. Give me a kiss. Seeing that Su Qianqian's emotions had stabilized, Yu Ran couldn't help but kiss her on the face. Humph, you big pervert, but I have to make an agreement with you. We can't do that with you. That's too embarrassing. Yu Ran held back her laughter. On the surface, she might be shy about this kind of thing, but once she was deeply in love and couldn't even move, wouldn't she let him control her? When Su Jianqian saw Yu Ran's smile, she knew that he must be thinking about those dirty things, and she slapped his chest in anger. Did you hear me? You are not allowed to do anything shameful to us. Ahem, I'll try my best. Of course Yu Ran would not say no outright. How could he directly deny something that would make a man's blood pressure soar? Su Jianqian looked at Yu Ran helplessly. She had no way to deal with this pervert. Su Si did not say anything, mainly because she was a little bit in the wrong in this matter, so she decided to let Su Jianqian speak. All right, the incident has been resolved perfectly, let's go home. Yu Ran held the two of them in his arms, one in each hand, not caring about their blushing faces. This unique stimulation made him laugh out loud. He now feels more and more like a tyrant. The ancestor was not lying to me when I was drunk and lying on the lap of a beautiful woman. With Yun Qi incident in the past, Su Si's joining did not cause any sparks, but everyone looked at Yu Ran with some subtlety. It's not like Suzy and the others had met before, but this time they were not parents but sisters, so they were a little uncomfortable for a while. Now that I think about it, it turns out that Yu Ran didn't invite Suzy to dinner because of her family. Suzy has a very gentle personality and is good at taking care of others. She quickly integrated into this big family and took meticulous care of the 3 pregnant women. Everyone quickly fell in love with this gentle big sister. However, Zhang Mei seemed happier and said to Yu Fu proudly. Look, what did I say at the beginning? I said that this Suzy must have something to do with my son. Look, no one knows a son better than his mother. Yu Fu could only hold his forehead helplessly. Yes, you are the best. Your son has so many women. If he has a lot of children in the future, it will be hard for you, the mother-in-law, to handle it. Zhang Mei snorted nonchalantly. I would love to. I want grandchildren now. Yu Fu actually cares about the next generation as well, but not as much as Zhang Mei. For the sake of Huang Lingmeng and her unborn child, Zhang Mei actually took the initiative to learn cooking skills that Yu Ran had never learned when he was born. She even knitted sweaters for the children herself, which made Yu Fu almost unrecognize his wife, with whom he had lived for more than 20 years. It's really a generational relationship. Time flies. Yu Ran has been enjoying the life of an emperor for the past 3 months. On the one hand, he has been accompanying his various women, and on the other hand, he has been directing Ran Menju's actions in the battlefield outside the domain. Yu Ran is full of expectations for his next generation and even taught himself a lot of parenting knowledge, looking forward to the bond between this world and his blood. Seeing that Huang Lingmeng and her friends' bellies were getting bigger and bigger, the Yu family had a group of doctors ready to be dispatched at any time. They had also built a top-level clinic at home that was ready for use at any time. Finally, the baby in my belly started to act naughty. Chapter 381 The child is born. It's not what you, stinky brat, are doing here and there that makes me dizzy. Yu Fu patted Yu Ran on the head. Ever since Huang Lingmeng and Chu Qingkai were pushed into the operating room, Yu Ran had been wandering around outside. To say that Huang Lingmeng and Chu Qingkai's children really showed signs on the same day, Huang Lingmeng and Chu Qingkai directly felt the changes in their stomachs. It's about to give birth. The clinic built by the Yu family naturally came in handy, and all the doctors started working urgently, including Yun Qi. Although Yun Qi is not an obstetrician and gynecologist, she understands the structure of warriors and can quickly help warriors recover after childbirth to avoid any emergencies. A group of people gathered outside the operating room, including not only Yu Ran's family, but also Lu Qingxiu and her sisters. Huang Yongsheng from the military department even asked for leave when his daughter gave birth to watch. This was also the first time he asked for leave after having stayed at his post for 20 years, which shocked the military department a little. Huang Lingmen's friends Qing Yi and Huang Tian all came, waiting anxiously outside to see their little nephew or niece. According to Huang Yongsheng, even Huang Xianlin took leave from the battlefield outside the territory and prepared to rush back overnight to see his great-grandson. There was a group of people outside Yu's operating room. Not all of them were as nervous as Yu Ran, but most of them were excitedly discussing the gender and name of the child. Sister Ling Meng must be a daughter. She will look like her and be incredibly beautiful. Qing Yi looked forward to her best sister's child, and couldn't help but laugh out loud thinking about her cute little niece. Nonsense, Sister Ling Meng must be a son. He will inherit the martial arts talents of my brother Ran and sister Ling Meng. When the time comes, martial arts will take off. How about my daughter also inherits the talent? I just think he is my son. Huang Tian and Qing Yi actually quarreled over the gender of their child, which was extremely rare at the scene. There were many people discussing names, among them Suandi smiled but her tone was extremely positive. It must be called Yu Wu or Yu Wu. This was Riamu's dream. Yun Yi held his chin and thought for a moment. This name feels too monotonous. Wouldn't it be nicer to call it Yu Mengyu? Then you might as well call them Yu Mengran, and choose one word for each. Then why not call it Yu Ranmen? As soon as you hear it, you will know who belongs to Ranmenju in the future. The girls discussed names, and the air was filled with joy. Then what is Sister Chu called here? Lu Qingjian was also thinking hard, but unfortunately her little brain couldn't think of any good names. Lu Qingxiu touched her sister's head and gave her an idea. Chu Qingkai's child should be called Yuzwabi. Qingzhou farewell sounds pretty good. Qingkai told me before that he seemed to want to choose a more artistic name. Lian thought about Chu Qingkai's original words and said them truthfully. Yu Ran didn't have time to think about this now. He was wandering around thinking about the child. Li Shuai, who was next to him, patted his hand to calm him down. Li Shuai is slightly more than a month later than the two of them, so the due date is also slightly later. Wow! Wow! Two babies' cries in succession broke the atmosphere outside, and everyone rushed forward to block the operating room. After the doctor walked out, although his face was a little tired, the smile on his face could be seen even through the mask. Congratulations to Mr. Yu, mother and daughter are safe, mother and son are safe, a boy and a girl, dragon and phoenix appear auspicious. Yu Ran burst out laughing when he heard the news and said 3 good words in a row. All the medical staff have worked hard today. Let's give everyone some benefits and rejoice together. Yu Ran was naturally rewarded with a big prize on this happy day, and the medical staff next to him even showed happy expressions. The reward the Yu family mentioned, the red envelope was quite thick. Yu Ran walked in and saw Huang Lingmeng lying on the bed with a wrinkled child wrapped in a quilt next to him. Yu Ran glanced at the ugly little kid who suddenly looked disgusted. He looked nothing like himself. Huang Lingmeng looked at Yu Ran's expression and guessed his inner thoughts. The child looks like this when he is born. As a father, don't use this expression. Yu Ran held Huang Lingmen's hand, his expression completely different from before. Hehehe, thank you for your hard work, my wife. Huang Lingmeng responded with a smile. Okay, it's time for me to go out. Go inside and see Qing Ci. It's not easy for her either. Yu Ran nodded and walked straight to another operating room. When Yu Ran came in, Chu Qingkai was looking at the child lovingly. The medical staff held the child in front of her. She reached out and poked the child's face. Because they are warriors, the impact of childbirth on them is much smaller than that of ordinary people. Although they also need to rest, they are not lying in bed unable to move. Thank you for your hard work, Qingkai, this is our child. Yu Ran walked forward, gently held Chu Qingkai's little hand, leaned down and kissed her forehead. Chu Qingkai also pursed her lips, and Yu Ran moved her cheek to her knowingly. Chu Qingkai successfully kissed Yu Ran on the face. You don't even look at the child when you talk about it. This medical sister's hands are tired. Yu Ran chuckled. Children are secondary, of course our Qingkai baby is more important. Although she was a little naughty, what woman wouldn't like to hear such sweet words? Chu Qingkai also smiled brightly. Okay, take a look at our child. She is a lovely daughter. Whether it is a son or a daughter, the newborn is wrinkled and cannot be said to be pretty, but Yu Ran can feel the feeling of being connected by blood. Including when he saw Ling Men's son just now, he also felt that way. This kind of blood bond is really magical. Yu Ran held his daughter in his arms and shook it. Unexpectedly, her daughter smiled at him. In an instant, Yu Ran's feeling that the child was ugly disappeared without a trace. He happily picked up his daughter and started teasing her. While holding his daughter, Yu Ran pushed Chu Qingkai to the room that had been prepared. Huang Lingmeng was already here. Next to them, Qing Yi and Huang Tian were chattering happily, while Huang Yongsheng was hugging his grandson with a smile on his face. Seeing Yu Ran pushing Chu Qingkai over, Zheng Mei came over first and took the child directly from Yu Ran's hand, mumbling in her mouth. You kid, don't you know that a newborn baby is fragile? You don't know how to hold the baby's waist. Yu Ran was also helpless. The mother wanted to see the baby, so she made such a poor excuse. When Huang Yongsheng and Zheng Mei approached with their two children in their arms, something incredible happened. The two children gathered together and suddenly a violent golden light broke out. Chapter 382 The Child of Luck. Everyone present was stunned, including Yu Ran. This dazzling golden light made everyone stunned for a moment. They had never seen such an exaggerated sign. Good sign, good sign. Yu Fu clapped his hands excitedly. Such golden light is definitely a good sign. It means that these two children are very lucky and their future will be extremely valuable. Huang Yongsheng also reacted and laughed. Congratulations, congratulations, Lao Yu, you are so happy. We rejoice together. You are also happy to have a grandson of Kailan. Yu Fu and Huang Yongsheng complimented each other, and Zheng Mei next to them was also smiling happily, holding her child in her arms and chanting. Good boy, really a good boy in our family. The other female relatives also showed expressions of surprise and envy, and some touched their bellies lonelily. Their luck was really bad. On the contrary, Yu Ran, who should be the happiest, furrowed his brows. Son of luck? Damn it, God won't play tricks on me. Will I have to act like a loving father and a filial son in the future? Perhaps attracted by the dazzling golden light, everyone did not see Yu Ran's expression, and Yu Ran immediately returned to normal, not wanting to disturb everyone's interest at this time. System, what's going on? You're not going to tell me that my son and daughter are all children of luck. I'm going to kill all my relatives out of justice. Yu Ran was still a little anxious in her heart, and suddenly thought of scenes in some novels in which fathers were kind and sons were filial, and she couldn't help but shudder. Host, please rest assured, because the luck accumulated by the host by killing the son of luck cannot be blessed on villains like you, so it is passed on to your children. They are just lucky, not the real meaning of luck. The son of destiny will never confront the host with swords. The systematic explanation also made Yu Ran completely relieved. He was really afraid that this would be the case. The tiger's poison would not eat its seeds. It was hard for him to imagine what would happen if that day came. Since the doctor ordered both the child and the mother to rest, although the warrior's health was much better than that of ordinary people, everyone was still cautious. After the child fell asleep, the room was quieted down. Yu Ran originally wanted to keep vigil on the first day, but unexpectedly, a group of women kicked him out of the delivery room because he, a grown man, knew nothing about anything, which made him really dumbfounded. I wanted to help Chu Qingkai and the others make some food, but I didn't expect that Baiwen, Lu Qingxiu and Su Jian had prepared a food list for the next week, and strictly prohibited Yu Ran from giving them anything to eat. The first month after childbirth is the golden period of recovery, and it is also the time when the child is most vulnerable. Yu Ran was excluded and could only play with the child during the day. Unexpectedly, I couldn't put my accumulated knowledge on parenting to use for the time being, and Yu Ran became very idle for a while. His journey to become a master was successfully completed on the day his child was born, but due to the child's existence at that time, he was not in a hurry to understand the specific situation. At that time, he also asked the system whether it was due to matters in the field that caused the child to shine brightly. The system's answer is no, it is still a matter of luck. When he was free, Yu Ran began to simply adapt to the power of the Grand Master. I have to say that the power of the Grand Master is really strong. Yu Ran's casual swipe was the ultimate attack of energy. He used his yang finger, which had been eliminated a long time ago. Unexpectedly, he directly pointed at a small black hole. The Grand Master's casual swipe could actually produce such a shattering effect. It was simply terrifying. For a while, Yu Ran didn't dare to test his power in Jinling. It's no wonder that the master almost didn't fight in the city, otherwise the fight would probably destroy a city. And his field is called the Miracle Field, which is one of the strongest fields in the entire field. The so-called Miracle Field is the ability to achieve miraculous bonuses that ordinary people cannot do. For example, there is an upper limit to the vitality blessed by Yu Ran's moves, but this upper limit can be exceeded in the miracle realm. This alone is already awesome, which means that Yu Ran can concentrate all his power in one blow, truly breaking the boundaries. Of course, there are more than one miraculous realm. For example, the enemy's attack is fierce and difficult to defend. However, in the miraculous realm, you can twist his attack route and do the impossible. This is the so-called miraculous realm. To put it simply, the field of miracles means being able to do all impossible things. Of course, there is a price for what you do, and this price is something you can bear. Even so, this field is considered to be incredibly strong. It can be said that Yu Ran is extremely satisfied with this field. Now his ordinary masters are no longer his enemies, and he truly stands at the top of the pyramid in this world. Now he is somewhat looking forward to what kind of splash the next protagonist will make. Yes, Yu Ran has swelled up and feels a little invincible. Who else in the world is his opponent? No one can yell at him anymore. Son, there's no more diapers over there. Go get them some diapers. Okay, come on. Just now, I still felt invincible in the world. Yu Ran once again became a dad, carrying diapers for his two children. Chu Qingkai gave birth to a daughter and sister, half an hour earlier than Huang Lingmeng, and Yu Ran named her Yumwiao. Huang Lingmeng gave birth to a son, Yu Ran, as originally agreed with Huang Lingmeng, named Yu Wu. Seeing the two little ones getting rounder and rounder day by day, their skin becoming fairer and tenderer, and becoming cuter and cuter, Yu Ran also felt a sense of satisfaction in growing up. The feeling of being a father for the first time suddenly reached its peak. However, these two children can be said to be a treat every day. The aunts and grandmothers hold them all day long. The physical fitness of warriors allows them to overcome the disadvantages of physical strength, and they can take care of the children with great energy. In addition to taking care of the children, Yu Ran also takes time to take care of Li Shui. Li Shui's due date coincides with the full moon of the two children. On the due date of Li Shui's birth, a group of people came to Nanjiang. In addition to the second elder and the third elder, even the eldest elder Li Qi, who had resigned before, also arrived at the scene. But what made Yu Ran raise an eyebrow was that Li Qi actually entered the Grand Master. It must be said that Li Kai's talent in martial arts is extremely high. It only took him a year to find his own path and become a master. Perhaps relinquishing the position of Great Elder is an extremely correct choice for Li Qi. Elder Li Qi, welcome. Yu Ran took the initiative to extend his hand to express welcome. Now that he is a master after all, he needs to give him some face. Li Qi glanced at Yu Ran, his eyes were deep. He couldn't see through Yu Ran when he was at the peak of his strength, and now the Grand Master still can't see through Yu Ran. This guy is really not simple at all. Just as Li Qi was about to say something, he heard a baby crying. Wow! Then the dazzling golden light directly illuminated the entire operating room. Chapter 383 Chu Mu joins. With the golden light shining in the first two times, Yu Ran seemed very calm, but everyone in southern Xinjiang suddenly became excited. The second elder knelt down directly on the ground and muttered something. God bless our southern border, God bless our southern border. The union of the saint and the saint should be the son of our southern border. This is a sign of the revival of our southern border. The second elder burst into tears with excitement, and the third elder next to him was not much better. The two elders cried so hard that their noses and tears flowed freely. Yu Ran couldn't stand it any longer, and hurriedly pulled them up. Ha 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 ha, the Son of God is so powerful, I want to tell the whole southern Xinjiang this good news. The second elder stood up and laughed, dancing with joy. Li Qi looked calm next to him, but his trembling hands revealed his true inner thoughts. After all, he is a Grand Master, so he still has to save some face for himself in front of others. Although he is not as happy as the second elder, he already wants to go in and see the future of southern Xinjiang. These elders are thinking about the revival of southern Xinjiang all the time. How can they not be excited about such a good omen? Congratulations to Mr. Yu on the birth of another precious son. May mother and son be safe. Looking at the medical staff from a month ago, Yu Ran nodded with satisfaction and strode inside. There are big red envelopes today, but I hope everyone will keep this in mind. Of course the medical staff knew what was going on. The golden light erupted and they knew it was a good omen. Besides, she didn't dare to go against the Yu family. She immediately told everyone who knew about it and kept the matter in her stomach. When Yu Ran walked in, Li Shui was actually holding the child in her arms, with a silly smile on her face. Shui'er, what are you doing? You need to have a good rest at this time, and leave it to me to hold the baby. When Li Shui saw Yu Ran arriving, she handed the child to him with joy in her voice. Big Guo Guo, this is our child. Yu Ran took the child. The newborn was still wrinkled and not pretty at all, but the feeling of being connected by blood still made Yu Ran tease her. Since everyone hopes for the revival of southern Xinjiang, let's call you Yuxing. Li Shui smiled, raised her head and spoke to the child in a light voice. Yuxing Yuxing, you have a name, baby. When Yu Ran moved Li Shui to the room that had been arranged, everyone in southern Xinjiang crowded in and looked curiously at Yuxing, who was already sleeping soundly. Perhaps it was because the second elder and the others had warned them in advance that everyone seemed relatively quiet, but the joy on their faces was beyond words. Especially the second elder's old face was already full of smiles. When he heard the child's name was Yuxing, he almost jumped up and kept praising the name. There was nothing left for Yuxing to do. Everyone in southern Xinjiang greeted each other one by one and piled a lot of gifts that had been prepared beside Yuxing, which made Yu Ran's eyes jump. Wait a minute, is this goo insect serious? Isn't it appropriate for you to give a sword to a newborn child? Yu Ran speechlessly took away some harmful gifts, leaving only some children's toys aside. Li Shui was very happy today, with a smile on her face all the time. Seeing Yu Ran busy and paying great attention to Yu Xing, a big stone in her heart finally fell to the ground. After packing up the gifts, Yu Ran also left the room, leaving the room to them from southern Xinjiang. Of course, today is still the full moon day for Yu Wu and Yu Muiao. Only some relatives were invited to the full moon wine. When Yu Ran arrived, Huang Yongsheng and Yu Fu had already drunk too much. The two of them were drunk, holding hands and bragging. The 1-month-old baby looks much prettier, and Yu Ran couldn't help but play with the two children, and the atmosphere was extremely lively for a while. On the day of the full moon, Liu Zitong, Cao Bing, and others also rushed back and temporarily handed over Renmenjue to Sun Ling's care. Looking at the young master, Liu Zitong's smile never stopped, and he put all kinds of elixirs around the child for free. Yu Wu was obviously more lively and naughty, grabbing the pill and stuffing it into his mouth, while Yu Muiao was quieter and just poked the pill next to her with her finger. Okay, let's treat them as normal children when they are young. Don't give them these pills yet. After Yu Ran finished speaking, Liu Zitong could only take back the elixirs with some regret. It was not that these elixirs could not be eaten, but the children were still young after all, so there was no need to lay the foundation for them so early. Yu Ran patted Liu Zitong's shoulder, and Liu Zitong followed Yu Ran knowingly. Yu Ran brought Liu Zitong to Chu Mu. Chu Mu, the ancestor of the Chu family, joined our Renmenjue in the middle stage of transformation. This is Liu Zitong, the general manager of our Renmenjue and an alchemist. Yu Ran gave a brief introduction to Liu Zitong and Chu Mu. Liu Zitong was a human essence, and Chu Mu was a Huajin, and he was also the ancestor of the Chu family. It was obvious that they had a relationship with Qingkai, Mistress Qingkai. Liu Zitong instantly he understood what Yu Ran meant in seconds. Welcome fellow Daoist Chu to join us. Our treatment at Renmenjue is very good. We will return to the battlefield outside the territory in a few days. Fellow Daoist Chu will come with me. We will also get to know each other well. Although Chu Mu was much older than Liu Zitong's sense of oppression and his status as an alchemist and general manager prevented him from becoming arrogant. He also somewhat understood what Yu Ran said. The Yu family was indeed full of talents. Mr. Liu, you're welcome. We will be colleagues from now on. Please take good care of me. After Yu Ran took the lead, he left, leaving Liu Zitong and Chu Mu to communicate on their own. He walked outside the door and looked at the moon today. It was a rare full moon. The moonlight is so beautiful tonight. Chu Qingkai didn't know when he appeared behind Yu Ran, and Yu Ran turned around and gently took Chu Qingkai into his arms. The moonlight is beautiful, but you are even more beautiful. Under the dual protection of the Yu family's various sciences and martial arts, Chu Qingkai had no post-pregnancy problems after giving birth and maintained a good figure. As a first-time mother, she had more mature charm, which made Yu but even more loving. Chu Qingkai covered her mouth and snickered. I'm not ashamed to be an old married couple. What's wrong with the old couple? Come and have a kiss. Under the moonlight, the two hugged each other and kissed each other, and the atmosphere was charming for a while. Stay with me tonight. Chu Qingkai's breathing became a little rapid after being kissed. She lay on Yu Ran's shoulder and whispered, and the breath on her neck made Yu Ran feel itchy. Miss me? Think about it, my body has recovered, I will stay up all night tonight. Yu Ran burst into laughter. Chu Qingkai was really good at it and fun-loving. He stayed up all night and dared to make such a noise when his body was broken down in 2 or 3 hours. Yu Ran directly picked up Chu Qingkai and walked towards the big room that had been prepared. Months of patience are like a volcanic eruption, and tonight is a sleepless night. Chapter 384 War Temple. Sister Ling Meng, I can't do it anymore, so you should do it. Chu Qingkai lay dejectedly in Huang Lingmen's arms in the early morning. He hadn't played for several months. He thought he was the king, but he didn't expect that he was still a bronze. Chu Qingkai originally promised to stay up all night talking eloquently, but as Yu Ran said, he was good at food and fun, and fell asleep within 3 hours. Huang Lingmeng just snickered, her body was much better than Chu Qingkai's. Yu Ran looked at the intelligence on the battlefield outside the territory and looked at the countdown in his mind with more than 6 months left. These days are really comfortable. In the next 6 months of his comfortable life, Yu Ran spent time with women and children. He originally wanted to treat children equally. But the heart unknowingly turned towards Yu Muiao. There was no way her daughter was a little angel, and her son was a bomb. Yu Wu was extremely energetic. After he could crawl, he would run around all day long. When he was tired from crawling, he would howl loudly, just like a demon king. When he was hungry, he would eat like crazy and drink more milk powder than the other 2 children. It's outrageous that he still needs to eat complementary foods like this. The other boy has slightly better leisure time, but is not very energetic. He loves to cry, crying 8 times a day. He cries when he is hungry, cries when he goes to the toilet, cries when the quilt falls off, cries when there are too many clothes, and cries when there are too few clothes. Yu Ran still has a huge headache even if he doesn't take him with him often. What's more important is that a group of women protect them like chickens. They can't beat or scold such a small child, which makes Yu Ran exhausted mentally and physically. Later, Yu Ran simply stopped taking care of his 2 sons and took care of his daughter full-time. The daughter was much better behaved than the 2 sons. Yu Ran held her without crying or making trouble, and even smiled at Yu Ran. She was like a little angel. Perhaps due to luck, all 3 children started talking when they were just over 5 months old. This was unexpected by everyone. The first thing Yu Wu said was eat, eat. The first thing Yu Xing said was don't cry, don't cry. These 2 children usually come into contact with this word the most, and they said it naturally. But Yu Muiao is different. The first thing she says is dad. Yu Ran was so excited that he didn't sleep all day long. Maybe it was because he often said things like daddy is here and do you like daddy? In front of his daughter. Anyway, the first person his daughter called was daddy, so he was very proud. With the support of the 3 little guys, the Yu family was laughing all day long. After coaxing his daughter to sleep, Yu Ran lay on the bed, closing his eyes and watching the countdown in his mind that only 7 days were left. The comfortable days were about to end, and the new wool, oh no, protagonist was about to appear. System, use the 7-day prediction card. Yu Ran used the rewards he had drawn before directly. Knowing the plot 7 days in advance might help him lay out the plot better. As Yu Ran finished speaking, the 7-day prediction card disappeared directly into Yu Ran's mind with the light. After a minute of lag in the system, the countdown disappeared and a new book was introduced instead. Ding! The data of War Temple has been transferred, and the current transfer progress is 1%. After going through the plot in his mind, Yu Ran almost spewed blood. This is a common story of a daughter living in a doghouse and the god of war returning from the battlefield in a rage. For a moment, Yu Ran was reminded of the story about the god of war returning to see his wife being sold into a brothel, and in a fit of rage asking 3,000 soldiers to charge for their performance. Of course, what made Yu Ran bleed was that this incident actually had nothing to do with him. In the book, it was caused by the fact that the Han family wanted to forcefully marry Moxie, the woman of Tian Li, the protagonist of the book. So the plot developed that Moxie's daughter Xiao Xiao was put into a kennel and tortured by the Han family, and then she called Tian Li in tears. So the god of war returned and killed the Han family in a rage, and also turned his anger on the Yu family, thinking that the Yu family was arrogant from behind. Yu Ran died on the spot so tragically. Yu Ran could only say that he was a good guy. He was really a good guy. Is it okay if he directly became cannon fodder in the early stage? The key is that some grandmasters in Daxia believed that they should not be against the god of war, and Tian Li wanted to take revenge, so they did not pursue the case. He died in such a gorgeous manner. Yu Ran finally understood, Lin Fan was still the mini-boss in the finale, Ye Chen survived until the later stage, Xiao Feng was simply brushed off as a monster in the early stage, and now he will die when he appears in Tian Li. Sure enough, is this the so-called difficulty spike? Yu Ran rubbed his eyebrows and was speechless. This was simply an unreasonable disaster. If the call came 7 days later, he would have to confront the protagonist. Although Tian Li is only at the peak of his strength now, he is no match for Yu Ran. But there are a few old monsters behind him to support him, so confronting him immediately is not conducive to Yu Ran's gains. I have to say that this 7-day prediction card came at just the right time. Moxie had just been arrested, Xiao Xiao had just been put in the doghouse, and everything was still too late. The most important thing is that Moxie and Tian Li have no feelings at all now, and Xiao's appearance is completely unexpected. Now we have to talk about Moxi, the heroine. The Mo family is probably a third-rate family in Jinling. Anyway, Yu Ran doesn't know about this family, so it shouldn't be famous. Moxi is one of the most outstanding women of this generation. She is beautiful and has outstanding abilities. She graduated from a top management major and is ready to come back and take over the family business. But because of his kindness, he met Tian Li, who was thrown into the river, and rescued Tian Li. However, Tian Li was poisoned and killed Moxie on the spot. Tian Li didn't know it, so he thanked Moxi for saving his life and went to the battlefield outside the territory. He himself was also burdened with a blood feud. Unexpectedly, Moxi was pregnant. The entire Mo family was shocked and asked who the father of the child was. As a result, Moxi refused to say anything, and was finally dismissed from her position by the Mo family for being disgraceful to the family tradition, and was kicked out of the family. From then on, she lived in a rented house with her children. Yu Ran actually didn't quite understand Moxi's brain circuit, why she gave birth to Xiao Xiao and why she concealed Tian Li's existence. She was RD and she gave birth to a child? What the book says is that Moxie is kind and unwilling to kill a life, and she doesn't know Tian Li's name or origin. Before leaving, Tian Li only gave her a phone number so that she could call if something happened. So Moxi thought Tian Li was a pitiful person and was afraid that the Mo family would be detrimental to Tian Li, so she hid Tian Li's existence. Yu Ran was speechless after looking at this idea. This kind of heroine with a holy mother's heart really makes my head hurt. 6 years after Tian Li left, the Han family wanted to marry the Mo family, so the Mo family gave Moxi's photo to the Han family. Han Yuan of the Han family was so excited that they decided to marry Moxi. Xi. Of course, Moxi would rather die than obey. After being locked up in a dark room, Han Yuan threatened Xiao Xiao's life and forced her to get married after 7 days, and conveniently put Xiao Xiao into a doghouse. The next plot is naturally the god of war. In anger, he bleeds for thousands of miles. Yu Ran closed his eyes and thought for a while, then decided to go to the scene to see the situation first. Chapter 385 Xiao Xiao. Brother Yu, what brought you here? Yu Ran hadn't hidden his traces yet, and before he arrived at Han's house, he saw Han Su waiting at the door. I heard what King Xiu said about your affairs. Come and take a look at it if you have nothing to do. Naturally, Yu Ran wouldn't say that he came specifically to find Moxi. At this time, he hadn't figured out how to deal with Moxi. After all, Li Fengling's matter had set up a shortcut key for him to gain points. So he planned to meet Moxi first before deciding what course to take. Brother Yu, let me show you the way. Where do you want to see? Han Su knew his position very well and hurriedly said to please him. Yu Ran just nodded casually. It would be good for the Han family to have someone to lead the way. Han Su followed Yu Ran and introduced the situation of the Han family. Han Su did not know the purpose of Yu Ran's visit. He only thought that Yu Ran was here for inspection, and told Yu Ran all about the development of the Han family during these times. Clear. Yu Ran found it very boring and had no interest in business matters. While listening to the boring speech, he used his mental energy to investigate the situation of the Han family. Brother Yu, that's the pet room in front of you. It's a bit dirty and smelly. Do you want to take a detour? No, I'm just wandering around. There's nothing wrong with the pets. Of course Yu Ran wouldn't leave. He didn't find Moxi but found her daughter Xiao Xiao first. Seeing Yu Ran say this, Han Su continued to lead the way. He would do whatever Yu Ran said. He had an extremely clear idea of his position. As soon as he opened the door to the pet room, a mixture of rancid and foul smell irritated Yu Ran's nasal cavity, making him feel like vomiting. Han Su also covered his nose and observed Yu Ran's expression. The smell of this place was really disgusting. The smell of animal feces mixed with leftover food was disgusting. But seeing that Yu Ran had no intention of retreating, he could only continue to follow. Yu Ran was aroused by the smell, but for the sake of points, he endured the stench and walked directly towards the kennel. Before I even got to the kennel, I saw a little girl chained in the kennel at a glance. The little girl was wearing beggar-like clothes. Her exposed skin had many wounds, and there was almost no good flesh on her body. Because of the pain, the little girl huddled in the doghouse, her whole body trembling. When Yu Ran saw this, he felt a little uncomfortable. The pale text in the book only described Xiao Xiao being locked in a kennel for more than a week, leaving Yu Ran with no idea. Now I see with my own eyes that a little girl with no clothes on and injuries all over her body is struggling to survive in this stinking environment. Even this is only the first day, and there are still 7 days to come. Yu Ran couldn't imagine how Xiao Xiao survived for a week. In an instant, an unknown fire surged into his heart. Is this done by a villain? No. This is something only a beast would do. He can really do this to such an old little girl. Han Su sensed Yu Ran's emotional changes instantly. When he followed his line of sight and saw the little girl in the kennel, he was also in a state of confusion. Brother Yu, this. Yu Ran glanced at him coldly. Han Su was so frightened by this glance that he trembled all over. The murderous aura exuded by Yu Ran made his legs tremble and he knelt down instantly. Brother Yu, I really don't know this, I didn't do it. Of course Yu Ran knew it wasn't Han Su who did it, but his anger at this moment did not restrain at all. He just strode towards the kennel, broke the iron chain, and took advantage of the situation to hold the little girl in his arms. Perhaps Yu Ran's movement was too big and it hurt the little girl's skin. The little girl curled up in a ball slowly opened her eyes, but she still couldn't cover her big bright eyes even though she was covered in filth. The little girl looked at Yu Ran holding her. Her eyes were slightly red, and her voice was choked but also a little excited. Dad, are you here to save me? Yu Ran was instantly hit in the chest by Xiaoxiao's call Daddy. Thinking of Yu Muiao who obediently called him Daddy yesterday, the fatherly love in his heart suddenly surged out. Be good, I'll get you out. Yu Ran didn't clarify Xiao Xiao's title. In Moxi's words to Xiao Xiao Xiao, the most common thing was that Dad would come to save us when we encounter difficulties, so Xiao Xiao naturally regarded Yu Ran as his father. Han Su, if you don't give me an explanation for this matter, there is no need for the Han family to exist in Oris Hill. Yu Ran passed by Han Su and said coldly. Han Su, who was kneeling on the ground and covered in cold sweat, quickly agreed. Brother Yu, don't worry, I will investigate this matter thoroughly. Yu Ran left the Han family in big strides with his little one in his arms. He was not in a hurry to see Moxi now. He would wait until Han Su investigated the dirty things in the Han family before he went to see the heroine. When Yu Ran took Xiao Xiao home, everyone's eyes dropped. They thought Yu Ran had picked up a beggar from somewhere. After Yu Ran finished explaining the whole story, everyone in the Yu family was silent for a rare second, and then Lu Qingxiu lowered her head. I'm sorry, it was my mistake. I will supervise it carefully. Bai Yuan, go take Xiao Xiao to take a bath and change clothes. On the way back, Xiao Xiao told Yuan his name and everything about his mother. Yuan comforted her softly and promised her that she would rescue her mother. Xiaoxiao's eyes shone brightly when Yuan assured her. This was an experience she had never had before since she was born. Bai Yuan wanted to take over Xiao Xiao, but Xiao Xiao hugged Yuan so tightly that she didn't want to let go for a while, so Yuan could only comfort Xiao Xiao softly. Xiao Xiao, how about taking a bath with this sister? These sisters are all good people. Seeing Yuan speak, Xiao Xiao overcame her own fear and took the initiative to get out of Yuan's arms. Bai Yuan took her little hand and took her to take a bath. After Xiao Xiao left, Yuan held Lu Qingxiu's hands. Shuer, I don't blame you for this matter, but the Han family's behavior is worse than animals, and must be strictly managed. Lu Qingxiu then raised her head and nodded, and Yuan placed a kiss on her cheek to express comfort. Yun Yi volunteered to stand up. Master, I will handle this matter. The Han family is simply lawless. I must bring them all to justice. Yuan almost forgot that Yun Yi was still from the Jinling police station. According to his intention, those people couldn't survive. Han Su would understand if he wasn't stupid. However, some of the accomplices and helpers could be handed over to Yun Yi, and Yuan smiled and nodded to Yun Yi. Seeing that Yuan agreed, Yun Yi walked out of the door in a hurry, preparing to go to Han Su to ask what happened. You should also take a shower. This matter must be investigated thoroughly. Huang Lingmeng saw that Yuan was also dirty, so she also tried to persuade him. Yuan nodded and went into another bathroom to wash away his own filth. After Yuan finished taking a shower, only Xiao Xiao was seen standing nervously next to the sofa in the hall, while Bai Yuan was patiently talking to her. When Xiao Xiao saw Yuan come out, his eyes suddenly brightened up and he ran towards Yuan on his feet. Chapter 386 Xiao Xiao at Yuan's house. Dad. Xiao Ben wanted Yuan to hug him, but was worried that Yuan would be unhappy, so he only dared to hold Yuan's clothes. She is not stupid, on the contrary, she is actually very smart. She understood on the way here that Yuan is not her father, but Yuan's care is something she has never enjoyed before, and she is very afraid that Yuan will abandon her. So she would rather be stupid and continue to call Yuan dad, hoping that Yuan would not abandon her. Because Yuan had explained the situation, Bai Yuan was not shocked by the small name, and just explained the situation to Yuan. After washing just now, I asked Xiao Xiao to wait on the sofa for a while, but she seemed unwilling to sit down and seemed to be waiting for you. Yuan lowered his head and saw Xiaoxiao's eyes looking at her. How could a child know how to hide his emotions? That nervous feeling made Yuan instantly understand Xiaoxiao's current state. So Yuan picked up Xiao Xiao and sat on the sofa. He reached out and touched her hair that was still wet, and asked in a soft voice. Why don't you sit down? It would be different to wait for me somewhere. Seeing that Yuan had no intention of abandoning her, Xiao Xiao's face was full of joy. She glanced at the high-end sofa in Yuan's living room again, and her two little hands unconsciously tangled together. Well, Xiao Xiao is afraid of dirtying the sofa at Dad's house. Since you call me Dad, isn't Dad's home your home? Why should you care about your own home? Since Xiao Xiao insisted on calling him Dad, he felt no need to deny it. After all, compared to Tian Li, Yuan felt that he was a really good dad. Tian Li has been on the battlefield outside the territory for 6 years and has never thought of coming back to see Moxie and Xiao Xiao. Of course, the novel says that Tian Li doesn't know about it, but Yuan sneers at it. The Temple of War is an organization with a Grand Master. Check it out with ordinary people. Will it be that difficult? Even if Xiao Xiao hadn't been there, shouldn't he have come back to take a look at Moxi's first night when his revenge was forcibly taken away? He is a real scumbag. Compared to him, Yuan is simply a good man. After all, he gives every girl a home. Xiao Xiao saw that Yuan did not deny his name. His big eyes were bright and buried in Yuren's arms. His hands were tightly holding Yuren's waist, and his face was full of happiness. She is such an easy to satisfy little girl, so well behaved that it makes people feel bad. Come on, Xiao Xiao, have something to eat. Bai Yuan ordered Xiao Xiao to cook a bowl of meat porridge before taking Xiao Xiao to take a bath. She had been hungry for too many days at the Han family and only gave her some pig food. As a result, Xiao Xiao now had a bad stomach and had to eat some liquid food first. Neutralize it. Thank you, sister. Xiao Xiao got down from Yuran's arms and bowed to Bai Yuan. This well-behaved look made Bai Yuan couldn't help but smile. Seeing Xiao Xiao gently blowing the hot porridge with her mouth, and then carefully putting it into her mouth, her little eyes suddenly brightened up. The taste was the most delicious she had ever tasted. Xiao Xiao was eating when he saw a half-year-old child crawling out of the room, shouting, "Eat, eat!" When Yuran saw his silly son running around, his face immediately darkened, and he walked up and picked him up. Yu Wu didn't cry at all, he kept clasping his two little hands and mumbling, "Eat! Eat!" Seeing this, Xiao Xiao gently blew the porridge in the spoon and walked over cautiously. "Dad, can I feed him?" Yu Wu was also eating complimentary food, so it was okay to eat some porridge, so Yuran nodded. Xiao Xiao gently fed the warm porridge to Yu Wu's mouth. Yu Wu swallowed it in one bite without fear of being raw, still yelling, "Eat, eat!" Yuran's head was full of black lines. Yu Wu was really good at eating, and he was much bigger than other children, but his body was extremely healthy, so Yuran didn't care about his development problems. Seeing this, Xiao Xiao scooped up another spoonful of porridge and was about to feed it to Yu Wu, but was stopped by Yuran. "Okay, Xiao Xiao, you can eat yours. This bowl of porridge is specially cooked for you. You don't have to worry about what he has to eat." Xiao Xiao looked at Yu Wu, then at Yuran, nodded and returned to the table obediently to continue drinking porridge. "Dad, eat! Eat!" When Yu Wu saw Xiao Xiao walking away, he continued to clap his hands and shout. Yuran was stunned for a moment, and then burst into laughter. "You brat, the first time you called daddy was just to eat, I'll feed you to your fullest." Huang Lingmeng happened to come over at this time, still holding the brewed milk in his hand. "This kid, I just soaked the milk and he disappeared." "Yes, if you are so lively and active, you will definitely excel in martial arts in the future." As Yuran spoke, he took the milk from Huang Lingmen's hand. Yu Wu couldn't wait to bite the pacifier and drink it in big gulps. While drinking porridge, Xiao Xiao looked at the situation on Yuran's side, feeling envious in his heart. Is this a child with a father? But then she thought that Yuran was also very kind to her, and she felt satisfied inside. At night, Xiao Xiao went to sleep with Chu Qingkai. The reason was that Yu Muiao liked this big sister very much and held Xiaoxiao's hand and refused to let go. Xiao Xiao also likes this cute little sister very much and keeps teasing her. So Chu Qingkai simply took Xiao Xiao to her room and slept there, saying nothing all night. Early the next morning, while Yuran was eating steamed buns, he received a message from Han Su, which clearly explained the future. The culprit Han Yuan and some accomplices Han Su have been secretly imprisoned, and the remaining accomplices will be handed over directly to Yun Yi. They will be sentenced to a legal imprisonment at that time, and they should be reformed in the future. Yuran replied with the word kill and stopped caring. This kind of scumbag couldn't even stand him as a villain, and he simply lost their villain character. "Xiao Xiao, I will take you to find your mother today." Xiao Xiao was eating the buns in small bites. When he heard this, he stood up immediately, and the excitement in his eyes directly spilled over the screen. When Yuran took Xiao Xiao out, Xiao Xiao was no longer as dirty as yesterday. Baiwen carefully selected a princess dress for Xiao Xiao and dressed her up beautifully. She is very beautiful in appearance, and you can tell she is a beautiful child at a glance. Although she is a little thin due to malnutrition before, she will be a lovely little princess with a little care. Moxi was on pins and needles in the Han family at the moment. After she was suddenly released yesterday, the Han family even apologized to her, saying that they would let her go without getting married. However, today they asked her to wait here again, saying that there was a big shot who wanted her. Meet her. Moxie didn't know about Xiao Xiao being rescued. Han Su had been busy cleaning up the internal affairs all day. Han Su shuddered when he thought of Yu Ran's expression and murderous intent at that time, so he was particularly ruthless this time. The Han family was so busy that they had no time to explain the situation to Moxi. So Moxi thought she had been sold to some big shot again, and her heart was full of despair. She had just left the dragon pool and entered the tiger's den. When Yu Ran appeared holding Xiao Xiao in hand, Moxi rushed over instantly. Xiao Xiao! Mother! Chapter 387. The protagonist did not appear, and the heroine was taken down again. Moxie held Xiao Xiao tightly in her arms, feeling as if a treasure had been lost and recovered, so much so that Yu Ran sat aside and watched the drama of the mother-daughter reunion. However, to Yu Ran, this drama was really meaningless, but based on the appearance, he could barely appreciate it. As expected of the first heroine of this work, Moxie is truly incredibly beautiful. She looks a little haggard under the imprisonment of the Han family, which only exacerbates the feeling of a broken beauty. Even though Yu Ran has seen so many beauties, he still cannot deny Moxi's beauty. Moxi still has the kind of appearance that combines the feeling of a young girl and a young woman. No wonder Han Yuan, a member of the Han family who is used to seeing beautiful women, is also fascinated by her. 3. Yu Ran secretly looked at her and thought, well, this girl is definitely not a saint, so what's wrong with being a little kind? It makes sense. Beauty is justice. Perhaps she was too engrossed, and after Yu Ran looked at her so wantonly, Moxi didn't pay any attention. She was only concerned about her daughter in front of her. Xiao Xiao is wearing a high-end princess dress today. The Moxie family is not as good as the Yu family and is also a third-rate family, but they still have good taste. This dress cannot be bought without a 6-digit price. This shows that the visitor is quite nice to Xiao Xiao. Moxie knows her own unique value very well, and she looks up at Yu Ranchi. I only found that Yu Ran had a handsome face and extraordinary bearing, and was much better than those ruffians of the Han family. What's more important is that Yu Ran treats Xiao Xiao very well, and it wouldn't be an insult to herself if she gave herself to him, so Moxi made up her mind and knelt down directly in front of Yu Ran. Yu Ran was sipping his tea leisurely, watching the show when he saw Moxi kneeling directly in front of him. Before he could say anything, he heard Moxi's sincere voice speaking. Thank you for taking care of me, Moxi is extremely grateful. Moxi is not a shameless person. Today, I will serve you with my withered body. Yu Ran listened to Moxi's words and didn't know whether to laugh or cry at the situation before him. Has it become so easy to win over the heroine? However, Yu Ran used the system to check and found that Moxi's favorability was only 40, yet she dared to say that she would serve him. This was a bit outrageous. If Yu Ran had just arrived and such a beauty threw herself at him, he would never let her go. He would get on the bus first and buy the ticket later. But now he has a bigger family and children, and is much more stable, so being reluctant actually makes him less interesting. Thinking of this, Yu Ran pretended to change his expression and his voice became serious. Moxie, right? I saved Xiao Xiao because I couldn't stand the Han family's behavior. I thought such a well-behaved daughter would be raised by a good mother, but today I see that I was a little mistaken. Moxi had gritted her teeth and was about to give in, but when she heard Yu Ran's words, she was stunned on the spot. Wasn't he here to take her back? When Moxi looked up at Yu Ran again, she only saw a hint of impatience in Yu Ran's eyes, which was completely different from those who were obsessed with her. Xiao Xiao was smart and naturally noticed the awkward atmosphere, so she walked up to Moxie and tried to help her up. Mom, Dad is a good man. Moxi was slightly shocked by the small address, but now was not a good time to question her daughter. She just looked at Yu Ran with confusion and embarrassment in her eyes. She didn't know how this man was going to deal with her. Yu Ran stood up and touched the little head. Xiao Xiao, Daddy has something to tell your mommy. Can you go over there and have something to eat? Xiao Xiao naturally nodded obediently and reminded Moxie in a low voice before leaving. Mom, Dad is a good man, you guys have a good chat. Moxie had no reaction at first, but when she called Xiao Yuran's parents, she blushed with embarrassment. Even though her baby was already 5 years old, she was actually considered innocent. After all, the small appearance was an accident, otherwise she, Moxi, would still be just a young girl. How could she not be shy at this time? After Xiao Xiao walked away, Yu Ran made a gesture of asking him to sit down. Then Moxi sat across from Yu Ran, wanting to see what Yu Ran wanted to say. Moxie, right? Let me introduce myself. My name is Yu Ran. Moxie's pupils shrank suddenly when she heard Yu Ran's name. She had certainly heard about the uncrowned king of Jinling City. Moxi's expression was naturally reflected in Yu Ran's eyes, and he continued without any hesitation. Now that you know me, it's much easier to handle, Moxi, right? I briefly investigated your matter and found that you are a victim in this matter, so I rescued you and Xiao Xiao without any other intention. Yu Ran has been playing straight ball for a long time, and now he is also playing hard to get. It is strange that he has no other feelings for the heroine. As for what it means, only Yu Ran himself knows. Moxi breathed a sigh of relief for no reason. No matter how ignorant she was, she knew that there would be no shortage of women around people like Yu Ran. Naturally, she would not use such words to tease her, but she felt a little disappointed for no reason. Yu Ran didn't care about Moxi's reaction, but glanced in the small direction and continued talking. I rescued this little child from the kennel yesterday. She had numerous wounds on her body and was very miserable. But this child is very sensible, and my daughter Mu Yao likes her very much, so I want to say a few words for her. When Moxi saw Yu Ran talking about Xiao Xiao, she lowered her head inadvertently. When she heard about Xiao Xiao's previous treatment, her face burst into tears and she held Yu Ran's hand and cried uncontrollably. Thank you for saving Xiao Xiao. Yu Ran was not surprised by Moxi's reaction. After all, in the article, Moxi regarded Xiao Xiao as the same as Tian, so that after Tian Li obtained Xiao Xiao's forgiveness, she also forgave Tian Li. There were others outside Tian Li. Women's affairs are not pursued either. Oh, you are very affectionate towards Xiao Xiao, but do you know how Xiao Xiao has lived these years? If I had come 2 days later, Xiao Xiao would have probably died in the Han family, do you know? Moxie was so embarrassed by Yu Ran's questioning that she didn't dare to speak, but she couldn't help but shed tears. She doesn't know how much Xiao Xiao has suffered following her, but the Mo family has interfered with it, making it impossible for her to find a job as a top student, so she can only make ends meet by doing odd jobs. Xiao Xiao couldn't even afford to go to kindergarten and lived a life of starvation with her all day long. Yu Ran sighed in his heart. To be honest, Moxi was indeed quite pitiful. She would have had a beautiful life, but because of Tian Li's troubles, she broke up with her family, and her work and love both collapsed. That's why she put all her efforts into it. All pinned on the small body. Just like this, when Tian Li found their mother and daughter, she had to sing praises, and others also praised Tian Li for his kindness and righteousness. To Yu Ran, these protagonists are really nothing. There are other women after Tian Li. What a coincidence is that this woman is also Yu Ran's woman now, Yun Qi. This is really true, the heroine was taken down before the protagonist appeared. Chapter 388 Recognizing Thieves as Fathers. I'm sorry. Moxi muttered, lowering her head guiltily and not daring to look directly into Yu Ran's eyes. Okay, after I rescued Xiao Xiao yesterday, she called me daddy. The reason is because you told her that her daddy was a great hero and would step on the auspicious clouds to come to her. I quite like Xiao Xiao, so I accepted it. With this title, as my daughter Yuran, she will definitely not be able to live like that anymore. What are your plans in the future? Moxie was in a state of confusion at the moment. She didn't have any plans. She didn't want her daughter to live a precarious and homeless life with her. Now that someone was willing to help her daughter, she was even more in favor. Master Yu, if you like, take Xiao Xiao back. I won't bother you. Although Moxi was very confident in her appearance, her body was in ruins after all. She didn't feel that Yuran liked her, so she felt a little inferior. You are really generous. Let me ask a question, who is her father? Of course Yuran knew Tianli's name, but now he still had to pretend to be confused. I don't know either. Moxie lowered her head. She really didn't know, and she didn't even plan to contact Tianli. Otherwise, the scene where she dialed Tianli's phone number at the beginning of the book wouldn't have happened. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Although Yuran already knew the answer, he still couldn't help but curse. You women are really stupid. Since Xiao Xiao recognizes me as his father now, I don't care who his real father is. Xiao Xiao will have nothing to do with him in the future. When Moxi heard Yuran's words, she quickly agreed. That's natural. You will be my little one's only father from now on. When Moxie said this, she blushed irresistibly. Although Yuran didn't say he wanted her, she always felt like she was forcing herself on Yuran. Yuran didn't find it funny when he saw Moxi's look. He had so easily made Xiao Xiao acknowledge the thief as his father. This was much more exciting than the previous protagonist. Okay, you've said so, then Xiao Xiao can't continue to live like that. I heard that you are a top student who graduated from the management major? I still have a management position here, and the monthly salary is not high, so with over 100,000 yuan, I can give you 3 months' salary in advance. What do you think? Moxi originally only thought that Xiao Xiao could live a good life with Yuran for a few days, but she didn't expect that Yuran even thought of it and arranged it for herself, and stayed there for a while without responding. However, Yuran didn't actually find a position for Moxi on purpose. It was really because there were fewer management positions now. Lu Qingxiu and Chu Qingkai cleaned up Jinling, resulting in many incompetent managers being dismissed. Now is the time to hire people. Of course Moxi is a talent. As the heroine, she is not only a business genius, but also has quite good martial arts talent. She is almost the woman with the best overall talent in these 4 books. With her help, Tianli became extremely stable in the rear area. Later, Moxie went directly to the battlefield outside the territory to help Tianli conquer the world. The word virtuous wife is the most suitable description. Seeing that Moxi didn't respond, Yuran knocked on the table again, and Moxi nodded quickly as if she was waking up from a dream. Thank you. 5 years of wandering around made her heart turn cold. Countless encounters made her understand that personal strength was not worth mentioning in front of the family. But now that someone is finally willing to use her, how can she not burst into tears of gratitude? Even the look in her eyes when she looks at Yuran is different. Yuran watched as her favorability level soared to 80 and was converted into an admiration level. He also secretly sighed at the power of this help in times of need. He estimated that she would not resist if he wanted her now, but would follow him wholeheartedly. It's not surprising that Yuran guessed like this. In fact, Moxi really thought this way. If she was not his woman, how could Yuran be so generous with such an important position? She was already prepared for this. Yuran was young and handsome, had a good family background, and was kind to Xiao Xiao. How could she not be tempted? Okay, since you agreed, go back and pack your things, and then take office tomorrow. Moxi felt a little disappointed when she saw that Yu Ran didn't propose such an idea. Her physical problems made her inferiority complex emerge again. Yu Ran noticed Moxi's mood, but he didn't want to rush it. First, he was thinking about how Tian Li would come back after the plot was ruined like this. It's okay if he doesn't come back. If he comes back, he will definitely commit a crime, laughing. Moreover, her husband had to make Tian Li suffer unspeakably and be polite to him. When he thought of this, Yu Ran couldn't help but laugh out loud. Yu Ran's laughter actually made Xiao 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 on the side run over. Seeing Yu Ran laughing, Moxie also swept away her previous depression and uneasiness. Naturally, the quirky Xiao 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 could tell that the atmosphere between mother and father had changed. Much better. So she took Yu Ran's hand coquettishly and said in a sweet voice. Dad, what are you so happy about? Well, that's a good thing. Xiao Xiao can live a good life with his mother from today on. Of course, Yu Ran wouldn't tell the truth, but what he said made Xiao Xiao very happy, and he ran into Moxi's arms and talked non-stop. Moxie's home was really simple, so Moxie packed up her documents and gave the other things directly to the neighbors who had taken care of them. The aunt next to her also shouted at the top of her lungs when she saw Yu Ran. That boy, our Moxi is a good boy. You must treat her well and don't let that heartless man cheat her away again. These neighbors' shoutings made Moxie feel shy and inferior. For the first time today, she had the idea of not being worthy of others. She had no idea that Yu Ran had already regarded her as his own. Yu Ran acted in a controlled manner in the face of the shouting. He also thanked the neighbors for taking care of him and gave some uncles a few cigarettes, which made the neighbors praise Yu Ran as a good person. After cleaning up, Moxi suddenly realized a problem. After all, she hadn't started working yet, and she couldn't advance her salary now. So where would she stay tonight if she didn't have money? Yu Ran naturally saw Moxi's dilemma and followed suit. Come with me. I still have a guest room at home. Xiao Xiao also likes it there. I just want to be Mu Yao's companion. Moxi bit her lip, but did not refuse. She held Xiao Xiao's hand and followed Yu Ran. Xiao Xiao was very happy. Being with her parents was her happiest time. Master, you are back. When Bai Yuan opened the door, she still addressed Yu Ran as a maid, but Yu Ran pinched her face. I told you to call me Xiang Gong. Bai Yuan nodded sheepishly and glanced at Moxi, thinking that no one else has such eyes for the young master. Here comes another beautiful woman. Moxie was very reserved, but then she bumped into the devil boy from the Yu family. Chapter 389 The Assist from the Devil Boy. As soon as Moxi entered the door and followed Yu Ran and the others towards the living room, she found a half-year-old boy crawling quickly on the ground and ran up to Moxi without fear of danger. Yu Wu stared at Moxi with big eyes, and actually smiled and clapped. Aunt! Aunt! Moxi's face suddenly turned red as if she had a fever. When Yu Wu called her that, she glanced at Yu Ran's expression inadvertently. She was relieved when she saw that Yu Ran's expression was the same. She was very worried that Yu Ran would feel uncomfortable because of this title. Happiness. Little did she know that Yu Ran was calling him good guy in his heart. This demon king had turned into her wingman. He must have just learned to call her aunt today, and he would call out to people when he saw her, which made Moxi shy. Unexpectedly, Yu Wu didn't stop and continued to clap his hands and call Bai Yuan aunt, which made Bai Yuan agree with a smile. After Yu Wu called Bai Yuan, he turned to Xiao Xiao and still clapped his hands and shouted. Aunt! Aunt! This shout made Yu Ran cough violently. It's a pity that he didn't treat Xiao Xiao as a reserve. He raised such a big child as a daughter, okay? This brat just yells a lot. But this training system seems to be quite good? Ahem, don't get it wrong, Yu Ran is talking about raising a child bride for Yu Wu. Bai Yuan was happy to correct him, leaning down and pinching Yu Wu's face. You can't call me aunt, you have to call me sister. Yu Wu learned to speak quickly, and immediately clapped his hands and shouted. Sister! Sister! Xiao Xiao had never encountered such a situation before, and he wanted to hug Yu Wu. Who knew that Yu Wu was climbing so fast, and Xiao Xiao jumped into the air. Yu Ran saw Xiaoxiao's inner disappointment and explained to Xiao Xiao with a smile. Don't worry about him. This kid is just a devil. He can't be held. He hasn't learned to walk yet. He crawls faster than he can walk. He can't rest all day long. Xiao Xiao felt much better after being comforted like this by Yu Ran. Even though Xiao Xiao is only a 5-year-old child, no matter how smart he is, he still has the nature of a child. When he saw Yumwiao, he couldn't help teasing Yao. Yumwiao liked this sister very much. She held Xiao Xiao by her little hand and couldn't take her eyes away from Xiaoxiao's face. When Chu Qingkai came out with Yumwiao, Huang Lingmeng also came to look at Yu Wu, the Demon King. From the moment the two of them saw Moxi, they looked at each other and understood the meaning in each other's eyes. It seems that this big family is about to have one more person. Moxi seemed very reserved at Yu Ran's house, especially after seeing so many stunning beauties. She couldn't help but feel her heart pounding. Her inferiority complex while sitting in the corner of the sofa made her dare not speak. Fortunately, Chu Qingkai was good at talking, and she could arouse Moxi's emotions with just a few words. Especially after she learned that Moxi majored in management, she intentionally or unintentionally introduced the topic, which made Moxi talk a lot more. Sister Moxi, let me introduce you to this woman named Lu Qingxiu, who is also your husband. She is now in charge of the business of the Yu family and the former Lu family. You will work under her starting tomorrow. Lu Qingxiu was unsmiling in front of outsiders and looked like a cold female CEO. After all, Moxi was not sure that she was Yu Ran's woman. In relatively unfamiliar situations, she mostly chatted to test Moxi's abilities. What she cares more about is Yu Ran's foundation. If Moxi is mediocre, she will give her a flower vase position as a job for Yu Ran. But unexpectedly, after a conversation, Lu Qingxiu discovered that Moxi was not only not a flower vase, but also very capable and thoughtful, not inferior to her at all. She secretly lamented that her husband's eyes were really not as vicious as usual. When talking to Lu Qingxiu about work issues, Moxi's chatter opened up completely, and she even entered working mode at the dinner table. If Yu Ran hadn't called it a day, the dinner table would have turned into a business conference. Chu Qingkai's eyes narrowed slightly. She had been focusing on taking care of Yumwiao during this period, but she didn't go to work. However, Moxi's joining today made her want to start working again. She has never been a flower vase, and she doesn't want to stay at home all her life. Fortunately, Yu Ran is very supportive of their ideas, which saves her a lot of worries. Now that Yumwiao is much older, with a bunch of sisters and Zheng Mei at home, she doesn't need to worry too much about her children, and the career fire has been ignited again. Chu Qingkai also knew that Huang Lingmeng had started practicing martial arts a long time ago and had not stopped practicing martial arts during her pregnancy. She was now at the 6th level of energy transformation. She is always ready to enter the foreign battlefield with Yu Ran next time, and it will not be too late. This person is really infuriating compared to other people, and he still can't cross the threshold of energy transformation. Li Shui has already resumed her work in Nanjiang, adopting the form of remote working. Now that Nanjiang has successfully completed the 3 links, the network has also given Li Shui more choices. When Yu Xing was 3 months old, Yu Ran and Li Shui took him back to southern Xinjiang. The enthusiastic southern Xinjiang people filled the room with small gifts and blessings for Yu Xing. The other sisters of the Yu family are not idle either. In terms of martial arts, Lu Qingjian's physique, which can be called a bug, has reached the 8th level of energy transformation under Yu Ran's cultivation regardless of resources. Like drinking water. Lian has also successfully reached the 5th level of Huajin. She has 7 yuan veins and is hard to beat in the middle phase of Huajin. She has inherited the inheritance of boxing. At this moment, she has gone to the battlefield outside the territory. She prefers the life of fighting. Ansuandi's entry was a bit worse, but she had also reached the 4th level of Huajin. Her focus was on the underground forces in various parts of Jiangnan. The other sisters showed their strengths in business, and the entire Jinling was run like an iron barrel. With the efforts of Wu Qing and Su Jianqian, not only Su Zhao, but also the influence of the Yu family spread to the entire Jiangnan province. Yun Yi and Yun Qi were more interested in helping the Yu family with their work on the battlefield outside the territory. Yun Qi also went to the battlefield outside the territory with Lian, and the two of them chatted unexpectedly. To say that the only ones who really don't work outside are Su Jian and Bai Yuan, but Su Jian and Bai Yuan take impeccable internal care, and Yu Ran doesn't want to send them out. In particular, Su Jian was worried about the 3 children of the Yu family, which made other women quickly accept this big sister. So when Moxie came, no one was surprised at all. Regardless of whether he was a girl or a young woman, he would not let go of anyone who looked good. They were actually connected. As long as it wasn't some green tea trash, Yu Ran would naturally like it and it wouldn't bother him. After eating, Moxie and Xiao Xiao rested in the guest room. Bai Yuan had cleaned it early, and it was very clean and warm inside. Xiao Xiao, after mom goes to work tomorrow, dad will send you to kindergarten. There are children the same age as Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao, don't cause trouble or make dad angry, you know. Before Xiao Xiao could express his position, the door was pushed open and a strong voice came out. What are you talking about? What should Xiao Xiao do? We can't be bullied anymore. Chapter 390 Tian Li enters Jinling. It was Yu Ran who came in. He originally wanted to come in and talk to Moxie about the Mo family, but when he heard what Moxie said to Xiao Xiao, he immediately refuted it. Moxie herself is kind-hearted and not someone who is good at causing trouble, so her personality tends to be like this. Yu Ran would never believe that she would bully others. When Moxie saw Yu Ran come in, she just lowered her head slightly and spoke even softer. Don't spoil the child too much. Xiao Xiao, how could I not know? She is so kind, how could she bully others? Xiao Xiao, remember, we don't bully others, but if someone dares to bully you, Daddy will support you. Okay, Dad. This passage sounded like a heartwarming conversation between a family of 3, causing Moxi to fall into a momentary trance. Then, thinking of Huang Lingmeng and the others, she could only sigh and unconsciously pulled her quilt tighter. She didn't mind the existence of Huang Lingmeng and the others. She was already in such a situation, and Yu Ran was willing to take her in. She was already very satisfied, so how could she dare to think about getting rich overnight? Well, Xiao Xiao is really good. Yu Ran turned into a lollipop like a magic trick. Xiao Xiao happily took it and looked at her mother again. Moxie understood what Xiao Xiao meant and just sighed. Just this once, remember to brush your teeth after eating. Xiao Xiao exclaimed that Moxie was the best mother in the world, opened the package, and started eating with relish. Yu Ran went straight to the point. What do you think about the Mo family's affairs? When Moxi saw Yu Ran asking this question, she hesitated for a moment and then shook her head. Don't worry, Master Yu. I won't let personal matters take precedence over public ones. So as long as the Mo family's affairs don't conflict with us, I won't interfere. Just like the plot in the book, Moxie didn't want to offend the Mo family, so Yu Ran thought she was too kind and labeled her as a saint. It's okay if you don't have any ideas. Xiao Xiao is my daughter. I can't let such a big hardship go in vain. Yu Ran is not Moxi, who has to think so much every day. With the Yu family's current status in Jinling, it only takes a word to make a third-rate family collapse. As for why, of course it's because I just do whatever I want. I will take Moxie in the future, so it's better to get rid of this thorn as soon as possible. There is nothing for Moxie to remember in the Mo family now. Her parents can be treated like Sokyunkin's father and can't come back to Jinling. Xiao Xiao's eyes lit up when Yu Ran said that. Is this what it feels like to have a father's support? Yu Ran didn't need to take any action himself. It was enough for him to just spread the word, and the huge Mo family collapsed and disintegrated within a month, without any ability to fight back. I have to say this is the charm of the villain. 10 days passed in a flash, and Moxie quickly became familiar with the job and became Lu Qingxiu's assistant. Xiao Xiao also successfully went to the best kindergarten. With Yu Ran's background, no child dared to bully her. Just as Yu Ran had imagined, without Xiaoxiu's call, Tian Li did not come to Jinling as scheduled. This huge plot change did not make Yu Ran panic, because he knew that Tian Li would come back sooner or later. Even if he didn't care about Moxi and her daughter, he still had to go to the imperial capital to take revenge. Congratulations to the host for completing the plot mission and earning 1000 points. This was Yun Qi points, and Yu Ran once again won the heroine directly by mistake. But talking about Yun Qi and Tian Li is really interesting. Tian Li was rescued by Yun Qi when he was injured all over the battlefield on the battlefield outside the territory. Hey, why do you need to use you? Yes, isn't this the case with Moxi? At that time, Yun Qi was still an optimistic girl who did not hate men. When she and Tian Li were traveling on battlefields outside the territory, Tian Li finally chose to leave Yun Qi without saying goodbye and join the war temple due to the huge gap in status. And this also became the point where Yun Qi hated Tian Li, which made her have no good feelings toward all men, and she kept saying men are not good things. In fact, Yun Qi was not really in love with Tian Li at this time. He just had a basic relationship while working together. After being hurt and later being rescued by Tian Li several times on battlefields outside the territory, the feelings gradually sprouted. In the end, Tian Li came to the War God Temple. The protagonist's identity was openly expressed to Yun Qi, and finally Yun Qi returned to his heart. What's interesting is that the last time Yu Ran rescued Yun Qi from the Black Wolf killer group, the dangerous man he felt was Tian Li. According to the plot in the book, it was Tian Li who silently saved Yun Qi and left, but Yun Qi was unconscious. I unexpectedly met the protagonist in advance. This fate is really a strange thing. However, Yun Qi has returned to his heart now, and this fate was cut off by Yu Ran in advance. But when Tian Li finds Yun Qi, won't he have to show his affection in person? It's so cool. Time passed day by day, and 2 weeks after rescuing Xiao Xiao, the secret guard sent Yu Ran the news he had been waiting for. Tian Li enters Jinling. The whole Jinling is now like an iron bucket, and Tian Li is now at the peak of his strength. It is even said in the book that he is already a half-step master. It has to be said that the martial arts of the protagonist is getting stronger and stronger. If I hadn't become a master, I really wouldn't be able to suppress him. Because of Tian Li's powerful strength, he didn't hide anything when he came to Jinling, so Yu Ran naturally got first-hand information. Naturally, Tian Li came to Jinling to thank Moxi for saving his life. For this reason, he also went to Ansuandi's territory to buy information. Yu Ran licked his lips, the protagonist he had been waiting for so long finally appeared. He must have volunteered this information. New wool is here. Ah, sneeze. Tian Li sneezed and rubbed his nose, wondering if it was because he was not accustomed to the climate, or else he had already lost his strength and still had a cold. Palace Master, we have found out. This is all the information on Miss Moxie. Qinglong handed the information to Tian Li respectfully. As the 4 divine beast auxiliary generals of the Temple of War, he admired Tian Li extremely. Tian Li is now in his early 30s, but he has already entered the Grand Master position, and will soon become famous all over the world. Tian Li looked at the contents of the information. The information given by Yu Ran was very detailed, but he omitted the part about the Han family forcibly marrying Moxi. He only said that Moxi was now appreciated by the Yu family and was helping the Yu family. Yu Ran deliberately omitted it to make Tianli less angry, so that he would be able to perform more easily in the future. Of course, he was also worried that this guy would kill the Han family as soon as his brain got hot. Although the Han family was not very important to Yu Ran, it was dogs still have to look after their owners, right? Tianli looked at Moxie and her 5-year-old daughter above, and his mind was in confusion, but when comparing the information about the unmarried person and the time, he couldn't have guessed anything no matter how stupid he was. No wonder. No wonder Moxi didn't look kindly on him when he left. It turned out that he had done something wrong? Thinking of this, Tianli instantly became excited. Qinglong, come with me, I want to see her. Chapter 391 Tianli meets Moxie. Qinglong had never seen such an excited Tianli before. He immediately understood something and answered loudly. Yes. Moxi had a very fulfilling time during this period, spending almost every day at work. It was not that Yu Ran was a bad capitalist who squeezed her, but that she devoted herself to work and did not rest even after get off work. Firstly, she wanted to repay Yu Ran for saving her life and being acquainted with her. On the other hand, she also wanted Yu Ran to look down upon her. She has not moved out of the Yu family after working these days. She can obviously see the attitude of the sisters in the Yu family, and her heart is full of expectations. However, Yu Ran's attitude towards her has always been lukewarm, which made her very uncomfortable. She always felt that it was her physical problems that made Yu Ran look down on her, and then she hated herself for the first time, why she had to save people that day. Fortunately, with Xiao Xiao acting as a lubricant in the middle, her daily communication with Yu Ran was quite smooth. She even had the courage to hint to Yu Ran that she could be Xiaoxio's real parents. But Yu Ran was like a piece of wood and didn't give her any response, which made her heart sink to the bottom. She could only focus on her work, hoping that Yu Ran would look at her favorably. After finishing work today, Moxi only felt pain in her waist and back, and planned to go back and take a good rest. Wow, how romantic! Is this a proposal? I wonder which woman is so lucky. Moxie listened to the exclamations next to her. After a tiring day, she didn't even bother to watch the excitement and walked straight to the company car to go home. Moxie! A shout stopped Moxie from opening the car door. She looked to the side and saw a man walking towards her holding 999 roses. Moxie looked at the man's appearance and froze in place for a moment. How could she forget? How could she forget? This was the culprit who had caused her to wander all these years. The sadness and anger of these years suddenly came up, and tears burst out unconsciously. It's me, Moxie, and I'm here to pick you up, along with our child, Xiao Xiao. When Tianli saw Moxie crying, he thought he was moved, so he quickly made a gesture that he thought was cool and handed the rose to Moxie. He thought that Qinglong's idea was really good, and indeed women like flowers. Will you come with me? Tianli extended his hand affectionately, and the onlookers nearby started to cheer when they saw the excitement. Promise him! Promise him! Agree! Agree! Together! Together! Moxie was brought back from her thoughts by the shouts of these bystanders, took the rose and threw it angrily at Tianli's face. Get out! Get out! No matter how kind Moxie is, she can't have a good look towards the person who ruined her life. In the book, even though Tianli rescued Moxie and helped her avenge her, Moxie had no color towards Tianli and only asked him to get out of her life. It was only a small amount of lubricating that made Moxie finally forgive Tianli. So Yu Ran pulled Xiao Xiao to his side and immediately took Tianli's salary from the bottom of the cauldron. Tianli also learned from the message that Moxie had not been easy in the past 5 years, so he did not get angry at this moment, but continued to speak affectionately. Moxie, it's my fault. I will make up for my previous mistakes. Can you please give me a chance? Let me make amends to you and Xiao Xiao. Tianli thinks that he can give Moxie and Xiao Xiao a good life now, so he feels that his suggestion is very good for Moxie. After all, Moxie is dependent on someone else, so how can she work alone with him? There are always some people in this world who feel that they ignore other people's feelings for the sake of others, and this is the case with Tianli. To say how much love Tianli and Moxie have is sheer nonsense. A chance meeting is at most a life-saving grace. Although Tianli's small appearance makes Tianli's heart surge, it's not like they are passionate about each other. Tianli has other women from behind. You can see this. Moxie's expression looked like crying and laughing at the moment, and the people around her were making louder and louder noises, as if they were going to put her on the stove to roast her, but this Tianli pretended to be affectionate and coaxed the onlookers to call her romantic. Whatever you are looking at, stop looking at it. A group of guards suddenly appeared and immediately began to clear the area. Some people wanted to say a few words, but after seeing the license plate number 88,888 following them, they all stopped. They couldn't afford to offend these big shots. Seeing that the people around her had dispersed, Moxie felt much less stressed. When facing Tianli, she became even more unpretentious and her voice became cold. Roll. Tianli was stimulated by Moxie's indifference, and the roar of the sports car swung beside him, diverting his attention a little. Then he saw Yuran leading Xiao Xiao out of the car and walking towards Moxie. What are you doing here if you haven't gone back after work? When Moxie saw Yuran coming, she felt confident, and there was a hint of coquettishness in her voice. I'll leave right away. When Tianli saw Yuran not even looking at him, a nameless fire suddenly rose up, and he saw Xiao Xiao jumping directly into Moxie's arms with a big smile, calling her mother. Tianli's eyes lit up. Is this his daughter? She is so beautiful. Seeing that Xiao Xiao, Tianli could no longer hold back, and was about to say hello to Xiao Xiao, but he didn't expect that Xiao Xiao spoke first, but these words immediately stuck in his heart. Mom, who is this person? Why are you stopping me? Dad and I are waiting impatiently. Dad? Where did the dad come from? Tianli's anger spurted out directly, and his voice roared out unconsciously. What daddy? I am your daddy. Xiao Xiao was obviously frightened by the roar, and shrank into Moxie's arms. He looked at Tianli with a hint of fear from the corner of his eye. Tianli knew that he had lost control of his emotions and made a gaffe, so he quickly lowered his voice by 3 degrees. Xiao Xiao, it's me, I'm your father, come here and let me hug you, okay? Xiao Xiao looked at the man in front of him, and a familiar feeling suddenly surged in his heart, as if he had a blood connection. But as soon as she saw Yuran standing by, the wavering feeling in her heart disappeared instantly. I only have one father. Xiao Xiao simply ran to Yuran's side, and Yuran picked up Xiao Xiao naturally, like a habit, which deeply hurt Tianli's heart. Tianli actually didn't look at Yuran at all, but this small move made him look directly at Yuran with substantial anger, and he unconsciously walked towards Yuran, ready to take action against Yuran at any time. However, after seeing Yuran's face clearly, Tianli frowned for an instant and immediately retracted his attack, with fear in his voice. Is it you? Chapter 392 The first confrontation between Yuran and Tianli. When Yuran saw Tianli's reaction, he was a little confused at first. Could it be that Tianli was intimidated by his domineering aura? Suddenly he thought of the incident of rescuing Yun Qi before. It seemed that although he didn't meet face to face that day, Tianli had indeed seen him, and he didn't dare to take action casually at this moment. After all, this is a city, not a foreign battlefield. Yuran raised his eyebrows, his voice slightly provocative. Tianli of the God of War God, I didn't expect that you actually know me. What do you want to do to my daughter? Tianli was furious when he heard Yuran's words. He forgot all about the rules in the city and attacked Yuran directly, along with a sky-shaking roar that shook the surrounding air. That's my daughter. Yu Ran lightly blocked Tian Li's attack and grabbed his right hand. If he hadn't been holding Xiao Xiao in his left hand, he would have invited Tian Li to eat his favorite big mouthful. However, Yu Ran was not someone who would not fight back after being beaten. He exerted a slight force with his right hand and kicked Tian Li directly in the abdomen. Tian Li was also experienced in the battlefield and immediately protected himself, but the pain in his arm and the difference in strength still caused him to be kicked several meters away. Yu Ran didn't use all his strength. After all, Jinling was his own territory, so just 1% would be enough. Although Tian Li is known as a half-step master, how can he possibly be able to defeat Yu Ran's top master? Tian Li's eyes became more solemn after being kicked away. He knew that this man was not simple before on the battlefield outside the territory, but he did not expect that he would not take advantage of him in the first confrontation. Of course, he would not have thought that Yu Ran was a master. With the help of the system, others would not be able to see Yu Ran's level without using large-scale killing moves. Yu Ran pushed back Tian Li lightly and sneered. Don't act like a foreign battlefield. There are many people here with mixed opinions. It would be better for Moxie and Xiaoxiao's matters to be explained clearly in another place. Moxie walked to Yu Ran's side silently, her voice a little low. I'm causing trouble for you. Seeing the person who ruined his life come to visit, Yu Ran must have been extremely disappointed in himself, and he only hoped that it would not affect his feelings for Xiao Xiao. Unexpectedly, Yu Ran went out of his way and touched her head, and his voice was much softer than usual. It's not your fault. Let's go and explain it to him together. Yu Ran's sudden tenderness made Moxi's heart pound, and she nodded hurriedly and followed Yu Ran. Tian Li became even more furious when he saw it, but now is not the time for a decisive battle with Yu Ran. Moxie and Xiaoxiao's matter must be resolved. He must take Moxie and Xiao Xiao back to him. Yu Ran also wanted to laugh when he looked at Tian Li's expression. As a man, he understood Tian Li's expression very well. It was just a kind of possessiveness. After all, his wife and daughter were committed to other men. How could the Lord of the Temple of War not let him go? Angry? Moxie's office temporarily served as a conference room. Moxie and Xiao Xiao were behind Yu Ran, while Tian Li faced Yu Ran face to face. They must make it clear. Wait a little while, Daddy will take you to have a big dinner. Yu Ran's gentle voice made Xiao Xiao respond warmly. Dad, I'm not hungry, I'm waiting for you. Tian Li was almost angered by Yu Ran's move, but Yu Ran looked at Tian Li like a normal person, but felt extremely happy inside. It's too easy for the protagonist to break the defense. I have known about Moxie and you before. In fact, I really don't know how you have the nerve to stand here. You have ruined Moxie's life and you still dare to talk about making up for her? Do you know what she has lost? Yu Ran was stabbed in the heart when he came up. Although Moxie didn't mention the matter with Tian Li, everyone could see the impact on Moxie. After being pressed by Yu Ran, Tian Li's voice softened when he saw Moxie's expression behind him, and was directly suppressed by Yu Ran's aura. I know it was me that day, but it was also caused by my being drugged and unconscious. Stop talking nonsense and tell me you were hit by an aphrodisiac. Yu Ran has always wanted to complain about this issue in the book. FK, when the Tian family was chasing Tian Li, could they still use aphrodisiacs? He even took away Moxie's first time while unconscious, which was simply unbelievable. Tian Li's face suddenly darkened. It's not an aphrodisiac, but I couldn't control myself when the poison took effect. Yu Ran didn't care whether he couldn't control himself or not and continued to stab him. Oh? Can't control yourself? So before Moxie was away, you were always on the floor. Tian Li was not just poisoned when he saw Moxie, he had already been poisoned before. Yu Ran's knife was tantamount to ripping out Tian Li's heart. Tian Li felt something was wrong when Yu Ran said this, and Moxie's expression became more and more angry, as if she felt that she did it on purpose. He knew he couldn't let Yu Ran continue to lead the conversation like this, so he simply changed the topic. I was poisoned that night, which had a bad impact on Moxi, so I will make up for it. Tian Li admitted the problem straightforwardly to avoid Yu Ran chasing after the poison and asking questions. What the hell, I'm going to destroy your martial arts right now, and then I'll tell you how to make amends with you, will you accept it? Do you know how much grievance Moxi has suffered in the past 5 years? Yu Ran's words pierced the deepest sadness in Moxi's heart, and she couldn't help but burst into tears. Xiao Xiao comforted her softly beside her, and took out a tissue to wipe Moxi's tears sensibly. Faced with Yu Ran's angry accusations, Tian Li naturally responded unwillingly. How come I don't know? I know that Moxi lost her job and became homeless because of this, but I can give Moxi the best life in the future, whether it is martial arts or work. Do you think that I, the Lord of the Temple of War, do not have this ability? Tian Li asked Yu Ran in return. Of course Tian Li had this ability, but the information Yu Ran had given him before was just digging this hole. Yu Ran then sneered and glanced at Tian Li disdainfully. You know what the heck, do you know how I met Xiao Xiao? It was in a kennel. It's autumn and winter now. Xiao Xiao is naked in the kennel, competing with the dogs for food, and is covered in injuries. If I hadn't discovered her, it would have been a question whether she would be alive now. Yu Ran said that he was very emotional. This was really not intentional. It was indeed Yu Ran's true feelings. Xiao Xiao was really suffering. When he thought about what happened to Yu Muiao, the kind of anger that every father would feel. But it's raw. Tian Li was stunned by Yu Ran's words. He didn't know that this was the case. When he saw Xiao Xiao lowering his head and starting to cry, he realized that what Yu Ran said was true. He didn't expect that Yu Ran and Xiao Xiao would have such an affair. He thought that Yu Ran relied on money to make Moxi and Xiao Xiao surrender. Why couldn't he impress them? But in this situation, Tian Li felt panic visible to the naked eye for the first time. Chapter 393 Tian Li breaks the defense. Xiao Xiao felt a sense of grievance as she listened to her past, but she was strong and did not cry because she had met her best father. Seeing that Xiao Xiao didn't cry, Yu Ran conjured a candy like a magic trick, peeled it open and put it in her mouth. The candy directly sweetened Xiaoxiao's heart, making her smile happily. Moxie was also a little touched by Yu Ran's small gesture. It seemed that Yu Ran had not alienated Xiao Xiao because of Tian Li's matter, and her heart was completely relieved. When Yu Ran said this, Moxi walked out, feeling that she had to say something. Your name is Tian Li, right? You can go. We two will have nothing to do with you in the future. I believe I can raise Xiao Xiao up. Moxie has gradually regained her high-spirited self at work these days. Now she is able to cultivate Xiao Xiao well with her work. When Tian Li saw Moxi say this, his eyes suddenly became stern. The murderous aura cultivated in the battlefield outside the territory scared Moxi. When Yu Ran saw this, he stood in front of Moxi with a faint smile, silently mocking Tian Li's incompetence. Tian Li, as the master of the War Temple, is naturally not a pustule. He knows that there is no point in confronting Yu Ran here. If he attracts people from Daxia, his status as the master of the War Temple may not be able to protect him. He suppressed his emotions as usual and changed into a pleading look again. Moxie, I know I'm sorry for you, but Xiao Xiao is only so old, can you bear to let her never have a father? I can give you a good life now, and if you like it, I can buy the company you like. Yu Ran couldn't help but burst out laughing. If this sentence can be said in a small city, how can you buy my Yu family in Jinling? Seeing Yu Ran laughing out loud, Moxi felt relaxed for a moment and rejected Tian Li without hesitation. My life is very good now. We were strangers before and we will be in the future. I hope you won't disturb my life anymore. Just as Tian Li was about to say something to redeem Moxie's decision, a small sentence beside him directly penetrated Tian Li's heart again. I have a father, and this is my father. My mother said that I will take my father's surname from now on, and my name will be Yu Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao suddenly hugged Yu Ran's thigh, like a child declaring sovereignty. Yu Ran was immediately overjoyed. It seemed that the good things he had done to the girl during this period of time had not been in vain, and now he was still good to himself. Yu Ran simply hugged Xiao Xiao in his arms, rubbed his face, and thought of a good idea with the corners of his mouth raised. You are so good, little one, come and kiss daddy. Of course, Xiao Xiao kissed Yu Ran on the face without any surprise, and directly hit Tian Li with another critical blow. Tian Li was trembling all over as he watched his daughter, who was connected by blood, recognize Yu Ran as her father. The anger in his chest gathered again and was about to reach the breaking point. He didn't allow it. Never allow it. But seeing Yu Ran's provocative eyes, the anger in his chest was extinguished again, and he began to keep telling himself to calm down. Yu Ran obviously just wants to anger himself. He must not be fooled. He couldn't say anything about Xiao Xiao, but Tian Li was unwilling to give up, so he still focused on Moxie. Moxie, the relationship between us cannot be erased because of our small existence. Since I came back from the battlefield outside the territory to come to you specifically, can you give me another chance? Yu Ran chuckled without warning again, with contempt in his voice. You came back specifically to find Moxi? If you had any conscience in the past 6 years, you would have returned a long time ago. Do you think my Yu Ran's information is not clear enough? Did you know that you came back to seek revenge from the Tian family? Tian Li's heart thumped. Damn, Yu Ran actually stretched out his hand so long, he even knew the reason why he came back. After Yu Ran knew that Tian Li was the protagonist, he naturally asked Liu Zitong to pay attention to his news overnight. The news that Tian Li was coming back for revenge was not considered top secret, so naturally he could not hide it from Yu Ran. When Tian Li came back, he thought that Moxie had just come back to see her. The word special was simply disgusting. Tian Li looked at the dull expression on Moxi's face and his heart sank to the bottom of his heart. Even if Moxi showed anger and disappointment, the expression was much stronger than a dull expression. Moxi's being as plain as water means that she has completely given up on Tian Li. Moxie. Tian Li still wanted to say something, but Yu Ran became a little impatient and actually pulled Moxie into his arms in front of Tian Li. Shout, shout, shout! Now Moxie is my woman and Xiao Xiao is my daughter. They also said they have nothing to do with you. You can invite me, Master of the God of War. Moxie was stunned by Yu Ran's sudden behavior. Yu Ran had never been so intimate with her during this period. She always thought that Yu Ran looked down on her and felt somewhat inferior. But now Yu Ran's actions and words directly admitted that she was his woman. The sweet feeling instantly rose in his heart, and he unconsciously leaned on Yu Ran's chest. UBD. Tian Li finally couldn't bear it any longer, and the endless anger hidden in his heart burst out, and he struck Yu Ran's face with his right hand. It was unbearable, but Tian Li was finally broken by Yu Ran's series of actions. Yu Ran raised the corner of his mouth slightly, quickly pulled Moxi behind him with his left hand, and then punched Tian Li. He held Xiao Xiao in his right hand, deliberately protecting Xiao Xiao's body to prevent the aftermath from affecting her. Influence. If Yu Ran is still transforming energy, it may be really difficult to do it. After all, Tian Li is also a top-level master of transforming energy or even a half-step master, but it is especially easy for him who has become a master. Tian Li only felt infinite counterattack power after punching him. Yu Ran's power had already exceeded his limit. As the wind of the punch struck the corner of his mouth, he flew backwards and hit the wall directly from a 30-story building. Fell down. Moxie and Xiao Xiao couldn't help but open their mouths when they saw this scene. They had never seen such a scene before, and they were speechless for a moment. Moxie was stunned for a while, then she remembered something and quickly took Yu Ran's hand. You committed a murder. Hurry up and surrender with me. Just say I was the one who killed you. Xiao Xiao will take care of you then. Yu Ran was a little unhappy when he heard the first half of the sentence, but when he heard the second part, Hehe, Moxi was still quite good. Why die? It would be such a waste if he died so easily. If he can't withstand even 10% of his strength, then the master of the Temple of War will find someone to kill him. Coco. But he fell from the 30th floor. Moxie's voice was trembling as she spoke. How could she understand the situation in front of her? Don't worry, come and let me take you to experience the feeling of flying. Chapter 394 Beating You and Blackmailing You. The corner of Yu Ran's mouth curled up slightly, and he stretched out his left hand to hold Moxi in his arms. His right hand was still holding Xiao Xiao, and he accelerated and jumped down from the pit where Tianli fell. Xiao Xiao had never seen such a scene before. He looked around excitedly and made a cute childish voice. Dad, we can fly. Dad is Superman. Moxi held Yu Ran's neck nervously, closing her eyes at first and not daring to look down. She didn't open her eyes until a small voice appeared. Soaring in the sky, the blue sky and white clouds and the nearby high-rise buildings made Moxi couldn't help but reach out and touch them. Yu Ran's move opened the door to a new world for her. In order to take care of Xiao Xiao and Moxie's experience, Yu Ran did not fly at full strength. When he landed slowly, Tianli had already climbed up from the big pit on the opposite side. However, Tianli's appearance did not look like that of a palace master. He was in tatters and there were no wounds on his body, but the trace of blood hanging from the corner of his mouth and the red mark of a slap on his right cheek made people look funny. When Tianli saw Yu Ran coming down, he felt nervous in his heart unconsciously. This terrifying strength of Yu Ran made him extremely afraid. The slap mark on his face has not been removed, but he made no other movements at this moment. Yu Ran raised his eyebrows. Are all of these protagonists Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles? He slapped him in front of his wife and daughter, but he didn't intend to continue. Being empty-handed is not Yu Ran's strong point. Yu Ran deliberately created the illusion that you can win if you fight hard, but he didn't expect that Li was so timid today. Tianli actually believed that he would not lose if he fought with Yu Ran on the battlefield outside the territory, but this was not the time to fight. Moxi and Xiao Xiao are still with Yu Ran, which is secondary. Working hard here, the military headquarters will arrive in a blink of an eye, and he will definitely not be able to eat and walk around by then. Master Tianli, you violated the city regulations and took the lead in causing immeasurable losses to the city. Because the loss was my Yu family's company, I now claim 5 million yuan of Daxia coins from you. What Yu Ran said almost made Tianli angry. He was beaten, and this guy asked him to pay for it. Yu Ran, don't bully others too much. Tianli even thought that the worst he could do was fight Yu Ran here. It's not like he didn't have a grandmaster in the war temple. Would Daxia really kill him? What's too much to bully? I'm doing things according to the rules. I have a camera on top. If there is such a big noise and the military headquarters comes, you will still have to pay for it when the time comes and the video will be shown to them. Why bother? Was Yu Ran wrong? Not really. It was indeed Tianli who took action, and it was reasonable for him to compensate the city for its losses. Fortunately, Yu Ran had evacuated the crowd earlier, and the big commotion here did not cause casualties. Otherwise, it would not be solved by simply paying compensation. Listening to the sirens and the sound of hovering helicopters nearby, Tianli frowned. He also knew that Daxia was not easy to mess with. At this moment, he just wanted to leave quickly. 5 million, right? Tianli casually took out a Xian-level weapon from the storage and threw it to Yu Ran. Unexpectedly, Yu Ran kicked it back and sneered indifferently. Who can send away a Xian-level weapon? Yu Ran's actions caused Tianli's anger level to overflow again, and his voice turned into a roar. Yu Ran, don't go too far. Are you telling me that this Xian-level weapon isn't worth 5 million Daxia coins? Yu Ran shrugged, what can you do if I bully you too much? It's worth it, but I don't want this thing. I want money, or you can bring me something from the earth level. Who wants it from the Xian level? You. It's not impossible to convert Xian level weapons into money, but it will take a long time. Most of the things in the foreign battlefields and Daxia coins are not interoperable, otherwise the economy would have collapsed long ago. Therefore, it would take a long time for Tian Li to find a buyer, and during this time he would just stay at the military headquarters. Yudao is a good man who will not suffer the immediate consequences. The approaching helicopters and sirens made Tian Li feel cruel and took out an Earth-level defense and storage ring. This thing should be regarded as the most useless Earth-level spiritual weapon. Tian Li threw the ring to Yu Ran and said angrily. Now we are clear. Yu Ran didn't care that it was useless, this thing was actually pretty good, so he conveniently put it on Moxi's ring finger. Okay, Moxie, I'll give this to you, do you like it? When Moxi saw Yu Ran putting the ring on her, she was extremely excited. There was no way she didn't like this, so she nodded crazily. Tian Li couldn't stay here any longer and turned around to leave. Yu Ran's voice from behind made him look back again. Then should you express your feelings? Then Tian Li saw the scene of Moxie kissing Yu Ran's face. Driven by the dual emotions of shame and anger, Tian Li left this sad place without looking back. Brother Ran, what's going on? Huang Tian jumped off the plane, and when he saw Yu Ran, he smiled and stepped forward to say hello. The guy who came from the battlefield outside the territory couldn't help but fight with me. I slapped him and filmed it. I'll find someone to do the repairs. No, here's the video. Huang Tian took the video and didn't check it on the spot. He only gave Yu Ran a thumbs up. Brother Ran is transparent. I'll go back when the matter is resolved. I'll get off work early and go visit my eldest nephew Xiao Wu. Huang Tian left on the plane with a smile on his face. Naturally, the police came next, still led by Yun Yi. Master, are you okay? Yun Yi stepped forward to ask, but Yu Ran kept the story short and gave a copy of the evidence to Yun Yi. Although Yun Yi wanted to be intimate with Yu Ran, it was working time after all. This matter is neither a big deal nor a small matter. It's better to resolve it as soon as possible. After Yun Yi arranged for a few people to maintain order at the scene, he hurried back to the police station to answer his orders. After everything settled, Yu Ran walked to Moxi's side. I heard that you rented a house outside. Moxie's expression suddenly became nervous and she stammered to explain. No, it wasn't that thing before, so I just want to save you some trouble, so I won't move that thing, okay? Moxie's last words actually sounded like pleading. It seemed that she was still worried about whether Yu Ran was acting out of trouble, or whether she was disgusted with herself after learning the news. When Yu Ran saw Moxi's expression, he knew she was overthinking it, so he pinched Moxi's little face. It's definitely not possible to move, but let's go to your house together today. Moxi stammered and nodded, and the meaning of Yu Ran's words couldn't be more obvious. Something will definitely happen tonight at home. Yu Ran is more or less afraid that Moxi will be nervous, so this rental house comes at the right time. Chapter 395. Do you really want to see it? Yu Ran really didn't expect, that things in this world could be such a coincidence. When he led the whole family to Moxi's rental house, he actually met Tian Li again. What a coincidence! Moxie rented a high-end single-family villa for a small environment, while Tian Li bought a high-end villa in Jinling for direct move-in for convenience. By coincidence, these two villas happened to be in the same community, so when Tian Li and Yu Ran met again, the faces of both teams were very exciting. Yu Ran almost couldn't hold back his laughter. This really wasn't his plan. Although he knew where Tian Li was, he didn't know the specific location of Moxie's rental house. He didn't expect to meet each other so casually. Tian Li's face was dark, and he wanted to step forward to question him, but thinking of what happened during the day, he simply turned around and pretended he didn't see Yuran's group. Of course Yuran wouldn't say hello to him, and the two teams just went back to their homes. When Tianli returned to the villa, the anger in his heart had not disappeared at all. He suddenly thought of Yuran's purpose of coming here, and his whole heart suddenly felt like needles. Palace Master, there is news about the Tian family. When Tianli was angry, Qinglong just opened the door and entered to report about the Tian family. When Tianli went to find Moxie, he felt that he was more sincere on his own, so he sent Qinglong to contact the imperial capital to investigate the latest news about the Tian family. Stop talking about it yet. Tianli was so angry that he was not in the mood to read the information about the Tian family. As the old man beside Tianli, Qinglong could naturally tell that Tianli was in a bad mood at a glance. What happened to the palace master? Is there something wrong with the mistress and the young master? It was okay if he didn't ask, but Tianli's anger suddenly rose when he asked. That damn guy from the Yu family disrupted the situation. Everything was going well, but this guy had to jump out and cause trouble. Tianli would not stop scolding Yuran for 3 days and 3 nights, but how could he admit that he had completely failed? Qinglong didn't know the inside story, so he was naturally as angry as Tianli. You're just a young master of a secular family. How dare you go against me in the Temple of War? Let's kill the master of the temple and take back the mistress and the others. Qinglong still habitually thinks about problems with the thinking of the battlefield outside the territory. Tianli gave Qinglong a sidelong glance. Although he was angry, as the master of the palace, he still had to make it clear to his subordinates. No, this Yuran's strength is not much worse than mine. The impact of fighting in the city will be too great. We still have to keep a low profile in Daxia. Don't mess with him. He is not easy to mess with. Seeing Tianli say this, Qinglong could only say yes again and again. Tianli suppressed his thoughts and began to read the Tian family's information, but Yuran's evil smile before leaving lingered in his mind. This BD. Tianli threw the information on the table and said, I'm going for a walk. And left the villa, which left Qinglong a little confused. Tianli didn't know what was going on. He would not be at peace after bumping into you tonight. Of course he knew why Yuran came to this villa. If you deliberately don't go home and find a separate villa outside, what else can a lonely man and a widow do? Just thinking about Yuran doing this kind of thing with his own woman makes Tianli explode. In Tianli's heart, there is no doubt that Moxie is his woman. Even if Moxie doesn't admit it today, it is only temporary. He has a daughter, so how could she not be his woman? He exuded strong energy and began to collect things like a carpet, and soon found the villa where Yuran was. At a glance, he saw Yuran and Moxi in the room on the 3rd floor of the villa. The two were leaning against the window and seemed to be chatting about something. But before he could get close enough to eavesdrop, he found Yuran kissing Moxi directly on the lips. Tianli's mind exploded in an instant. The feeling of shame filled his brain. He couldn't help but smash the villa. Of course Yuran knew that Tianli was coming, and the master's mental power was much stronger than Tianli's, but he kissed Moxi purely because his love was strong, and he definitely didn't show it to Tianli on purpose. When Yuran and Moxi kissed until they were forgetful, the two of them walked towards the bed. When Tianli was about to take a look, he found that there was suddenly a cloud formation blocking the outside. The two figures disappeared the moment they were on the bed. Tianli's eyes were bloodshot and substantial flames erupted. He didn't even notice that the greenery next to him was ignited. Just when Tianli was angry, the clouds and fog outside turned into a few words. Do you really want to see it? Followed by a sideways smile, Tianli punched the ground on the spot, causing the entire community to tremble. Countless residents of the community ran out of their rooms in panic, looking around, thinking that an earthquake was coming. Tianli furiously gathered energy in his hands, trying to break through this defensive formation. He couldn't bear it anymore and wanted to decide the outcome with Yu Ran. Tian Li's move stopped at the last moment when it was thrown out. His usual thoughts as a palace master still forced him to calm down. If this move continued, the sky would definitely fall apart. When the time comes, he will definitely be wanted by the military, and it's hard to say whether he can get out alive, not to mention that he still carries the blood feud of the Tian family. He even had a premonition that Yu Ran had done nothing inside, and was eagerly waiting for him to break the formation, and then let him bear the blame and use other people's hands to get rid of him. What a vicious guy! What an insidious plan! Tian Li forcefully withdrew his move and was met with a groan. Thinking clearly, he had to hate Yu Ran's despicableness. You want me to be fooled, but I won't. It's just that he didn't expect that the inside of the formation was already full of beauty. Although Yu Ran had the idea of having a husband before, but now Moxi has become his woman, he has no interest in letting Tian Li break the formation to see this kind of thing. As for the changes in the words outside the formation, it is just a simple provocation to let Tian Li know what he is doing inside. With the power of Grandmaster Yu Ran's blessing, Tian Li will not be able to break this formation even if he fights until tomorrow. Yu Ran and Moxi are now in a serious relationship, and their clothes have been thrown all over the floor. At this time, how can Yu Ran still be in the mood to deal with Tian Li outside? Naturally, what is in front of him is more important. Although it is a bit strange to describe the mother of a 5-year-old child as inexperienced, Moxi is really like this. She knows almost nothing and relies entirely on Yu Ran's guidance to fall into the arms of the big bad wolf step by step. The room was already shaking, but under the protection of the formation, it was still silent. Xiao Xiao picked up the diary given by the teacher in the room, thought for a long time, and solemnly wrote down a sentence. Starting today, I have a father and a mother. Chapter 396 Snatching Xiao Xiao. When Yu Ran asked for leave for Moxi, Lu Qingxiu gave him a blank look without any surprise. She could guess the reason for asking for leave. But for Moxi, the relationship between Lu Qingxiu and her can be said to be the best. After all, the two of them get along day and night and often deal with each other at work. Lu Qingxiu admired Moxi's work ability very much, and Moxi's character was also quite good. She deliberately left the Mo family's affairs to her several times, and she truly made a distinction between public and private affairs. Moxi can make a distinction between public and private affairs, but Lu Qingxiu doesn't need it. With one stroke of her pen, she changes Moxi's fair plan into one targeting the Mo family. There will be a price to pay for bullying her future sisters and current subordinates. After Moxi rested for a day, she officially moved into the Yu family and lived with the sisters. Although she had been there before, her status was different, so Moxi felt completely different inside. She was flattered by the friendly exchanges between the talented women she had to look up to before, and she spared no effort to quickly integrate into the group. And Yu Ran also helped Moxi enter martial arts early. Although Moxi's talent was good, she started too late, and Yu Ran didn't plan to let her fight or anything. She just needed to improve her physical fitness. Before he could finish his fun, Moxi fell down. The calmness of the past few days surprised Yu Ran, but combined with the news from the Yu family's secret guards, he somewhat understood what Tian Li was doing. At the entrance of Jinling Royal No. 1 Primary School, a teacher and a class of children were waiting outside for their parents to pick them up. Xiao Xiao is also in the team. She is now just old enough to attend a large class. Perhaps because she did not teach much in school before, she also works hard to keep up with the rhythm of school. Even the teacher praises her endlessly, which makes Xiao Xiao his character is also becoming more and more cheerful. A little goodbye. Huang Xiaolin, her good friend from the kindergarten, greeted her and said goodbye, and Xiao Xiao quickly waved goodbye to her. Goodbye Xiaolin. Xiao Xiao, come and play at our house when you have time. Huang Xiaolin invited Xiao Xiao, and the mother who was picking up Huang Xiaolin next to her also had deep eyes, and she immediately became enthusiastic. Xiao Xiao, come to our house to play when you have time, and auntie will treat you well. Xiao Xiao nodded. At such a young age, she already had her own thoughts. Okay, but my parents must agree to this. Huang Xiaolan's mother also enthusiastically asked Xiao Xiao to go back and ask. Xiao Xiao was a transfer student, but even their family could only find Xiaoxiao's mother, Moxie. Xiaoxiao's surname is Yu, and the only way their family can find Yu is that the Yu family of the Jinling giant, so it would be great to have a good relationship with Xiao Xiao. The parents' profit plans will not affect the children's friendship, at least no one dares to do these little tricks in front of Yu Ran. Seeing the children around her being picked up one after another, Xiao Xiao showed no emotion. She knew that her mother was very busy and might not be able to pick her up on time. Moxie did not leave Xiao Xiao to Yu Ran. As her entire support in the past 5 years, Moxie insisted on being responsible for picking up Xiao Xiao. Yuran could only rely on her and ask Lu Qingxiu to reduce her work as much as possible. Xiao Xiao, would you like to go with your dad? Dad bought you your favorite candies and a nice dress. While Xiao Xiao was waiting for Moxie to appear, an unexpected yet expected figure appeared, Tian Li. Xiao Xiao looked up and saw that it was Tian Li, and shrank back unconsciously. She didn't want to talk to this father. The teacher had never seen the little father before, but she was very polite in her words. After all, she had never thought that someone would dare to pretend to be the child's father in a school like this. Xiao Xiao's father, right? Xiao Xiao is a very well-behaved child and behaves very well. Why are you here to pick her up today? Where is the child's mother? Of course Tian Li knew that it was Moxie who picked up the child, and he had not been completely idle these days. In his eyes, Moxie had been contaminated by Yu Ran, and he would just throw it away if he lost it, but Xiao Xiao was his flesh and blood, and he must not accept Yu Ran as your father. So he made up his mind to take Xiao Xiao away. After observing for the past few days, he knew the location of Xiaoxiao's kindergarten and when Moxie would come to pick up Xiao Xiao. Today he made up his mind to pick up Xiao Xiao. Such a big baby, the child will definitely kiss him after a few words of coaxing. After all, he is the biological father of the child. The child's mother has something to do today. I'll pick her up today. I'm sorry, teacher. Tian Li seemed polite, and his aura of being in a position of authority made the teacher feel like he was a little father. Xiao Xiao, Daddy is here to pick you up. Say goodbye to the teacher. The teacher wanted to hand Xiao Xiao over to Tian Li, but Xiao Xiao grabbed the teacher's clothes tightly, with a voice full of rejection. Teacher, he is not Xiaoxiao's father. Xiao Xiao doesn't know him. The teacher was stunned for a moment, but when she saw that Xiaoxiao's actions and words didn't seem to be fake, she made a prompt decision to protect Xiao Xiao behind her and shouted loudly. Security, there is someone pretending to be a child's parent here. Come quickly. After hearing this, several people in security uniforms who were wandering nearby came over quickly. Tian Li glanced at it and saw that it was indeed the Jinling Royal Primary School, and the security guards were actually dark warriors. However, in Tian Li's eyes, dark strength warriors are no different from ordinary people. Seeing that she is too soft, Tian Li is ready to be tough. After all, in his opinion, what kind of mind can a 5-year-old child have? When the time comes, he will take her with him. Sooner or later, being around him will make her kiss him more. As for Daxia, it is difficult for upright officials to stop household chores. What can they say if they pick up their own daughter? Tian Li had calculated everything and easily separated the two Anjin warriors. He knew better than to hurt others, otherwise he would have given the excuse to Daxia. The teacher saw that Tian Li was so scary, but he still did not give up his duty and firmly protected Xiao Xiao behind him. Just when Tian Li wanted to snatch Xiao Xiao away, he heard a chuckle. Hey, what do you want to do to my daughter? There is a tall and straight figure in front of Xiao Xiao, and the solid back makes Xiao Xiao feel safe. Dad! Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Xiao Xiao couldn't help but shout out, his words full of pride. Tian Li pressed the pause button when Yu Ranfa suddenly appeared, and stopped directly opposite Yu Ran. The distance between the two was less than 10 centimeters. As the saying goes, this distance is either a kiss or a fight. Tian Li thought about how Yu Ran had asked him to take the initiative and he had to humiliate himself to pay the fine. He stopped abruptly and did not attack. Instead, he looked at Yu Ran provocatively. Looking at the expression on Tian Li's face, Yu Ran really wanted to laugh out loud for a moment, but thinking about Xiao Xiao and the teacher behind him, he held it back. If you don't do it, then I can. Chapter 397 Human Traffickers. Yu Ran did not hesitate to punch Tian Li directly in the face. Tian Li was caught off guard and was punched hundreds of meters away. He hit him directly on the side of the road, frightening an old man who was passing by on an electric bicycle. Jump! Damn it, you guys are filming a movie, you can fly so far all of a sudden. Tian Li got up and his head was buzzing. First of all, he didn't expect Yu Ran to take the initiative. After all, Yu Ran had been waiting for him to take action before. Secondly, he didn't expect that he couldn't react to Yu Ran's attack. He was completely unprepared and was punched away by Yu Ran. A fist mark appeared directly on his cheek. Although it was not very harmful, it was extremely insulting. Uncle, this is a human trafficker. He wanted to kidnap my daughter. I just beat him up. I'm really embarrassed to meet you. Tian Li's head was buzzing, but Yu Ran was quite clear-headed and directly named Tian Li a human trafficker. The teacher obviously reacted from the shock at this time. As a teacher in this school, she naturally knew that there were warriors. Although Yu Ran and Tian Li were beyond her understanding of warriors, this did not prevent her from making her own voice heard. This man is a human trafficker. He just tried to take away my students. Our security guards didn't even stop him. The teacher's voice completely confirmed Tian Li's identity as a trafficker. In Daxia, if you want to say whether an old man fell or helped him, it would be a matter of passing the blame. But if you meet a trafficker, sorry, everyone will be a soldier. Everyone in the street exploded, and countless people rushed towards Tian Li. There was even a tattooed brother who directly said that he was the quintessence of the country. How dare you dare to snatch her child in broad daylight? I'll kill you, UBD. The uncle next to him reacted first, unhooked his helmet, and smashed Tian Li's head on it while still cursing angrily. What a BD! He's actually a human trafficker. I'm looking for him to be beaten. When Tian Li saw something was wrong, he was about to run away. If he hurt these ordinary people, he would be in big trouble. But he suddenly felt like his body was bound and he couldn't move. Yu Ran looked at Tian Li with a sneer. With the blessing of the miracle realm, it is so easy to block your movement. As for being discovered by Tian Li as a grandmaster, Yu Ran has actually never concealed his own strength, but with the blessing of the miracle realm as a grandmaster, most people can't see through his own strength at all. As a result, Tian Li was greeted in turn by an old man holding a helmet, an ant holding a pole, and a group of older men using their bare hands. Even a weak female college student would kick him when he passed by. These people hit Tian Li Huajing's body so that Tian Li couldn't even feel the pain, but humiliation and anger had filled his heart. Yu Ran covered his small eyes and did not join the group battle, but only controlled Tian Li's actions. However, control has time after all. After a few minutes, Tian Li finally found the opportunity to jump up and ran straight towards an uninhabited direction. Before leaving, his angry eyes only met Yu Ran's playful smile. BD, BD, BD. This guy has already been ranked in the top 5 of his must-kill list. Sooner or later, I will have to settle the score with him. Seeing Tian Li escaping in a hurry, the onlookers seemed to have not had enough, and the tattooed eldest brother took the lead to continue the national quintessence. You're such a BD, you can really run away. You're such a BD, you can really resist being beaten. If you can, don't leave. I'll beat you to death, you child-stealing BD. Yu Ran looked at the angry crowd and also made his own loud voice. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. While expressing his gratitude, Yu Ran distributed cigarettes to the brothers present. The tattooed brother seemed very calm and patted Yu Ran on the shoulder. Brother, it's just a small matter. If you encounter a human trafficker like this, just beat him to death. Yu Ran smiled and said goodbye to all the elder brothers, then went back and held Xiaoxiao's hands, and thanked the teacher at the same time. Thank you, teacher, for taking care of my family. I am grateful for your protection today. The teacher seemed a little embarrassed. This is what we should do, Xiaoxiao's father. I leave Xiao Xiao to you. You must pay attention to the child's safety in the next few days. It's my duty. After thanking the teacher, Yu Ran turned around and held the little hand. Xiao Xiao, say goodbye to the teacher. Dad will take you to find your mother. Xiao Xiao also said goodbye to the teacher obediently, and jumped around to talk to Yu Ran about the interesting things that happened in kindergarten. The teacher didn't think too much about it, but just lamented the rampant human traffickers. However, she didn't expect that the school would publicly commend her a few days later and then increase her salary. These are all stories for later. Yu Ran took Xiao Xiao to his car, put her in a safe place, and then drove his limited edition sports car on the road to Jinling, just in time to pick up Moxi for dinner. Today, Yu Ran wanted to let Moxi see Tian Li's true nature again, but Moxi was too busy with work to spare because of her previous break, so she asked Yu Ran to pick up Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao seems more logical. As for why Yu Ran knew that Tian Li would take action today, all we can say is that Tian Li is still in Jinling, and there is nothing he doesn't know. Yu Ran's previous efforts in running Jinling into his own base camp have now shown outstanding results. It is very difficult to track Tian Li, and he is easy to be detected. However, if the entire Jinling is full of Yu family's spies, they can know Tian Li's whereabouts clearly without deliberately tracking him. It is no exaggeration to say that Tian Li coming to Jinling to fight Yu Ran is no different from committing suicide. Yu Ran took Xiao Xiao to pick up Moxi, and then the family of three went home for dinner and lived a comfortable daily life. As soon as Xiao Xiao returned, she became inseparable from Yu Muiao. Her daughter and Xiao Xiao had a close relationship, as if they were one person. The whole house could often hear Yu Muiao giggling at Xiaoxiao's teasing. This also made the relationship between Chu Qingkai and Moxi very good, and the two often discussed their daughter's education policy together. Not to mention Yu Ran's joy, Tian Li was beaten up in the worst possible way this time. Being beaten by Yu Ran was understandable, but being beaten by a group of grandpas and aunts watching the show was really painful for Tian Li. If there were fewer people, he would have reported it at the time, but with so many people, he really couldn't. It's better to use force, otherwise there is no way for me to leave Daxia. Damn Yu Ran, I don't know what kind of magic weapon he used to freeze himself in place for so long. At this time, Tian Li still didn't expect that Yu Ran had become a grandmaster. After all, it was not an exaggeration to say that a 23-year-old grandmaster was stunning. He just thought that Yu Ran had been attacked by some spiritual weapon. Tian Li took a deep breath. Nothing had gone well since he came to Jinling. It seemed like it was time to move to another place. Chapter 398 The Four Heavenly Kings of the Temple of War. In the past few days, not only Qing Long, but also other people from the War Temple who came to Daxia have been busy investigating the current situation of the Tian family and contributing to the Temple Master's great cause of revenge. The day after being beaten, Tian Li began to take a serious look at the Tian family's intelligence. As for the little things, he had given up, even if he was a little white-eyed wolf. The most important thing is that he really has nothing to do with Yu Ran now, but having said that, in 30 years in Hedong and 30 years in Hexi, don't bully young people into poverty. He will avenge this sooner or later. The most important thing now is to avenge his own blood feud. In fact, Tian Li and the Tian family are the cliched story of two sons competing for the title of legitimate son. Tian Li is the eldest son of the Tian family, while his younger brother Tian Ying is the second son, and his parents prefer the second son. However, Tian Li has much better talent and performance than Tian Ying. His grandfather has higher expectations for Tian Li, so Tian Li has always been the holy son of the Tian family. Unexpectedly, Tian Li suddenly lost his biggest supporter when his grandfather passed away suddenly 6 years ago. Tian Ying conspired to dethrone Tian Li as the holy son and wanted to replace him, but he also knew how powerful Tian Li was, and he was far from the opponent of Tian Li who had already gained strength at that time. So Tian Ying instigated his mother to poison Tian Li's tea in order to abolish Tian Li's martial arts. Tian Li would not be wary of his mother and drank the tea in one gulp. But what Tian Ying didn't expect was that after being poisoned, Tian Li would still be able to burst out with amazing strength and escape from the pursuit he sent. In the end, Tian Li escaped all the way and ran down the river to Jinling, destroying Moxi's life. The reason why Tian Li was able to run away while being poisoned was related to the life-saving elixir his grandfather gave him, which allowed Tian Li to save his life. Tian Li therefore became very angry and wanted to take revenge. Now he came with the majesty of the war temple to kill, and he must avenge the Tian family's blood. I didn't expect that my younger brother is quite capable. Ha! Tian Li looked at the information with a sneer. Tian Ying had managed the Tian family in an orderly manner in the past 6 years, and the Tian family had been on the rise after he left. This stung Tian Li's pride. In his opinion, if he was forced to leave, the Tian family should be in deteriorating condition now, and it would be better if they were in decline. However, things did not develop as he imagined. Not only did the Tian family develop very well, but Tian Ying was also very popular. Besides, he can't compare with the palace master in the light of fireflies and bright moon. Qinglong admires Tian Li very much. It can be said that the war temple continues to flourish in Tian Li's hands, and the two grand masters who sit in the war temple are also Tian Li's nominal masters. How can a mere Tianjia compare to the temple of war? When Tian Li saw Qinglong boasting, he also showed a proud smile. The Tianjia was really nothing compared to the god of war. The strongest one in the Tian family is only at the peak of Huajin, and they don't even have a grand master. The temple of war not only has 2 grand masters, but also 2 at the peak of Huajin, and even 5 in the late stage of Huajin. Even in an environment like the foreign battlefield where heroes are abundant, it is a well-deserved top organization, the kind that even dares to steal food from various countries. You can't underestimate him. I was deceived by him 6 years ago. I will pay back all my capital and profits after a while. Tian Li's voice swept away the haze of the previous period, with high-spirited confidence. It was not difficult for him to take care of the Tian family. The master of the palace is wise. Qinglong's timely compliments made Tian Li more confident, but he also asked key questions. By the way, have the temporary passes for Suzaku and the other 3 to come to Daxia been processed? It's done, we can go to Kyoto tomorrow, but we have signed a lot of agreements, but dealing with the Tian family does not violate Daxia's terms. Except for Qinglong, Suzaku Suanwu and Beihu are all foreigners. They must go through strict review when coming to Daxia, and they must sign various agreements. Once violated, they will not be able to leave Daxia. However, the matters between Tian Li and the Tian family are internal matters within the family. As long as it does not affect the city or other people, Daxia will turn a blind eye. Well, let them pay attention. Daxia's terms are very strict. They are no better than those of small countries. Don't get carried away. Tian Li also had a headache when he thought about what happened to his uncle and aunt before. Don't worry, Palace Master, because they are all old people and know the priorities of things. Tian Li nodded, he still had great confidence in his subordinates. Okay, let's set off to Kyoto tomorrow to meet up with Beihu and the others. Qinglong scratched his head in surprise. Palace Master, what about the young master? Tianli's face darkened all of a sudden. Qinglong was a master of whatever he didn't care about. He couldn't take care of the little one now, so let Yu Ran help him raise the child. Thinking about this, Tianli felt a lot more relaxed. He would never admit it because Xiao Xiao didn't acknowledge him as his father at all. Qinglong saw that Tianli's expression was wrong and that it was cloudy behind him, so he didn't dare to ask further questions. He just muttered to himself that the water in Jinling was really deep. Oh, is this Daxia? It's really completely different from those small countries in the West. Suzaku is a carefree European and American woman. Her iconic curly hair and blue eyes have made her turn heads in Daxia. She also greets ordinary people openly and looks very comfortable. That's almost it. Suzaku, please restrain yourself. Didn't you see that those people's eyes are on you? The master of the palace has repeatedly told us to keep a low profile and don't cause trouble. As the leader of the three, Baihu himself is relatively calm. Although he is not from Daxia, he also has yellow skin, but the green color of his eyes shows his mixed race identity. Suzaku itself is relatively gorgeous. If it attracts bees and butterflies and attracts a group of hungry ghosts, will they take action or not? What's more, Suzaku herself is not a good person. She has killed countless people who coveted her body. The city is not like the battlefield outside the territory, killing people is a big deal. Suzaku shrugged and nodded indifferently. Beihu, where does the boss want us to meet? Suanwu didn't react at all, just thinking about Tianli's order. The boss told us to go to number 89 Xinhua Street first, which is our temporary base. The boss seems to be still dealing with some private matters in Jinling. He hasn't arrived yet, but he should be there soon. After Baihu finished speaking, several people walked towards the place given by Tianli. Along the way, Suzaku became more calm after restraining himself a lot. After all, as the capital of Daxia, both foreigners and beauties are not uncommon. Number 89 Xinhua Street is a single-family villa, which happens to be the temporary base of the Temple of War. Oh, this sofa is so soft. I haven't enjoyed it like this for a long time. Suzaku was sitting happily on the sofa. The normal life outside the territory was not as good as the enjoyment in the city. Oh, by the way, I heard Qinglong say that the palace master is looking for his wife and daughter. Is this true? Chapter 399 Tianli's Revenge. Really, but don't ask about the palace master's affairs. Baihu glanced at Suzaku. This guy was really energetic and liked to listen to gossip when he had nothing to do. After speaking, Suzaku suddenly showed an interesting smile. That's interesting. I heard that the palace master came to the imperial capital alone. I heard that he encountered a difficult idea in Jinling, but the palace master didn't solve it. Suzaku. Baihu shouted sharply, but Suzaku showed no fear, just lack of interest. It's really boring. You don't even give me any gossip. You keep a straight face all day long and don't know who to show it to. No wonder you can't find a woman. Suanwu didn't speak the whole time, but he laughed foolishly when he heard Suzaku teasing Baihu. When Suzaku heard Suanwu's laughter, he turned around, looked at Suanwu up and down, and said angrily. You're laughing your off. You're like a woman. I can't do anything with you. It's boring to go on a mission with you. I'm not as good as that guy Qinglong. Ouch, I hear who is praising me, who is praising me. Qinglong pushed the door in with a smile on his face, and there was a sullen look on his face, and behind him was Tianli with a sullen face. Naturally, Tianli heard what Zuck said and felt a little uncomfortable at this time. However, Zuck was a woman after all, so Tianli was not angry with her. However, the look on Tianli's face made the three people in the room realize that something was wrong, and they hurriedly stopped. Shut up! Qinglong walked in front of Tianli, but he didn't notice Tian Li's expression. He was still talking to himself. It wasn't until Suzaku frequently looked at her that he calmed down. The investigation of the Tian family's affairs has almost been completed. Originally, revenge this time was my private matter, but it's a good idea for you all to take a trip. Tian Li suppressed the gloominess on his face and first expressed his gratitude to the four people, who also quickly returned the favor. The palace master is welcome. What did the lord say? Your business is our business. I will obey the orders of the palace master. After Tian Li thanked him, he also compiled Qin Glong's information into a systematic and complete report, giving one copy to each of Suzaku, Suanwu, Qinglong, and White Tiger. After Tian Li gave the information to the four people, he began to explain on his own. The Tian family currently has 3 Huajin troops left in the headquarters. The strongest among them is my good brother Tianying, who is also at the peak of Huajin. The other 2 are only in the middle stage of Huajin. As for the Dark Jin warriors, they are not counted. The strength of the Tian family in the imperial capital is not considered strong, but it is not weak either. It is more than enough to face normal situations. However, for the 5 people from the War Temple, they are extremely weak. Except for Tian Li, the 4 people from the War Temple are all in the late stages of energy transformation, and with Tian Li at the peak of his energy transformation, they can easily win a battle with the Tian family. Then what else can the master say? Just knock on the door. Suzaku was eager to give it a try, but was not impressed by Tianjia's strength. Tian Li ignored her and continued. In addition, Tianjia's personnel on the battlefield outside the territory are also rushing back. As expected, they have now returned to the Tianjia. However, with the battlefield outside the territory, the Tianjia is only a peak of Huajin and a late stage of Huajin. But Huajin there were 5 people in the early stage and 3 in the middle stage, which is a bit more than us. Bai Hu couldn't hold back at this moment and expressed his opinion directly. In the early and middle stages of transforming energy, 1 versus 2 versus 3 is not a simple matter. Don't worry, Palace Master, just concentrate on dealing with your brother and leave the rest to us. Palace Master, please give me an order. Suanwu must be trying to stop the invading enemy. The Tian family's fighting power is really good. With the 10 members of Huajin, and their property in the imperial capital, they are also a first-class family in the imperial capital. However, the 5 people from the War Temple are not afraid of them. They can easily deal with them in the early stage of Huajin in a one-on-one fight. Lose. This matter will be hard for everyone. Daxia must have notified the Tianjia, and the Tianjia must be well prepared, and may also invite their well-known friends to help. But this is my family matter after all, and they also don't dare to get too involved, otherwise Master and the others are not vegetarians. After all, the Tian family is the first-class family in Daxia. It is impossible to hide the news of Tian Li and the war god's entry from them, but Tian Li had no intention of secretly seeking revenge. This kind of aboveboardness is in line with his personality. Don't worry, Lord, I'm afraid they won't be able to fight enough. Suzaku licked his lips, feeling warlike. Well, this matter is mainly aimed at Tianying. He has never gone to the battlefield outside the territory. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to work so hard to come to Daxia. As for the other members of the Tian family, you don't have to hold back. If you really want to kill them, you will kill them. Tian Li actually didn't think that the Tian family could stop them. After all, there was a gap in the peak level of energy. His younger brother Tianying had never even been to battlefields outside the territory. How could he be his opponent? Bai Hu was originally worried that Tian Li would feel sorry for the Tian family's casualties, but now that Tian Li doesn't care about the Tian family's casualties at all, it would be much easier to do this. Okay, that's all. Let's meet tomorrow morning. Yes. Tian Li didn't like to be sloppy in doing things, and mostly acted vigorously and resolutely. The next day, the 5 of them headed directly towards Tianjia's station, with no intention of hiding his whereabouts along the way. He just wanted to get back what belonged to him openly and avenge this blood feud. "Hey, who do I think you are? Isn't this my dear brother?" He came back from the battlefield outside the territory. When Tianli walked to the Tianjia station, he saw a group of people waiting for them on the road with great fanfare. It seemed that they had been prepared in advance. Tianli didn't care at all, or rather, it was just what he wanted. No ordinary people were seen along the way. It seemed that they had been evacuated. This was good, as the fight would not affect other people and would not violate Daxia's regulations. "Sky Eagle! How dare you come in front of me?" Tianli's eyes spurted out substantial flames. When he thought of what happened that day 6 years ago, his anger could not be suppressed. A wall of air appeared in front of Tianying, blocking the flames sprayed by Tianli. "My good brother is indeed an elemental user. He can spit out flames when he is angry. He is really awesome." Tianying continues his journey of yin and yang. The so-called elementalist is exactly Tianli's title on the battlefield outside the territory. Tianli can fight with elements all over his body, so he was given the title of elementalist. So when he was in Jinling, Tianli's battles were very frustrating. Even if he lost to Yuren many times, it was because he couldn't use his abilities. After all, when the elements were used, the whole city would be affected, so Tianli was in Jinling. Since he was restricted, he always felt that being upright might not mean he couldn't win against Yu Ran. When Tianli saw that Tianying was about to die, he didn't know it yet, and dared to bark in front of the formation, clenching his fists for a moment. Just when the situation is changing and the battle is about to break out, a woman came out from behind Tianying, instantly making Tianli red-eyed. Chapter 400 Tianli fights against Tianying. "Tianli, please listen to your mother's advice. Although your brother had some problems before, he didn't want to kill you. Now you are also the master of the Temple of War. Why bother to compete with your brother for the title of the head of the Tianjia family? Where is the position? If you two get back together, my Tian family will definitely be able to move to a higher level." The woman who came out in front of the battle was the mother of Tianying and Tianli. Tianying's parents were relatively mediocre. Both of his parents were just dark strength warriors. However, he didn't expect that the two sons he gave birth to were better than the other. As the saying goes, the price of the son depends on the mother. That's it. Tianli was already angry when he saw his mother coming out. His mother had poisoned him to force him out of the Tian family, and now she actually asked him to cooperate with Tianying regardless of his past grudges. And he is here to seize the position of the head of the Tian family? This is simply nonsense. Tianli couldn't help but sneer when he thought of this. Who cares about the head of the Tian family? Let Tianying come and lead you to death. Tianli didn't bother to explain anything to his mother. He had been partial to Tianying since he was a child. He always thought that he was the eldest brother, so he didn't care. Now it seems that his butt is tilted to the sky. At this time, he was still talking to Tianying, which made Tianli's last filter about his mother shattered. He originally thought that his mother was being intimidated by Tianying, but now it seems that everything is traceable. Tianying originally had no intention of persuading Tianli, but just wanted to let other people in the Tian family see what Tianli was thinking, so that everyone in the Tian family could be united. When Tianying poisoned him to seize the throne, not everyone supported him. Most of them were neutral. However, the good development of Tianjia in recent years also caused many people's attitudes to tilt. If Tianli is so aggressive, it will naturally make the entire Tian family unite and look outward. Seeing that Tianli had no intention of negotiating, the Tianjia's 10 Huajin members also lined up in order to face the enemy. This first-class family in the imperial capital is indeed a first-class family in the imperial capital, much stronger than us in Jinling. Chu Qingkai couldn't help but sigh. The imperial capital is still the imperial capital, and the Chu family is still far behind the Tian family. It's okay. The Tian family can be regarded as one of the stronger first-class families. There are some martial arts families in Oris Hill who are not engaged in business, so their reputations are not great. They are really not much different from each other. Huang Lingmeng is well informed in the military department, and she also knows that Jinling is not as simple as it seems, but there are very few martial arts families who are engaged in business. This is what the so-called specialization in martial arts is. This big show is quite good. It has attracted a lot of audiences in the imperial capital. As a Grand Master, Yu Ran's field of vision is much wider than that of Huang Lingmeng and others, so he can naturally detect the hidden monsters and ghosts around him. There is even a Grand Master hiding among them, probably because he is worried about ruining the tranquility of the imperial capital. Chu Qingkai, who was at the peak of Anjin, couldn't actually see it clearly, but Yu Ran used the miracle field to project the distant objects in front of her, so that she could appreciate the show. I have to say that the miracle domain is so comprehensive that all impossible things can be accomplished through it. This is the so-called miracle. Yu Ran received the news on the day Tian Li left, so he naturally followed him to the imperial capital to watch this big show, and this time he brought Huang Lingmeng and Chu Qingkai who had been holding back at home because of their pregnancy. Both of them seemed very interested in this drama. Chu Qingkai was interested in the fact that this was the first time she had seen such a large-scale battle, while Huang Lingmeng was interested in how the development of this matter would end. However, Yu Ran, who was familiar with the plot, sat firmly on the Diao Yute, waiting for the aureole to follow at any time. Sky Eagle, come and fight. Tian Li said nothing, his aura was fully activated, his body was burning with flames, his speed increased to the extreme, and he went straight towards Tianying. And Bai Hu took away the only one in the late stage of Huajin and another in the early stage of Huajin without saying a word. Come and fight. Qinglong didn't hesitate to pick two mid-level Huajin as opponents. Amir Tianjia dares to oppose my war god temple, watch your moves. Suan Wu chose one in the middle stage of Huajin and one in the early stage of Huajin. 3 rookies, don't let me down. Suzaku, on the other hand, excitedly took over the last 3 stages of energy transformation, with murderous intent in his eyes. Tianying was also at the peak of his strength, so naturally he was not afraid of him. A big knife appeared in his hand and slashed hard at Tian Li's body. Tian Li didn't even do any defense. He transformed into armor of flames, fists of flames appeared on his hands, and directly used elements to transform his own equipment. Since Tianying became the head of the family, he has never let down his guard against this brother, and has been persistently inquiring about Tian Li's news. At this moment, he was no stranger to Tian Li's moves. Since he could call out the title Tian Li Elementalist, he naturally had a way to deal with them. Breaking the wind with extreme lightning. Tianying also showed no defensive posture at all, and attacked with all his strength. Tianying's knife struck the flame armor on Tian Li's body, and Tian Li punched Tianying in the chest. The two of them each stepped back hundreds of steps, staring at each other. The armor on Tian Li's body is the first thing that makes Tian Li powerful. This armor is transformed from elements, and coupled with Tian Li's vitality, it not only has the ability to defend, but the flames can also counterattack the opponent at any time. It can be said that offense and defense are integrated. Moreover, the upper limit of defense of this armor is extremely strong. As long as it is not a heaven-level martial skill or a master-level attack, ordinary attacks cannot break through his defense. Of course, this does not mean that this armor is invincible. Just now Tian Li took Tianying's move and a quarter of his energy was consumed. The consumption was terrifying. Because the first move requires momentum, Tian Li does not dodge or dodge, insisting on a fierce fight with Tianying. When most people encounter an opponent like Tian Li, they will basically avoid it and do not confront Tian Li head-on. In this way, they will be directly overwhelmed in terms of momentum, so Tian Li has a huge advantage. Tianying seems to understand Tian Li's fighting method, but such a head-on fight should be very harmful to himself. Looking at the calm expression on the other side, Tian Li frowned. It's really strange. The biggest feature of elemental transformation is that it can be executed quickly. The transformation of armor and weapons can even be completed on the way, so Tian Li can always strike first. The move that had been tried and tested failed today, and Tian Li's expression darkened. Huang Lingmeng saw clearly and looked at Yu Ran with great confusion, a questioning look in his eyes. What's going on? Of course Yu Ran understood it clearly. Even if he didn't know it in advance, it would be difficult for Huajin to hide his situation under the observation of the master. Haha, this Tianying is indeed well prepared. He wears a heavy armor to guard against Tian Li. Anyone who can become the head of the family is indeed not an ordinary person. After saying that, Yu Ran glanced at Chu Qingkai. Chu Qingkai naturally puffed up his chest arrogantly, saying that he was no ordinary person, which made the two of them laugh. However, Yu Ran's laughter here will not affect the situation on the battlefield. Tian Li takes action again. Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audio Wave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.